Testing. Okay. We're not live streaming yet, but we will be in just a couple of minutes. Yeah, Billy, why don't you make your way up here too? Oh, there you are. So everybody knows that there's coffee and Riley has given me the thumbs up. So it looks like we are logged in to our webinar with our live audience. My name is Yvette Fielder, and I am a program director at the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. And the Native Edge Institutes is one of our programs that we have been executing for the last probably 7 years now. This is our second time here in Alabama. We were here 4 years ago, right before COVID. And just like today, we had a full house and did a lot of networking and meeting new friends. And so like today, we have a full day for you. And just thank you so much for being here and investing in yourself. So round of applause for all of you and our online audience for taking your time out today to be here with us. So we have a great lineup, and I want to get started. So today here this morning we have Justin Stabler. He's a councilman with the Porch Creek Band of Creek Indians, Tribal Council, and Vice President of the operations of H2 PCI. Also, we have Mr. Billy Hunt. He is CEO of PCI Support Services, and he is going to be filling in for Mr. Chris Blackburn, who couldn't be here today. And then, of course, we have Mr. Mel McGee, and he is the Executive Vice President, Strategic Relations, PCI Federal Services. And so we're going to go ahead and get started with Justin.
Thank you, and good morning. So as Yvette said, I'm Justin Stabler, the Vice President of Operations for H2 PCI, and I also serve on the Porch Manor Creek Indians Tribal Council. And on behalf of our tribal chair and CEO, Stephanie Bryan, and our entire tribal council, we're kind of dividing and conquering today. Our chairwoman sends her regrets that she wasn't able to be here. She's actually on a flight home from DC this morning, and we've got several council members that are in Montgomery, and so we may have a few council members that may pop in today and be a part of the reception tonight. But we just wanted to, on behalf of the entire council, we wanted to welcome everybody to Wind Creek Atmore and welcome you to the reservation. It's I was thinking this morning, Mal and I and a lot of our PCI Federal Services group, we were actually in Atlanta last week for the National 8A conference, and it was just, I think a lot of us were reflecting after that conference of how great it was on a business development front, and I actually popped in some of the sessions there in Atlanta, and it was just a really great informational, educational experience for the entire group. And so our group kind of quickly transitioned into preparing for this event this week, and we're just really excited I'm personally looking forward to learning something myself today, and hopefully you all get a lot out of the sessions. And I think we've got a great lineup of speakers this morning. and the rest of the day. And so I guess at this time, I'll open us up with an invocation and a prayer, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Billy Hunt. So if you don't mind joining me, I'll lead us in a prayer together. Heavenly Father, we just come to you in the name of Jesus, Lord, and we just thank you so much for all of your many blessings upon not only our tribe, but our friends, our partners that are here with us today, Lord. And we just thank you so much for this opportunity to gather in this place, and Lord, to learn from these speakers that we know that you have led to here today to teach us and to guide us. And Lord, I just ask that the information that is provided to us today, that we take back to not only our reservations and our communities and to the places we do business, Lord, but Lord, that information that we learn, that it settles on our heart, Lord, and we use it for good and for ultimately for your glory, Lord. And just thank you so much for all the speakers today. I hope that you bless their speech, Lord, and just thank you, God, that you're here with us today. And Lord, we just thank you, and we ask that your presence be upon us today. And we ask all this in the wonderful name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. Now I'll turn it over to Billy, who's going to lead us in a prayer song.
If I could ask for those who are able, if you would stand, please. Thank you.
Welcome to Porch Creek. Welcome back. I don't know if this is the second Native Edge conference we've had here at Porch Creek Reservation, and about 4 years ago that we had the first conference, and it turned out so well that they wanted to come back. So here they are again, and so I hope that each one of you, wherever you come from, what you come here, everybody looking to find something that will inspire them, to help them grow their business, and whether they're entrepreneur, they own the business, or they work for a company. So hopefully today, not hopefully, but I know, I have faith that you will hear something or see something or meet someone that will inspire you, and that will can learn something that'll help your business. Business is is a complex thing, and we all go out there, and an entrepreneur is a great person, someone that will see a task, whether it's starting a restaurant, whether it's mowing lawns, whether it's yard care, whether it's whatever it is, to take on and put their life's passion into that business and grow that business. But there's a lot of business is complex. When you have employees, you have all the government things, tax associations, and all the regulations you have to do with that. They say that if you start a business, you need an accountant to count your money, and a good legal man to help you keep you out of trouble. So, but you know, we all bust in there, you do it, and all that. But you know, today we're going to realize that you're not alone, that there's programs out there funded with our tax dollars. You know, that our tax dollars go a long way, and they put programs, whether it's the U.S. Department of Commerce, whether it's the Small Business Administration, whether it's the agency themselves, whether you're doing government contracting, Department of Defense, all of those people have programs, and they have things that will help you free of charge. I mean, and there's things legal. I know SBA has a great one. I've never really tapped into it. I've met a few of them before. It's called SCORE, where it's like CEOs, like when they've gone through, they've been CEOs of companies and all that, and they retire, but they want to give back. So you can go through SBA, find out that SCORE. They'll hook you up with a representative, and they will do one-on-one, you know, consultations with you to help you navigate this. And please, you know, mistakes, everybody makes them, but if you can go through life and go through business without making those mistakes that the majority of people do make, then why don't we learn from that? Learn from other people's mistakes. And that's what this is about. Hopefully also about partnerships. Definitely I'm open to that. My name's Mal McGee, and I'm just in a transition. My title says that I am the Executive Vice President of Strategic Relations for PCI Federal Services. Now, 7 years ago, we created it. We went to the tribal council and said, we want to create an organization that we want to do work for the federal government. And there's advantages that tribes have in doing that. You know, you as minorities or whatever, or woman-owned, veteran-owned, all of these classifications, the Congress and the federal government mandates our spending. Our tax dollars goes in a pool, and it's mandated they have to spend so much with these different programs, and they're not meeting the goals. Last week, we was at a conference, and all the OSTBUs of the Army, the Navy, all of them got up, and none of them are meeting their goals. And they're starting to get pressure, and those goals are going up. So if you are in a commercial market and you want to go to government, then you need to kind of plot that out, look at the NACE codes, you know, become a part of SAM, and you know, there's people here today, we'll talk all about those different programs, Hub Zone, 8A, all small business, small disadvantaged business, all of these things, and it helps you, and there's mandates for those agencies, for the prime contractors. And I don't know, John probably knows this. John Sirocco's here with us today, and was the, I guess the title Associate Director of SBA in DC. So I don't know how far it goes back, but there was a day where everything was ruled by large business. And then I guess small business kept knocking on the doors of their congressmen and said, we need representation. Why can't we get some of this work? It's all going to these big conglomerate companies. And so they heard that, and they created the Small Business Administration, Department of Commerce, and what that did is they started putting these mandates in there. So all these major companies then are mandated to do so much work with all of these flow down of these small business, small disadvantaged business, woman-owned, veteran, all these classifications. So, you know, here today we're going to learn about all those programs. You can learn, take your business if you're already in the government space or in the commercial space, if that's what you want to do, and get into that space and where you have advantages. What we did is when I pushed and said, as a federal recognized tribe here in Alabama, we got Huntsville, we got Mobile, there's a lot of Army Corps engineering stuff here. We need to be in that space. And in 1999, I actually took a company of the tribe into the 8A certification, graduated in 2006, I believe, and was the Nunn Perry award winner in the program. And a non-peri and that's another program that's sponsored by either the defense, is the mentor-protege program. So when you get these big businesses, there's two different type programs in the mentor-protege program. One is funded. They will get paid to, if they spend an hour helping you, they will get paid for that hour to help you. And so I went through one of those programs, and it was funded. It was an Air Force program. A company out of Fort Walton Beach was there, and it was really good. They bought software for us. They helped us with our quality systems. They did a lot of different development type things, took us to outreach, to economic development events, all of this stuff. But that was a funded program. And then I had one with Boeing. And Boeing was there, and it was a non-funded, but it was accredited. So they get credits. And the big boys, Boeing, Lockheed, all of those major primes, when they go after, want to build a aircraft like a jet for a fighter or a helicopter or something in space, they have to show that they have outdone the other companies with these credits. And so it's a way that they can kind of get ahead. And so for us as small business, we use those as our advantages. Get in there. Muskogee Technology, which I ran for 20 years down there, still provides Boeing aircraft parts today. And we've been doing that for quite about 15, 20 years. We'll say while I'm talking about Muskogee, I called Wes Woodruff is the president there now, and they're under our umbrella we call the company PCI Manufacturing. I said, Wes, are you coming to the conference today? And he said, well, I'm burning the midnight oil. SpaceX needs some stuff. There's a rocket that's going to be shot out of, I guess, Cape Canaveral or something on Thursday, and they need some insulation stuff that goes in that rocket for it to launch. And, all bets aside, cost, don't worry about the cost, get me these things. So we have machines down there that cut out this insulated type blanket and get to them. So it's pretty cool under our umbrella, the things that we're doing that actually affect, what we see on TV. I went down to y'all have heard, it didn't go, so I missed that opportunity. We was out way early in the morning, ready for it to launch, and it didn't go. But we have a company, Media Fusion and PCI Production, that we had about 35 people all across the campus of Cape Canaveral taking pictures, doing the video, out on boats, taking all the video of that launch. And so I was kind of really proud for me to see our stuff doing that. So if you go and you Google the Artemis rocket launch or something like that, you're probably looking at our video. So, but our organization started about 7 years ago, and really we talked to Tribal Council. It's a brand new organization, put it there, and I was the first employee. And it was, kind of sitting kind of where you were, sat there and said, okay, whew. They gave me some money, what do I do? Where's my next step? What do I do? And so we started growing that business organically. And that's usually what we do. We try to go out, knock on doors. We, try to sell what you do, your products. But that's a slow process. And it's very difficult. But here, you learn from people that have done it. A lot of times, like if you're going in the military, find people that are retiring from the service that's in electronics or it's in aircraft or in different things. They're trained people. I talked with a lady a couple days ago. Was that yesterday or the day before? Yeah, day before yesterday. Brilliant person, and they become really very well educated and very informed and really make an impact. It's time for us as U.S. citizens to do that and to do it ourselves. But so 7 years later, we had my background's aviation. Started PCI Aviation. Started growing that business organically. Started bringing some people on, and that's smarter than me, that's for sure. Bring those people on. started putting accounting, all the things that we need to put in place. That company's been going for 7 years now, does about $20 million a year. Now Terry Smith is kind of, the office is in San Antonio, and it's still doing work for the Navy, the Air Force. We have some really nice contracts with that, but it's still going. But acquisition, I don't know if you want to start a company, and there's companies out there that did all that hard work, that's got relationships, got certifications, has contacts, has contracts. And you can dip in that if you got the cash to acquire them. Now you can start small, there's companies all across, but you can acquire a company and then you bring their team onto your team. We've done that. We on our third one, we bought Media Fusion, spun off PCI Production. We bought Integrated Federal Solutions out of Virginia, rolled off PCI Government Services. By the way, PCI Government Services this year will probably do $100 million in government contracts. All white collar stuff in the Virginia area, doing really, really great. The guys that we acquired that company on our team now, really good people, really good folks. So, and then about 2 years ago now, it just seemed like last summer, but it was the summer before that, we bought a company in Huntsville, Fortis Industries, rolled out a new company called Fortis Native Group. And they do contracts like, we just won a contract for the western side of Texas. We do all the federal court buildings, maintain all of that stuff from yard maintenance to HVAC to whatever it needs. So we have employees all across the U.S. states with that. With PCI Aviation, we have employees in Japan. We maintain Navy airports where we got machines. We sell the government machines that clean the ramps and the runways and all that, get all the FOD, foreign object damage. And it's from a rock to a safety wire to a boat to a screw. We eliminate off of the ramps because there's jets there like the Harrier, like the F-35 that is vertically lift. And when that thing vertically lifts, it blows stuff everywhere. So that's a niche that we found. We found there we sell them millions of dollars of equipment to clean these ramps, and then we oversee it and maintain it. So that's just a way to that thinking out there of what you want to do with the business. You might start your business at janitorial and never know where it lead to. Because if you do a good job of janitorial, the guy says, hey, can you supply me whatever, water or this or that, or I need somebody to do this, and I know you, I like you, you do a good job, can you do that? Most of the stuff that we've done in my growth has been that. You had a good relationship, showed you could perform, and then it's Mal, can you do this? And my answer always is yes. But I've been so fortunate that I've had work for the tribe, had something to back me up. I went into GKN Aerospace a few years back, knocked on it, got in there, and I said, here we are, this is the tribe, this is what we do, this is what we can do. And he said, hold on a minute. Went out, brought in like the CEO of that location and said, can you build a freezer and a clean room to do composites? And I said, yeah, we could do that. We can do that. And where a small person might not could leverage about a $3 million spend for all of the stuff that we had to put in. But I knew I had a facility. I knew I had the wherewithal to do it. And I knew the tribe would back me with the capital. In 6 months, we had that freezer and that clean room built. And we moved all of that in there. For 10 years, we've been profiting probably 1.3, 1.4 million on those the composite stuff with GKN. So it's really been working around the clock, probably about 30 people, 24/7, working in there, cutting and doing all that stuff. So I just want to tell you some of the success stories that we've had as our PCI Federal Services. Now, the tribe is huge. If you do work for gaming, hopefully I can point you in that direction. If you do work for our government centers, which is our health, housing, fire, police, all of that stuff, that's a whole different division. Gaming is a whole different division. You know, with our casinos here in Atmore, Wetumpka, Montgomery, Pennsylvania, fixing to open one in Chicago, Ruba, Carousel. So if, you know, wherever you want to provide your goods and services to, you know, please meet me. Jessica's in the back here. She's our, she just moved up in January to our marketing point for our group. Justin here is here, brought him on as the intern. We got 2 more interns up in Huntsville, and then we got 3 more that we're looking to bring on hopefully here in the next couple weeks, and one of them's right here in the front. So we hope to get them on, and these are tribal members that we want to interject in here because, you know, I don't, maybe 2, my wife says about 2 more years, maybe, I want to say about 4 more years at least, because I enjoy what I do. So, you know, and I'm going to hand the torch off to someone else. So, but as we do this, we want to grow, and our tribe has been very good. The tribal council has been very good to us by giving us that seed money. These acquisitions, they give us the money to buy them, and allow us to grow that. We've got great employees. We've got some really good contracts. We're going and winning more. We're putting all the things in there. And then we're creating, when we got 12 companies now across there, we've got fixing to surpass 1,000 employees. So that's a lot of growth from 1 to 1,000 in 7 years. And I call it kind of swim lanes. So when you talk about construction, Billy Hunt, which did a beautiful job on the song there, he's our CEO of PCI support services, construction, modulars, all the things we do in that. And then we have aerospace, my passion, aerospace. And then with PCI Aviation, we're growing that really big here. And then media, with Media Fusion. And then these support services that we have for acquisition support. We have, I call it kind of behind the line, behind the curtain. We have employees behind the curtain helping the government spend our tax dollars. So, but now they can't, it'd be great if they could throw us a note across the curtain and say what's going on, but they can't do that. They got to stay behind that curtain helping the federal government spend our tax dollars. So I've got a signal. We up here. We're looking for the next group. Thank y'all all for coming. We hope you get something out of this, and just let me know. I'll point you to the right people who you need to talk to. But we want to definitely thank Yvette and the Native Edge group for being here. And it's a great opportunity for the folks here locally, tribal companies, people here on the local, all across the state and in the country. So thank you, Yvette, for coming. We appreciate it, and look forward to the day.
Thank you so much. Next up, we are going to have John Shiraka, and he is going to go over government contracting, all the new rules and regulations. He is with Gov Contract Pros, CEO. Do you go by CEO or founder? Founder. John likes to walk around, and he does like a really interactive group. The bios, of course, have the handouts there, as well as if you logged into our training website, then you can see the agenda and the bios as well. And so, John, here.
Thank you.
We do.
We do? Thank you. Thank you, Yvette. Thank you, National Center, for having me as part of the National Edge Institute. We've done a lot of events around the country with the National Center. Thank you to the Porch Creek for hosting. Thank you to Mel McGee. He's humble. He talked about all the success, but he's very humble. What they've done in a matter of a short period of time is incredible success. To have 13 subsidiaries in federal contracting as part of a much broader organization that he explained is incredibly successful. And the entrance into federal contracting, the way they've done it and strategized it, is especially unique, and the period of time that they've created that success is definitely unique as well. So thank you, sir, and thank you for having us here. As Yvette mentioned, what I'd like to try to do is keep this as conversational as possible, right? Because I have a lot of slides here, and I'll show you guys sort of what we can go over, but I'd really like to go over what resonates with you guys and what's important with you guys. They do have me on for 2 hours. I don't know if you just want to hear me speaking for 2 hours. It's probably better if it's conversational. We'll take a break in the middle. And real quick, I'll tell you a little bit about me. And I want to sort of find out who's out in the audience. So how many folks do we have that are currently doing federal contracting? Okay, good. How many folks do we have that are looking to do federal contracting? Awesome, great, great, great. How many folks do we have that are current 8A companies? Okay, women-owned small businesses? Perfect. Anybody a HubZone certified firm? Awesome. And do we have any service-disabled veterans? Thank you for your service. Awesome, thank you. So that helps me sort of gear the topics to go over. It sounds like we have some folks that already in the programs, sort of looking to leverage and scale their participation in the programs. It looks like we have some new entrants. And then, real quick, how many tribally owned entities or folks that are interested in joining? Okay, perfect, perfect. Okay, so real quick about me. I did federal contracting years and years and years ago. Back in the 80s, my dad started a federal contracting firm, helped manage that, run that for a period of 20 years. Went over to the Small Business Administration in 2010, joined as a regional administrator, so that meant I had 7 district offices in the Mid-Atlantic. From there, I went to headquarters because of my contracting experience, and at headquarters, I was responsible for the federal government set-aside programs. So when you talk about 8A, HubZone, women-owned, service-disabled, just what is small, mentor-protege joint venture, the size standards, the adjudication of size and status, and we can talk a little bit about all that. Did that for a period of 7 years. After I left, have been providing advisory services to small businesses, medium businesses, and large businesses as they leverage the set-aside programs. So real quick, the federal marketplace, Mel mentioned this, right? Because even if you are in the private sector, right, why is it important? It's the largest buyer of goods and services in the entire world, right? So there is no other buyer that buys more stuff than the US federal government. So if you have that in your backyard, why isn't that at least in your portfolio of clients, right? And in addition to the fact that they are the largest buyer of goods and services, they are required to spend with small businesses. So 23%, which is roughly $150 billion annually, is required to go to small businesses. And Mel mentioned, you know, the Small Business Administration, historically, it's funny, because I found a file in my office at the SBA. I don't think anybody knew it was there. It was the first administrator, actually it wasn't even the administrator, it was to-be administrator of the SBA, I think it was in the 1950s, who had a speech about the importance of supporting small business. And the reason for it was, coming out of World War II, was the industrial base, right? Competition in the industrial base. And when I was at the SBA, what I always used to say is that small business and the way the federal government deals and encourages small business is like the US's secret weapon, because it's the small businesses that create the innovation, the ingenuity. Yeah, there's the Boeings and the Lockheeds, and they make big things, right? But it's the small businesses that consistently bring ingenuity, competitiveness into the marketplace. And that's why the government look, so there's the ingenuity, but at the same time, it creates economic development, right? When they buy with small business, it encourages economic development at the local level. When they buy with small disadvantaged businesses or 8As, that's the sort of the underprivileged, underserved community that benefits from that. Women-owned, service-disabled, hub zone, et cetera. We can talk about all those. But these are the goals that are statutorily established, right? So first we talk about the 23%, and we talk about $150 billion every year. So you want a part of that, right? And then under that is what we always called the 5533. So 5% for 8A or socially and economically disadvantaged businesses. We'll talk about what that means. How many folks are thinking about applying to the 8A program? Perfect. Okay. Then we have 5% for women-owned, and that's women-owned and economically disadvantaged women-owned small businesses. 3% for service-disabled and 3% for hub zone. How many folks know what a hub zone firm is? Okay, maybe I'll start there real quick. So hub zone is, definition of hub zone is historically underutilized business zone. Okay, it's a fancy name for areas that are economically disadvantaged. Think about, and these numbers are done by, not by the Small Business Administration, but by Housing and Urban Development. So think about unemployment rates, poverty rates, housing issues, education issues. There's a formula. And if you go to the SBA website and put in your address, it'll tell you if your principal office is in a hub zone. Why do I say principal office? Because headquarters doesn't matter. Principal office is where the most number of employees work. So if you have 2 or 3 offices, you figure out which one has the most employees working at that location, that's your principal office. You put the address in, and that's why, I don't want to say you can game the system, but you can move an employee over to another office and all of a sudden now you're in a hub zone, right? So your principal office is in a hub zone. So now you met requirement number 1. Requirement number 2 is that 35% of your employees work in a hub zone. Doesn't have to be the same hub zone. And an employee is anybody that works 40 hours a month with respect to SBA requirements. So you can have interns. And you can hire interns in college towns because a lot of college towns are hub zones. All tribal land is considered hub zone, right? So if you think you can qualify, and when Mel was talking about not meeting their goals, the federal government has historically never met its 3% hub zone goal. So they're always looking for firms, qualified firms, that can help them get to their hub zone goal, right? So if you think your principal office is in a hub zone, and you have employees that, they don't have to live in the same hub zone, any hub zone, you put their address in, and you meet those 2 requirements, you can get certified as a hub zone firm. Now all these, it used to be some of these were front-end certification, some of them were self-representation, and we'll talk about that on a couple of slides coming up. But all these now, fortunately or unfortunately, are front-end certification programs, right? So you do have to go through the process at the Small Business Administration, and it can be onerous, right? If you're not used to, and everybody's done their taxes, right? And taxes are onerous. But if you're not used to sort of compiling and filling out federal forms, it can be onerous. But there is assistance available, right? The National Center provides assistance. The Apex folks that are from the National Center and associated with the National Center provide assistance. There are resources from the Small Business Administration locally. Mel mentioned SCORE. There is MBDA centers. There is small business development centers. There is women's business centers. There's veterans business centers. And the one thing that I'll say is, when I was with the SBA, my region, right, in the Mid-Atlantic, you know, not every resource was the same in every area, because I had Pennsylvania, Maryland, DC, West Virginia, Delaware. Like in Pennsylvania, the best resource for federal contracting was, at the time it was called the PTAC, but the Apex Center. In Maryland, it was the Small Business Development Center. So if you go into a resource partner, right, and you can go to the SBA website, you can look up the local resource partners, you can go to the district office, you go to a resource partner, you don't get what you want, don't assume that all of them, all the other resource partners are the same, because they have different staff, right? So in your jurisdiction, maybe the SCORE chapter has a retired executive that used to be a government contractor. That'd be ideal, right? So keep trying. But it is an onerous process to get certified, but there's assistance out there. So take advantage of those free resources that are available. So HubZone goal has never been met. If you can meet that, those requirements, I would encourage you to get certified. As it currently stands, the federal government, and the reason I say currently stands is because there's some talk about changing the legislation not to allow multiple credits, right? As it currently stands, the federal government can get multiple credits if you're a unicorn, right? And a unicorn, I mean you're small, you're 8A, women-owned, service-disabled, and HubZone. Because they give you $1 million contract, but they get $1 million in each of those buckets towards their credit. So now, a federal government can't do a multiple set-aside, right? So they can't say, hey, we're setting this contract aside for the unicorn. They have to pick one. But you look pretty attractive if they can check multiple boxes off their goals, right? So if you think you can qualify for more than one of the certifications, I'd encourage you to look at it. The other thing I'd say on this slide is, through executive order, the Biden administration increased the first goal to 15%, right? So now that sounds huge, right? Going from 5% to 15%. A couple of things. First of all, they said, we'll time this so it occurs over the next 4 years. So by 2025, the government will have to hit 15%. Second is, historically, with the 8A disadvantaged goal, the government was pretty much hitting 10 and 11% anyways, right? So the first few years, like 2022, 2023, wasn't that much of a stretch. But to Mel's point, as you get into 24 and 25, the government is going to find it more and more difficult to get to the 15% goal. And then there's been talk about increasing the other goals as well. So when they increased the 8A goal or small disadvantage goal to 15%, when they released that memo, the White House said, well, you know, we'll consider in the future increasing the other goals as well. That hasn't happened yet, but it might. And then the last thing I'd say is, look, these goals, 5533, are statutory, so that means they're in the Small Business Act. It's executive order that increased it to 15%. That executive order could go away, you know, tomorrow, the next day, et cetera. It's not in law, right? So that can change. So let me stop there and see, so far, any questions? Yes, sir.
Hold on one second so our online audience can hear. If you can just raise your hand. Oh, one up here, not over here. Did you? Okay, I'll get right back to you. We'll go to this one real quick.
Would you lace together some of these entries so that as some of us are not UEI certified yet, are acquired, but a category you didn't ask for was those companies that have UEIs and went through that whole process and is ready to go after contracts. So could you lace together, the information you've shared so far is great.
Yeah.
But could you lace the other areas together, like the categories in terms of, I've been in business for 50 years and you're giving me new information.
Okay, so yeah, I think one of the points that you make is important. So, and it'll come up on the next page. So you speak about being in UEI in the SAM and getting registered in SAM. So yes, one of the first steps as you want to enter federal marketplace is you do have to register in SAM. So The certification processes that I just mentioned are sort of secondary to the fact that as a small business, you would register in SAM, right? And we'll talk about that in one of the next slides. But when you go ahead and register in SAM, it'll ask you questions about number of employees, revenues, et cetera. When you answer those questions, it'll determine if you're small. And small in federal contracting, because when I used to run these programs, people would come up to me and say, well, how can 1,500 employees be considered small? Well, that size standard was for shipbuilding, right? And ships, take tens of thousands of people to build. So the regular company is like 10 or 20,000 people. So 1,500 is actually small. IT services, anything below 35 million is small. Professional services, it's anything below 21 million is small. So it'll ask you these questions, and then it'll determine if you're small. So to your point, first requirement is be in SAM. And by the way, when you start the SAM profile, again, Apex centers can help with this, or your resource partners can help with this. When you start your SAM profile, first thing you're gonna get is like 150 emails from people saying, hey, we'll help you, pay us $500. You don't have to pay anybody $500. Granted, you could get help if you wanted. We have some clients that'll come to us and say, I don't want to deal with this, just take care of it. Because it's a multi-step process. You're going to get an email from DLA, Defense Logistic Agency. Don't even ask me why they still do the CAGE code, but they do. So it shoots, you start at SAM, which is a GSA, it shoots off to DLA. They'll send you an email, you miss it because it goes into your, it's a .mil address and it goes into your junk box. You don't respond, 3 days, they cancel, close your file. You have to start all over again. Then if you make that part, then it has to check against the IRS and your employee ID number. And if the address doesn't match exactly, like suite, STE, no dot, 120, it'll bounce. And so all of that it takes persistence. There's a help desk, GSA service help desk helps. Sometimes it's slow. Apex can help, but it is a tedious process, but you have to stay on top of it. And if you stay on top of it, you'll have an active SAM profile, which if you answer the questions correctly, and small, so these are front-end certification, right, to your point. Small is a self-representation. In other words, in SAM, you answer the question and it tells you if you're small or not for your industry. And you pick a primary industry and you can pick a whole bunch of secondary industries. But real quick, yes, sir.
Yes, that 15% goal for SDBs, are they separating 8As and SDBs? Because you can be SDB and not 8A.
That's a great question. That's a great question. So the question, just so everybody's clear, you can self-represent as a small disadvantaged business, but there's no set-asides that occur for small disadvantaged businesses, right? Now, the federal government will get credit if they give you a contract. So they do combine SDB and 8A. And that's another legislative fix that they're looking to accomplish. So the question is, out of the 15%, how many of those contracts are really certified 8A firms or firms that just self-represented at small disadvantaged businesses? When I was running the program, it was closely 50-50. But I don't know the answer to that right now. That's an internal sort of government figure. But yes, government can get credit for a small disadvantaged business. If you fill out SAM and you say you're small and disadvantaged, you can't go after set-asides because there is no set-asides for small disadvantaged businesses. But if you are awarded a contract, the federal government will get credit, correct. Any other questions so far? Yes.
We're a state-owned tribe,
Okay.
not a federally recognized tribe. We have been denied for HUB zone twice
Huh.
because we're not on what they call the short list, federally recognized tribe. Why is that?
So, I'm not sure that that would be a reason for denial. For the set-aside programs, even when you look at the 8A program, we have a number of clients that are state-recognized tribes in the 8A program. The fact that you're state-recognized versus federally recognized shouldn't prohibit you from participation. I'm wondering if it's a way you're being held, the entity's being held. I'm happy to follow that up.
Okay.
Have you applied to the 8A program?
We have had 8 days in 4 different companies.
So you had 8A,
We have everything but HubZone.
but they don't allow you to certify as HubZone.
No.
Now this is so let me make a point here, and I'm happy to look into that.
Okay.
Tribes, when we talked about the HubZone program, that's a really good point. When we talked about the HubZone program, we talked about the 2 requirements, right? Principal office and 35% of employees. Tribes have an exemption from that. So if your entity is owned by the tribe, and by the tribe I mean at least 51% owned by the tribe, you can say, hey, I promise that when we get it, so you don't have to meet those requirements on the front end. You can say, I promise that when we get a HubZone set-aside contract, 35% of the people assigned to the contract will either come from our tribal HubZone, our tribal land, which that might be the concern, is that state land isn't considered HubZone, right? So federally recognized tribal land is considered HubZone. So we'll look into that.
But our land is in a HubZone.
Okay, okay. So that should be okay. I'm happy to look at that. But the exemption for tribes is you don't have to meet the front end requirement. You can promise that when you win a contract, 35% of the staff will come from your HubZone or from areas adjacent to your HubZone, right? Now, I'm not saying this is a loophole, but it kind of is, because we have clients that do this, right? We work with a lot of tribal clients. So as a tribal entity, you can get certified into the 8A program, right? You can then say, hey, I want to get certified in the HubZone program, and I don't want to do the front end certification, 35%, and principal office. I'm going to promise that when I get a HubZone set-aside contract, I'm going to employ 35% of the staff for that contract from my tribal land or from adjacent land. Then you get HubZone certified. So now you're a tribal entity, you're 8A certified and HubZone certified, right? You don't ever go after a HubZone set-aside contract, right? You don't have to. You get an 8A contract, and by the way, tribal entities have, and we haven't talked about this, but tribal entities have access to unlimited sole source opportunities, right? So you can get a $100 million contract as a tribal entity. Government gets 8A credit for $100 million. Wasn't a HubZone contract, though. It was an 8A contract. Remember, you can only pick one set aside. However, because you have 2 designations, you have 8A and HubZone, the government also gets $100 million towards their HubZone credit, right? So that's the other way of looking at it as tribes, why it's important to have that second designation. And as tribes, you can do it pretty easily, and I'm curious why. So now you've piqued my interest, so I'm happy to look into that and follow up. Now, one thing that I mentioned before I get to this slide, 8A is unique. The 8A program is unique. First of all, real quick, and we'll go into more detail about this when we talk about 8A. 8A has 2 requirements, economically disadvantaged and socially disadvantaged, right? Economically disadvantaged, there's some thresholds. Annual gross income average for the last 3 years, net worth, and total assets. Okay, those, we can go over those numbers. That's economically disadvantaged. Social disadvantaged used to be if African American, Hispanic American, Native American, Asian Pacific Islander, I could check the box. Oh, question, okay. I could check the box and I would be socially disadvantaged. Anybody else that didn't fall into those presumed classes, right, could write a narrative, could say, hey, I'm not one of those classes, but I'm a Caucasian female in the IT industry, and I've been discriminated against. And they could write a narrative and provide the preponderance of evidence to show discrimination. There was a court case last year, July, where the 8A program was challenged. And so moving forward, for you guys that said you're gonna apply, moving forward, everybody has to provide the social disadvantage narrative. So there's no more presumed classes. Now, from my perspective, that's frustrating, right? And it slows things down. And the one thing that I'll say is, look, I have a lot of close friends and colleagues at the SBA, and they sort of take the brunt of this because they're the ones that are reviewing what you send. And to me, it's frustrating because you have to write down a sob story, and then someone on the other end is going to critique it and say, sorry, it's not sad enough, you're not into the program, where as, you know, a Hispanic, African American, Native American, it's not just today, yesterday, it's a generational discrimination, right? So it is frustrating, but to SBA's position is, look, we're doing whatever we can to protect this program from being eliminated by the courts, right? So we're trying to instill requirements to satisfy the court so the program won't go away. So the two requirements now for 8A is economic disadvantaged and social disadvantage. Social disadvantage, you have to draft a narrative. We can talk about that narrative in a second too. 8A is unique because it has a direct sole source provision. The other three, right, HUBZone, women-owned service disabled, have sole source. Sole source means direct award, no competition. They have sole source, but you have to be the only firm that can provide the product or service, right? So you have to be the only woman-owned small business that can provide widgets. And then the contracting officer has to write a justification, they have to get it approved. Contracting officers, I have friends that are contracting officers, so don't take this the wrong way. They're risk averse, they don't like putting their neck out on the line, they're not gonna write a justification and have their boss approve it. They're like, oh, we'll just compete this. For 8A, it's very different. Below the threshold, 4.5 million for services and 7 million for manufacturing, a contracting officer can say, hey, I really like your firm, here's a contract. Direct award, right? They'll do some negotiating, they'll ask you to write a proposal, they'll negotiate the price, but they don't have to compete it within those thresholds for individually owned companies, right? 4.5 million, direct award, they like you, great. For tribes, there is no sole source threshold, right? At $25 million, the contracting officer has to write a justification and approval. So you see sort of a chilling effect, right? Contracting officers don't like writing justifications and approval. So you usually see $25 million, but they could give you a $100 million contract. $25 million at civilian agencies, so think about Commerce, Labor, GSA, $25 million. At DOD, Department of Defense, it's 100 million, oh, actually it went up to 110 million, right? So the thresholds for sole source, number one, tribes, Native Hawaiian organizations, Alaska Native corporations don't have a threshold, but there's a justification and approval requirement at $25 million and $110 million. So if you can get into the 8A program, it's unique because the sole source authority in the 8A program is unique. Yes, ma'am.
Question back here.
A participant has a UEI number, but have had the worst time navigating getting their cage code in order. It's hard to tell the status of their application. What's the fastest way to fix this? Call?
Yeah, so if your SAM profile is getting hung up, the service desk has been pretty useful, right? So the GSA service desk, the federal help desk, has been pretty useful. However, if you've been calling them a whole bunch of times and you've just not gotten anywhere, reach out to the Apex Center, reach out to a resource partner, or reach out to the local district office to get assistance. Generally speaking, they've been pretty helpful. The other thing that I'll mention is, look, every federal agency, how many folks know what Mel mentioned this, but I don't know if everybody caught it. How many folks know what an OSDBU is? Okay, some. Okay, every agency has an Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. They're your advocate at that agency. Their only job there is, hey, we have these goals. I gotta find the small businesses that are qualified to help my agency meet these goals. And they're supposed to report to the deputy secretary or higher. So they're supposed to have a very visible position in the agency. Now, when you look at the Department of Defense, they have they call it, instead of OSDBU, Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, they call it OSBP, Office of Small Business Programs. DoD proper has an OSBP. Then each of the components have an OSDBU, so Army, Air Force, Navy, Army Corps of Engineers, Defense Logistics Agency. And then they're so large that at every buying activity, like Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, will have a small business specialist. So you want to get to know those small business specialists all the way up the chain, because they're looking for qualified small businesses to help them meet their goals. And when we talked about the 23% and the 5533, right? One thing I should have mentioned, the other thing that I was responsible for is making sure the federal government met those goals. But not every agency has the same goals. Everybody has the 5533, the socio category goals. But the 23% is different. If you're an agency that buys small business friendly products, like our agency, the Small Business Administration, our goal was 70%. Why? Because we bought a lot of professional services, IT services, maintenance and operation services. Those are really small business friendly. Department of Energy had a goal of 10%. Why? Because they buy like nuclear facilities or nuclear labs. Department of Defense is right around 22%, but then they break down Army, Air Force, Navy, DLA internally to figure out how they're going to meet their 22%. So it's important to figure out what the goals are for the agencies and see where they're missing the goals and how you fit within that puzzle. Does that make sense? And so to the point, or to the question back there, because SAM is a GSA, for the most part, a GSA tool, reaching out to the small business office, I mean, if you've gone through the help desk, if you've gone through a PTAC or an Apex Center or a resource center, and you're still not getting assistance, reaching out to the Office of Small Business Program or the OSDBU GSA might also be helpful. They also have an ombudsman, which I'm not, well, I won't say anything bad about the ombudsman, but sometimes they're like the complaint department and doesn't go anywhere, but that's okay. Okay, so we talked about SAM, right? Getting into SAM. First thing you got to do, SAM registration. Once you answer those questions, as the gentleman in the back mentioned, right? It'll determine, are you small for your primary NAICS code. You got to put your primary NAICS code. Now, you can't just pick shipbuilding because it's 1,500 employees, right? It's got to be realistic. You got to pick a NAICS code where you're actually working in. And once it determines you're small, it actually opens up a second file for you. It's called Dynamic Small Business Search, DSBS. How many folks know or have heard of DSBS before? Okay, a few. So that's really important. So DSBS is connected to SAM, but you as a small business have a DSBS profile. Why is DSBS important? It'll be on one of the next slides, but when the government does research to find small businesses, they use Dynamic Small Business Search as one of the tools to identify small businesses. If you're not in there updating your profile, like when you get all the way through SAM, at the end it'll ask you like your profile and it'll ask you like past performance, stuff like that. As a small business, you now have a DSBS profile. There's a way through GLS login to get to DSBS without going through SAM, or you can just go through SAM and click through. but the government contracting officer uses DSBS as a research tool. Now, we have clients, and it's antiquated, right? You could go to DSBS yourself. Like if you do SBA, DSBS, if you get somewhere that wants to charge you, you're at the wrong place. If you get somewhere where it looks like Internet 1.0, you're at the right place. It's not super user-friendly, but you can research, like, is there women-owned small businesses close to me? Is there an 8A firm that does X, Y, and Z that I might want to partner with? The SBS is a good research tool, but contracting officers use it as well. One thing that I'll say is when contracting officers use it, the last updated file comes up first for whatever reason. So we have clients that'll go in there 1 month and, you know, add a sentence, go in the next month, take out a sentence, put a comma, take out a comma, just so that they come up on top when there's a research being done for the type of service that they're providing. But I'd encourage you to keep your DSBS profile updated. Now, SBA has been talking for years, even when I was there, about updating and making DSBS more friendly, but it is what it is. And DSBS, by the way, is the system of record. So if a contracting officer wants to find out if you're really 8A certified, they don't really go to SAM. They go to Dynamic Small Business Search because that's SBA's system. So if you're going into DSBS and you're looking up your firm, you want to make sure you know everything is accurate, because as a small business, as HubZone certified, 8A, et cetera, the contracting officer ultimately is required to go into DSBS to confirm that before award. We talked about SAM. USAspending.gov. How many folks do research about what the government is buying, and is it relevant to what you're selling? Okay, so the underlying database is Federal Procurement Data System, FPDS.gov. FPDS.gov is also the system of record, and FPDS.gov is also Internet 1.0. It's really difficult to work with. USA Spending is sort of an overlay on top of that, and it's much more user-friendly. So every federal contract, $25,000 and above, ever released, well, I don't know about ever, at least for the last 4, 5, 6 decades, is in there. So how do we use it for clients, or how do I know, like the Apex centers use it for clients or others? What you want to try to do is, who's buying what I'm selling, right? If you're looking for widgets, you can do NAICS code, North American Industry Classification Code, right? Like when you have a primary NAICS code you have to pick in SAM. You can search by NAICS code. You can search by Product Service Code, PSC. You can search by keyword. You can overlay NAICS PSC keyword to narrow it down further. So you want to find out who's buying what I'm selling, right? Because the federal government can be such a maze, like, I don't know, should I go to the Department of Defense? They have the largest budget. Of the funds that get spent every year, 74% are spent by the Department of Defense. They are also the most difficult to try to figure out, by the way, because of the layers, et cetera. But your research is to determine who's buying what I'm selling, right? Who's buying widgets? So you do the analysis, and you find out, you know, I always use Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. I don't know why, but let's say Wright-Patterson Air Force Base is buying $1 billion worth of widgets. That initially looks good, right? But what if it's just one contract for $1 billion? Well, now all of a sudden it's like, oh, they're not going to buy, I can't provide $1 billion worth of widgets. They're probably going to go to Lockheed. So you want to look at the plurality of opportunities at your top buying activities, right? Then you want to see, how are they buying it, right? Are they setting aside contracts? Are they doing 8A awards? Are they women-owned small business friendly? Are they HubZone friendly? So the research is kind of peeling the onion, right? Who's buying a lot of widgets? Then how are they buying it? The other thing that folks may or may not realize, how many know what like a GWAC is? Okay, so government-wide contracts, right? IDIQs, GWACs, schedules, the GSA schedule. These are vehicles where the government potentially can buy easier, right? So instead of buying widgets with individual contracts for each time they want to buy a widget, they have one government-wide acquisition contract for widgets. And then everybody that wants to buy widgets can go to this contract. Now, who has this contract? Usually it's like 10, 15, 20 businesses that have this widget contract, government-wide indefinite quantity contract, right? If you're not on that contract, you're not one of the 20, and your buying activity always goes to the GWAC, then that might not be the best buying activity for you, right? Right off the bat. Or you could say, okay, this GWAC, when does it open up for competition again? Maybe I want to bid on it next time it has a on-ramp. Or this GWAC, who has the current contract, right? Maybe they might want to team up with me because I make really good widgets and maybe I can be a subcontractor to them. And by the way, to Mel's point, when we talk about the 5533 and the 23%, the government has that goals, but the large primes have those goals too, right? So when Lockheed wins a large prime award, they're required to engage with small businesses for a percentage. They negotiate the small business subcontracting plan. They're required to engage with 8As, women-owned, service-disabled, HubZone. So you're not only marketing yourself to the federal government, you can potentially be marketing yourself to large primes as well. So this research that we were talking about in USA Spend, right? Who's buying the widgets? How are they buying it? Are they set-aside friendly? Are they going off of certain vehicles that I don't have? Or are they issuing individual contracts? That starts to peel away the onion to say, okay, well, this is a huge maze, but I know that I want to focus on, I don't know, Department of Labor, Aberdeen, Proving Grounds, Wright-Patterson, and White Sands. And then what do, right? So then you look at contracts, because every contract's in here, right? Then you look at contracts that are expiring. So let's say, really low-hanging fruit. Let's say you just got into the 8A program. You produce widgets. You know that at White Sands, there's an 8A widget producer that's in their last year of the 8A program, right? You're not going to be able to bid on the expiring contract. So that's low-hanging fruit. You want to be at White Sands. You want to find out who the small business specialist is. Let them know you can provide widgets and that you're 8A. Because that contract is expiring, that 8A can't bid on it because they're graduating, and you're an ideal candidate to get the follow-on contract, right? Now, there's other strategies where if you're a graduating 8A, we can talk about that too. You could mentor somebody, and you could create a joint venture, and then you could bid on that and do 60% of the work, but we'll talk about that as well. But those are sort of the low-hanging fruits with respect to finding opportunities. Now, the other thing that I'll say, and is there a question? Yeah, so real quick, the other thing that I'll say is oftentimes people will look at the opportunity and identify the contracting officer. So the contracting officer is important, right? Because the contracting officer executes the acquisition, but that's all they're doing. They're following the rules, looking at their goals, and executing on the transaction or the acquisition. It's not their money. The money comes from a program office, right? So it's important to know the CO, but it's also important to figure out who the program office is because they're buying that requirement. They need the widgets. And then, as I said before, it's kind of like a three-legged stool, right? You got to know the CO, you got to know the program office, and then you want to know the small business specialist that covers that buying activity and sort of work all parallel paths, sort of tracking down your opportunities and getting in front of these folks. Now, I'm going to make a plug for RES, or how many folks were at the National Small Business Conference that Mel McGee mentioned earlier? Okay. You want to get in front of these folks, right? So they're at the National 8A Conference. They're at the Hub Zone Council Conference. They're at RES. They're doing sessions. They're doing matchmaking. In addition to that, they'll have a website, and they'll say, hey, we're going to do an industry day. Industry day means the buyers are there from the government, but also the large primes a lot of times are required to be there as well. So you want to do the research, like if Wright-Patterson Air Force Base is where you got to be, you want to figure out, okay, who's the small business office? When are they doing industry days? Where are they going to be? Are they doing matchmaking? Are they speaking anywhere? How do I get in front of them? That's really important in order to sort of build that track record. And look, it takes time to build that trust and get that first contract. But to Mel's point, you get in the door, you do a good job, they're going to ask you, hey, can you do X, Y, and Z also? Sure we can. We'll figure it out. So you want to build on that experience. How many folks have a current contract in a federal installation? Okay. Have you met with the small business specialist there? Yes. Yes? Good. So anytime, even if you're doing sub work, if you're doing subcontracting work, you're at installation or you're at an agency, reach out to the small business specialist. Let them know, hey, by the way, we're working for your agency. We're doing a great job. Here's what we're doing. We're on the ground, and these are the things that we can do. Because they're looking for small businesses to help them meet their goals. Yes, sir.
As a technical company, would you share or answer the question as to how independent contractors, not employees working with us, affect the certifications in terms of 8A and the Hub Z?
Yeah, so Hub Zone, so as far as 8A, look, here's the thing. As far as just small business in general, when you win a small business set aside, let's say as an 8A, the 8A company is supposed to do 50% of the work, right, as a services company. Construction is 15%, specialty trade is 25%. It's called limitations on subcontracting, right? So if 1099s are considered subcontractors, then it affects your performance of work requirement. So that's as far as performance of work requirement. Generally speaking, for program requirements, performance of work requirements, you want to have W-2s and employees as opposed to 1099s if you're 8A certified, because it's the performance of work issue. There are certain circumstances when 1099s can count towards your employee count, and that's in the Hub Zone program. So as a Hub Zone firm, when you look to meet the 35%, and the reason this came about is because the IRS in certain circumstances said, we don't care what you call it, 1099, W-2, you got to pay taxes on these folks. So then the SBA said, well, how can we exclude the people that IRS includes as employees? So there are some clarifying rules in the Hub Zone program where in certain circumstances, 1099s can count towards your employees to count towards the 35%. But as far as performance of work, it becomes challenging if they're, now look, if they're 1099s and you win a small business set aside, technically individual, 1099s are small businesses, so you're okay. But if you're 8A and they're not, and they're 1099s and they're going to be considered subcontractors, then that's an issue. Yes. Any other questions? Yes, sir. No, I think she's.
Hold on one second.
They can be a similar situated entity.
Correct. As
Anyhow.
long as, yes. So again, 1099, it's a small business set aside. 1099 is considered a small business. They're similarly situated, fine. But that 1099 is probably not an 8A, so then you have an issue if it's an 8A set aside. Correct. Any other questions? No. So we've talked about the market research. We've talked about SAM. Real quick, although this website's probably, I don't want to say worse, but not as good even as DSBS, but subnet is, so when prime contractors aren't meeting their subcontracting goals, they're required to participate in industry days, show good faith in trying to meet their subcontracting goal, all those things, right? Subnet is where large prime contractors can list the opportunities they have for small business subcontracting. It's not updated as much as, you know, I would want it to be updated, but at least it's a good resource for identifying large businesses that aren't meeting their small business subcontracting goals. So subnet, you should at least look into that to see if large businesses in your industry are looking for small business partners. Any questions so far? Have I missed anything? Okay. Oh. Okay, let me, real quick. Yeah. Okay, so we kind of talked about this, right? The first requirement is being small. Small for your primary NAICS code. It's determined, I mean, you could go to the SBA NAICS, North American Industry, and please stop me if I'm using acronyms that don't make sense. Once you've been, unfortunately, in government, you just use acronyms and assume people know them, but I apologize. Please stop me. North American Industry Classification Codes, once you determine you're small, the one thing that I'd say is you can be small for one NAICS code, you know, your primary NAICS code, and not for your secondary, et cetera. And as you grow, you may outgrow certain NAICS codes, right? You have to be small. Every requirement, so every contract that comes out, every RFP, request for proposal that comes out, has a NAICS code assigned to it. So when you bid on that particular requirement, you are representing that you're small for that NAICS code. Doesn't mean you're small in every NAICS code. You might not even be small anymore in your primary NAICS code, but you're small for the NAICS code that you're bidding on that's assigned to that particular requirement. Now, we've had issues where, again, I have friends as contracting officers, where sometimes you see NAICS code shopping, right? Because a contracting officer wants to select a NAICS code either to include more competition, you know, bigger size standard to have bigger companies in there because they kind of want more participation in competition, or they might choose a NAICS code that really limits size and competition. So you can challenge, I mean, I wouldn't recommend, it can be expensive. Like you can protest pre-solicitation protest of a NAICS code selection. I wouldn't recommend that. But some firms do and are successful. Or if you see a NAICS code that gets assigned to a requirement that you've been following, that you don't think is right? Because sometimes it's hard, because they have to look at the predominance of the work, because not all work is only X, right? It can be 50% X, 10% Y, and the rest Z. So a contracting officer is supposed to look at the preponderance of the work or predominance of the work and select the appropriate NAICS code. So if you're seeing requirements come out that, oh, this isn't, you know, an appropriate NAICS code, you can engage either with the small business office. How many folks know what a PCR is, a procurement center representative? Okay, that's really important. So we talked about the structure of the small business programs and the OSDBUs and OSBP, right? The Small Business Administration establishes the goals and has oversight of the set-aside program. In that context, the Small Business Administration, this was another office that was under my umbrella office. The Small Business Administration assigns PCRs to cover every buying activity in the United States to make sure that the agencies are following the rules and setting aside requirements when they're supposed to. So if you're seeing something not going right, or set-asides not occurring when they're supposed to be occurring, you want to figure out who the PCR is that covers that buying activity and inform them. Now here's the challenge. When I got to the agency and was responsible for the program, we had 200 PCRs covering the entire country, right? So every buying activity, thousands of buying activities. I thought that was bad and kept asking for more in the budget process. When I left, we were down to 119. My understanding is that we're down to like 45. So if you can imagine, there's 45 individuals covering thousands and thousands of buying activities to make sure everybody's following the rules. So what happens? Any requirement that doesn't get set aside is supposed to have the signature of a PCR. It's Form 2579, if I remember correctly. So basically, hey, this didn't get set aside, Mr. or Mrs. PCR, please sign this. What happens is a lot of times it's just rubber stamp. So if you're seeing something, I mean, we as people in the field, on the ground, can oftentimes be the eyes and ears of the agents, the SBA or the oversight or the small business specialist. So bring it to the attention of the PCR, the OSDBU director, the small business specialist, right? But so back to the set-aside eligibility. Number one is, am I small, right? And am I small? For the 8A program, you have to be small for your primary NAICS code. One step back, and I apologize, like I said, I'm going to jump all over this. One step back, women-owned small business program. There are only certain NAICS codes where set-asides can occur, right? So the federal government and the SBA has done an analysis of where women-owned small businesses are underrepresented and where economically disadvantaged women-owned small businesses are underrepresented, and that's where set-asides can occur in those NAICS codes. Any questions? Okay.
I think we
there's
have
one.
a couple questions, actually, and then I think in about a couple minutes, we were going to take a break. It's almost halfway through.
Okay.
How do we find out what NAICS codes are set aside for those businesses?
There's a list. That's a good question. There is a list on the SBA WOSB website. It was updated in 2021, but if you go to SBA and in their search do WOSB NAICS, there should be a list. If that's not coming up, please let us know, and I'll get you that list.
Okay, for technical businesses, I'm a cybersecurity fiber optic specialist.
Yep.
That's what my company primarily does. How do you, if there are only 45, you said PCRs?
Yes.
How do you find out what is the deal with those areas when it's technically specific type of NAICS code?
Yeah, so PCRs their coverage is by agency and buying activity as opposed to specialty, right? If you go to the SBA website and do PCR directory, it'll give you each buying activity and which PCR covers that buying activity. Good question. And then the one thing that I'll say is PCRs, as we just explained, right, 45 for the whole country. If you're not getting a response, and this isn't in a negative way, right, because they're swamped, it also lists their area director. So the SBA's PCRs are broken up by, I think if I remember correctly, 6 regions. Each region has an area director. So if you're not getting a response from the PCR and they're not engaging because they're too busy, the area director is also listed, so you can start to try and ping them and engage with the area director. Any other questions? Okay, real quick, on this slide, what's important is that it used to be a 3-year look-back period, and often for revenues, and oftentimes you'd win a large contract and you'd have one spike, and that would kick you out of the small business program. Congress recognized that. They worked with the agency. They worked with some advocates in the small business programs, and it's now a 5-year look back, right, to sort of smooth that growth curve. So the 5-year look back is what establishes the size standard. Now, there is some statutory language that has been pushed but hasn't become law or regulation, which says, hey, why don't we take the 3 worst years out of the 5, which would even help further, right? So this is always a question of what makes sense with respect to NAICS size standards. And by the way, the latest, it gets reviewed every 5 years and updated every 5 years. The latest white paper on how and this was one of the programs I was responsible for, but we had econometric, I can't even say the word, econometric specialists that did all sorts of analysis. And they would, come to me and be like, here's the Gini coefficient and something else. And it's like, I don't understand any of that. How do we determine what's small? So the easy answer was, if you draw the line and there is an other than small in the considered small, if there's a dominant firm considered small, then we've drawn the line at the wrong place, right? So that's my basic understanding, but there's a whole methodology. The paper was published, it went through a public rulemaking process. Comments were due, I believe, on the 14th, although it might be Friday the 16th. So they're revising the methodology a little, it's not significant. And then once they revise the methodology, they'll go back and redo all the size standards. And the challenge is, look, you have firms that are right on the cusp of graduating from their size standard. So they're like, yes, let's increase it because, if I fall out of here, I have to compete with $500 million companies and Lockheed and Northrop and, AECOM and GDIT. So that's one perspective, and that's why, Congress was like, okay, you know what, let's smooth this out. Let's make this a 5-year look back to bring down the average. On the other hand, though, you have new entrants, right? The $1 million company, $2 million, $3, $4 million company that's saying, whoa, wait a second. I'm competing with $17 million companies, and now you want me to compete with $25 or $30 million companies? That's not fair. Let's keep it where it is. So there's always that pull and tension, and really the SBA's job is try to navigate that and get it right with respect to where to draw that line. So the 5-year look back is what exists now, and then in 2022, employee-based also used to be a 12-month average. That got changed to a 24-month average. Any other questions? Yvette, are we going to go on break time? Okay, so
Yep.
Let's give ours, how long?
We're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and I really do mean a 10-minute break, not a 20. But I do have a bowl up here up front for some airline tickets. And so if you want to be, you have to be present to win. And I think we'll do one right before John gets started again. Just pass this around and throw in your business card. If you don't have your business card, at least rip off a piece of paper with your name on it that I can read your name. And we'll do that drawing when we get back, and then we'll do another one at the end of the day. So we're going to take a quick break. Tribal leaders, members of Congress, top CEOs, business owners, and artisans from all over the country have gathered here to share ideas, network, and help push Indian country into the future.
The most prestigious networking event where natives gather.
Go to the matchmaking sessions, exchange business cards, make contacts.
I'm here excited about Res. I'm excited about the new 40 Under 40.
It is just amazing. The tribal leaders, the business leaders, the entrepreneurs, the artists, everybody, we are all gathered here to celebrate the possibility of opportunity.
You've got to have that absolute confidence in yourself to say, got to make it happen. Sharpen those tools.
If I've learned anything, it's the power of building your network. These relationships can create opportunities that you could have never imagined.
Our people have been disadvantaged over the years, but if you look at the opportunities that present themselves today, they are tremendous for the Native community.
Coming from a Mexican-American immigrant background, having access to these kinds of things can be difficult, and so we tell our community and we tell others that this is important and they should pay attention.
With all of the activity that the National Center works to progress, having that kind of resource brings some opportunity.
Something that we've done over the last year and a half was we started a national beer collaboration, and the whole intent around that was to create awareness around the history of Native people, but to also acknowledge the contributions that we're currently making today and taking proceeds from those sales and investing them in Native nonprofits.
As Native people, we're very vision-oriented naturally, and I think that's an extreme strength for us. And I would just encourage, more folks to look in that direction.
OnTech Incorporated, though we have done extremely well, many of our family members, our ancestors, the Native people have been entrepreneurs long before I have. They're the forefront of being a business owner and negotiating and contracting and building a business. I follow in their footprints.
Take those risks. Any fear that you may have, some doubts, that is just in that moment. Just meeting other individuals, definitely learn that integrity is a lot more important in your business than anything.
The NCAIED, their team, and the Native Age program does a great job in guiding anybody that would be interested in whether you're starting a company, whether you're up and running, or whether you're just trying to survive out there. In helping not just tribal-owned businesses, but Native American Indians that are entrepreneurs.
If you do what you love, you can't go wrong, because once you start and you're very passionate about what you do, you put a lot of work, a lot of thought into it, then things start falling into place.
The ability to utilize your time and take a risk and ask someone. And I think there's really a great opportunity for us Native people to pioneer and go into new spaces.
There's always important ways of learning things better and learning. I didn't walk in knowing federal government contracting. You've mastered something, and if you haven't quite mastered it yet, then go off and learn it well from someone who has mastered it.
That's what develops leadership. That's what develops character. I think it's extremely important if you have a small business to pursue those opportunities. Take advantage of those advantages.
I'm a recipient of my ancestors thinking about the next generations. The lineage that comes after you. Protect that they have more than what you had.
It's a Native entrepreneur-owned business or a tribally owned business. It's really impactful. Those dollars circulate back within the community, and I think that's the real value in supporting Native businesses.
As Natives, acknowledging our relationship and how we can relate to each other in our day-to-day challenges, but also sharing those opportunities help sustain the culture, the traditions, the language, no matter what we do.
All these leaders have different experiences, but they all share the same values when it comes to community. I'm here today to learn about the different industries and being successful at it.
I came today to the National Center's seminar here in San Diego because I saw some of the speakers and I was interested in what they had to offer. It's been very informative as I continue, the creation of my brand.
Organizations like this is specified for tribal citizens or people of color, and because of that, you can really get to know the leadership, you can get to know other people really well, and they have that time for you.
This being a forum to converse with individuals that are decision makers or connected to decision makers in Indian country.
What have you got to lose? All you have is knowledge to gain. I think if you just participate in conversations, shake hands, learn other people's journey, the next day you would have only gained something.
I'm the president of Sovereign AI, the Native woman-owned mother-daughter business, a tool that we're developing for tribal nations and tribal organizations to better understand resources such as ChatGPT to more efficiently put out briefs, memos.
Founder and CEO of Rhymes with Reason. It's a gamified platform ultimately meant to make learning engaging and make literacy and test preparation, skill building accessible for this generation of kids.
I own Red Leaf America, a personal care brand. I want to create a conditioner that I can put in my hair, put on my body, I can shave with it, rinse off, and I'm conditioned from head to toe. My clan is the Water Buster clan. We have to protect water. My brand will make you get in and out of the shower faster, conserving water, and water is life.
Storytelling is a part of tradition, and I noticed that sharing their story and their business growth was actually very helpful, especially in a tribal sense, because you could understand that, hey, these are people just like you to run your business community-centered and community-focused.
I had some preliminary conversations about bringing our program to Africa. I'm very interested in working with the Export Center on it.
Resources, education, information was key to my success, and that's why it's important for me to show up. Invest in your emotional intelligence for the gain of whatever it is that you're looking for.
I just want to encourage the young people to start their own businesses and to engage in these kinds of events. Just taking that extra step and actually doing it, I highly recommend it.
Tribal leaders, members of Congress, top CEOs, business owners, and artisans from all over the country have gathered here to share ideas, network, and help push Indian country into the future.
The most prestigious networking event where natives gather.
Go to the matchmaking sessions, exchange business cards, make contacts.
I'm here excited about Res. I'm excited about the new 40 under 40.
It is just amazing. The tribal leaders, the business leaders, the entrepreneurs, the artists, everybody, we all gathered here to celebrate the possibility of opportunity.
You've got to have that absolute confidence in yourself to say, got to make it happen. Sharpen those tools.
If I've learned anything, it's the power of building your network. These relationships can create opportunities that you could have never imagined.
Our people have been disadvantaged over the years, but if you look at the opportunities that present themselves today, they are tremendous for the Native community.
Coming from a Mexican-American immigrant background, Having access to these kinds of things can be difficult, and so we tell our community and we tell others that this is important and they should pay attention.
With all of the activities that the National Center works to progress, having that kind of resource brings some opportunity.
Something that we've done over the last year and a half was we started a national beer collaboration, and the whole intent around that was to create awareness around the history of Native people, but to also acknowledge the contributions that we're currently making today and taking proceeds from those sales and investing them in Native nonprofits.
As Native people, we're very vision-oriented naturally, and I think that's an extreme strength for us. And I would just encourage, more folks to look in that direction.
OnTech Incorporated, though we have done extremely well, many of our family members, our ancestors, the Native people have been entrepreneurs long before I have. They're the forefront of being a business owner and negotiating and contracting and building a business. I follow in their footprints.
Take those risks. Any fear that you may have, some doubts, that is just in that moment. Just meeting other individuals, definitely learn that integrity is a lot more important in your business than anything.
The NCAIED, their team, and the Native Age program does a great job in guiding anybody that would be interested in whether you're starting a company, whether you're up and running, or whether you're just trying to survive out there. In helping not just tribal-owned businesses, but Native American Indians that are entrepreneurs.
If you do what you love, you can't go wrong, because once you start and you're very passionate about what you do, you put a lot of work, a lot of thought into it, then things start falling into place.
The ability to utilize your time and take a risk and ask someone. And I think there's really a great opportunity for us Native people to pioneer and go into new spaces.
There's always important ways of learning things better and learning. I didn't walk in knowing federal government contracting. You've mastered something, and if you haven't quite mastered it yet, then go off and learn it well from someone who has mastered it.
That's what develops leadership. That's what develops character. I think it's extremely important if you have a small business to pursue those opportunities. Take advantage of those advantages.
I'm a recipient of my ancestors thinking about the next generations. The lineage that comes after you. Protect that they have more than what you had.
It's a Native entrepreneur-owned business or a tribally owned business. It's really impactful. Those dollars circulate back within the community, and I think that's the real value in supporting Native businesses.
As Natives, acknowledging our relationship and how we can relate to each other in our day-to-day challenges, but also sharing those opportunities help sustain the culture, the traditions, the language, no matter what we do.
All these leaders have different experiences, but they all share the same values. When it comes to community, I'm here today to learn about the different industries that made successful at it.
I came today to the National Center's seminar here in San Diego as I saw some of the speakers and I was interested in what they had to offer. It's been very informative as I continue, the creation of my brand.
Organizations like this is specified for tribal citizens or people of color, and because of that, you can really get to know the leadership, you can get to know other people really well, and they have that time for you.
This being a forum to converse with individuals that are decision makers or connected to decision makers in Indian country.
What have you got to lose? All you have is knowledge to gain. I think if you just participate in conversations, shake hands, learn other people's journey, the next day you would have only gained something.
I'm the president of Sovereign AI, the Native woman-owned mother-daughter business, a tool that we're developing for tribal nations and tribal organizations to better understand resources such as ChatGPT to more efficiently put out briefs, memos.
Founder and CEO of Rhymes with Reason. It's a gamified platform ultimately meant to make learning engaging and make literacy and test preparation, skill building accessible for this generation of kids.
I own Red Leaf America, a personal care brand. I want to create a conditioner that I can put in my hair, put on my body, I can shave with it, rinse off, and I'm conditioned from head to toe. My clan is the Water Buster clan. We have to protect water. My brand will make you get in and out of the shower faster, conserving water, and water is life.
Storytelling is a part of tradition, and I noticed that sharing their story and their business growth was actually very helpful, especially in the travel sense, because you could understand that, hey, these are people just like you to run your business community-centered and community-focused.
I had some preliminary conversations about bringing our program to Africa. I'm very interested in working with the Export Center on it.
Resources, education, information was key to my success, and that's why it's important for me to show up. Invest in your emotional intelligence for the gain of whatever it is that you're looking for.
I just want to encourage the young people to start their own businesses and to engage in these kinds of events. Just taking that extra step and actually doing it, I highly recommend it.
All right, so first off, before I start, I never think this is going to go 2 hours, and it usually does. I do want to go over sort of the main requirements on all the programs, right? Which is small we talked about, but ownership and control. So I want to talk about that. And then I do want to go over mentor, protege, and joint venture, because as new entrants, the mentor protege program, Mel mentioned this too, is really important. But it's critical to pick your mentor carefully. And then as you grow and start to exit the program as individually owned firms, how do you leverage the mentor protege program to continue to participate in set-aside programs, right? We can talk about that too. Before I go on this slide though, any questions you guys thought of while you were away? Anything come to mind? Yes, sir. Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
That's okay. So the question was how to make contact with me afterwards. So 2 things. One is my contact info is on here, and these will be sent out afterwards to everybody that registered. And feel free to email, or I think my phone number's on there too, but I can give you that too. Feel free to email or text me or shoot me any questions. Happy to go over them with you as you think about this and as you sort of face, as you get deeper into it and face other questions and challenges, feel free to reach out. Okay, so we talked about the 235533, right? And we talked about the PCRs. But what is the stick that forces the agencies to go ahead and set aside all these billions of dollars, right? There's really sort of 2 underlying requirements. The first one is everything below the simplified acquisition threshold is exclusively reserved for small businesses, right? So that means, by definition, and the simplified acquisition threshold currently is at $250,000. It was increased during COVID in order for the government to do some quick acquisitions, but it's $250,000. When I was with the government, we worked to try to increase it to $500,000. For whatever reason, and to this day I can't understand, we almost had it finalized. ultimately, right before we signed off on it, the U.S. Trade Representative said that Canada objected. I'm not sure exactly how or why, because they felt challenged with participating in it. But that question is still out there, because in my view, the appropriate limit should be $1 million, right? Everything below $1 million. As it stands, it's 250,000. So I used to not be able to say this when I was with the government, but if you have connections with your with your congressional representatives, House, Senate, Small Business Committee, et cetera, I'd encourage you to sort of reach out and advocate for that. Why? Because number one, it's reserved for small business. Number two, and I love this, SAP follows SAT. So what does that mean? Simplified acquisition procedures follows the simplified acquisition threshold. So it's really ideal for getting your feet wet. When you think about the federal acquisition regulations and all the various requirements with doing work with the federal government, it can become, I think it was Mel that mentioned that earlier, right? You need an accountant, you need a lawyer. It can become cumbersome, right? All those requirements. But anything below the simplified acquisition threshold follows simplified acquisition procedures. So it's a good place to get your feet wet. And in a current environment, and I don't know if we'll get to it, but in a current environment where the number of small businesses is continually decreasing as far as participation in the federal marketplace, the government is looking for ways to increase new entrants, right? So for those guys that are looking to get into the 8A program, for those guys that are looking to transition from private sector to the federal marketplace, this is an ideal time, because the federal government and there's a chart in there that'll demonstrate this, but the number of new entrants in the federal marketplace is down like 60% since 2012. The number of small businesses getting contracts is down like 40% since like 2015. And the challenge is, multifaceted, if that's the right terminology. But one of them is, remember we talked about the government-wide acquisition vehicles, right? Best-in-class vehicles, category management. Those vehicles were set up so that the government can go to one place to buy all its widgets, right? So if you're at labor, it doesn't matter if you're at Small Business Administration or NASA. If you want widgets, why put out your own contract? You can go to the government-wide contract and buy widgets off that. Now, this took off, and I'll get to you in a second, but this took off when I was at the Small Business Administration, and the SBA objected to this. And unfortunately, it took off under the Obama administration, but the thought process behind it was that the government was buying inefficiently. And so if you had one vehicle, it would be much more efficient. Everybody would have the same terms and conditions. You'd increase volume, decrease cost, and by the way, Office of Management and Budget said, well, out of the 20 or 30 contract holders, at least 15 will be small, so we'll still meet our small business goal. But, our objection was, yeah, that's 15 small businesses. They got the lucky golden ticket. How about the thousands that were selling widgets before? So that's one of the challenges. So when you do your analysis, the question is, is the government using, or is this buying activity using this vehicle to buy these widgets? And if so, when is open season? Can I get on it? Or who has the contracts and can I partner with them? But anyways, I think just to my point with respect to under 250,000, it is definitely a point of entrance for newer companies to get their feet wet, because there's simplified acquisition procedures as well, and the acquisition process is streamlined too. So it's not a full RFP, request for proposal, the response is abbreviated, the award is abbreviated, and then the compliance is significantly less abbreviated. Yes, sir.
Okay, please go back to the 250,000.
Yes.
It is so easy for businesses to reach that level, and it takes a lot more money than that. What is it that this is election year.
Yeah.
What is it that you're recommending that we as citizens do to
Yeah.
influence the individuals running? Because $250,000 come on, that doesn't even get it started.
So look, so that's the size of the contract award, right? So it's not that once you get to that size or revenue, you can't get these set-asides. It's any contract below $250,000 is reserved for small business. Now, I agree that that's nothing. So correct. So look, I think to your point, and I can say this now, but where I would advocate is the House Small Business Committee, and see if your congressional member is on the House Small Business Committee. There's a number of committee members, and then the Senate Small Business Committee. Those are the places to advocate. And in all honesty, there's been some talk about 500,000 and $1 million, but the more they hear from the community, I think, the better. So that's one place that set-asides occur, right? The other is the rule of two. How many folks are familiar with the rule of two? Okay, this is the underpinning of the small business set-aside program, right? So the rule says that if there are 2 or more small businesses that can provide the product or service at a reasonable price, right? Not the best price. And when I first got into government, we talked to some agencies, as sort of the advocate or the enforcer of this set-aside program. We talked to some agencies, and the agency's response would be, well, they didn't give us the best price. And our response was, we didn't look at the rules really closely, because it doesn't say the best price, it says a reasonable price. So as long as there are 2 or more small businesses that can provide the product or service at a reasonable price, and this is the really important part, the requirement shall be set aside. So in statutory speak, shall means must, right? It's not a may. There's always shalls or mays. And so regulatorily, right, if there are 2 or more small businesses, the contracting officer has to set aside. And if it doesn't get set aside, remember we talked about the PCRs, if it doesn't get set aside, the contracting officer is supposed to send a form to the PCR that says, hey, I did my market research, I couldn't find 2 or more small businesses, so I'm not setting this aside. And the PCR has to sign, right? And say, okay, I agree, don't set this aside. So this is where it becomes really important, number 1, to have an updated dynamic small business search profile. And then number 2, if you're seeing requests for information, requests for quotations, sources sought from the buying activities or the agencies that you're interested in, you have to respond, right? And I know for you guys who've sort of heard this before, I know everybody says that, right? You have to respond and get your colleagues to respond. But it's really important, because unless you're responding to the contracting officer for information, for sources sought, they might not know that you're out there and available and capable of providing the product or service. So it's important that you respond and respond adequately. Now, granted, sometimes the sources sought, they make it so complex that it's almost like writing a proposal. If you're seeing those, reach out to the small business specialist, because it shouldn't be a full proposal. If you're seeing that you're responding and your colleagues are responding and it's still not getting set aside, that's when you should definitely reach out to the small business specialist or the PCR. And if they're not engaging, like we talked about earlier, the area director. So the sort of the secret weapon that the SBA has is that if the PCR doesn't agree with the acquisition strategy, right? If they refuse to sign off, they can, and I know this all sounds like antiquated, they can file a Form 70. A Form 70 is an objection that says, hey, we don't agree, this needs to get set aside, and by the way, I'm appealing this to the head of contract activity. So I'm appealing this to your boss. Once it goes to the head of contracting activity, there's a discussion between the SBA headquarters and the contracting activity. If they don't come to terms, it then goes to a secretarial appeal. This is really the sort of the superpower of the SBA. They can technically put a stop on any acquisition and appeal it to the secretary of that agency for a decision. That doesn't mean the Department of Defense the Secretary of the Department of Defense has to agree with the administrator of the Small Business Administration. It does mean that they'll have a conversation about it, and it does mean that they will express their opinion with respect to the requirement being set aside. Nobody within an administration wants to see two individuals leading two different agencies sort of arguing with each other very publicly. So oftentimes you will see this resolved. And by the way, you know, when I was there, I had the privilege of having administrators that were very aggressive and supportive with respect to filing Form 70s. Sometimes, you know, when you talk to a PCR, they're like, whoa, 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 we don't want to do that. That's going to go to headquarters, and then, you know, we don't want to start a fight, then we have to support our position, and it's going to be very public. But when you have an administrator that's encouraging that, it's really positive. So there's, I guess, two things. One is the number of PCRs, but then is, do we have the support from senior leadership at headquarters to really use our stick when it counts? But if you're seeing requirements that should be set aside that aren't, I would encourage you to figure out, go to the directory, figure out who the PCR is that covers your buying activity. If they're not engaging, engage with a small business specialist. If they're not engaging, area director. Any questions so far? No? Okay. All right, so real quick, I know I said I'd talk about size, ownership, and control. And those are the basic requirements of all the set-aside programs. But real quick, I want to talk about affiliation. How many folks know the issue of affiliation and its context with respect to federal contracting? Okay, some. Okay, so what firms generally do in the private sector can sometimes be construed as creating affiliation between two companies. And what do I mean by that? So if you, as a small business, oftentimes do joint ventures with a partner, and all you guys do is joint venture and pursue work together, at some point the SBA may say, you know, your revenues generally come from this partnership, so for size purposes, we're going to combine your revenues to determine if you're small. Other items that can potentially lead to affiliation, common ownership. So if you own, you know, a part of your sibling's company, and vice versa, if you have common management or common employees, if you have common facilities, those tend to potentially lead to a finding of affiliation. One of the things that, you know, I always got a kick out of, when I was at the SBA, my staff used to tell me not to tell this story, but when I worked with my dad and we had a economic development financial sector consulting business, and we did work with the federal government, a lot of times we would partner up with a large subcontractor like Arthur Anderson at the time, which is not around, or Deloitte, or one of those, or AECOM, and they would actually be our sub, and we would be the prime. And we do the percentage of work, right? Because as a small business set aside, you got to do the 50%. But I would always say, well, you know what? They can, we got Deloitte. They can, you know, find all the consultants, write the proposal, figure out project management, figure out implementation. But in government speak, that's called ostensible subcontracting. That means you're unduly reliant on your subcontractor, so the SBA is potentially going to find you affiliated with your subcontractor. And in that case, they would combine the revenues of both entities, meaning they would have combined our revenues with Deloitte's revenues, and guess what? We're no longer small. So where would that come out? That would potentially come out on a protest. So we win, you know, someone that loses says, wait a second, these guys are ostensibly subcontractor to Deloitte, I'm going to file a protest. SBA size specialist would ask for a whole bunch of documentation. They'd look at it and say, yeah, you know, we agree. You're not small. So those are the types of things because, you know, planning these acquisitions, you know, as opposed to the private sector, you know, the mapping out of the opportunities, the tracking of the expiring contracts, the marketing, the engagement, the building relationships, these all take, you know, pipeline can be 12, 18, 24 months. You don't want to get to award and get protested and be found affiliated. Now, affiliation in itself is not a bad thing, so maybe you are affiliated, and if they combine your revenues, you're still small, that's okay. But you just want to be aware of what kind of relationships can potentially lead to affiliation, right? And like I said, it would potentially come out on protest. But the other thing is that it can come out, and this is another story that's very unfortunate, but I'll explain this one. We had, when I was at the agency, we were promoting, just like we always do, and they are now, participation in the 8A program. There was a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business company, and at that time it was self-representation. They represented as small and service-disabled. We encouraged them to come to the SBA and get 8A certified. They came in, they went to the 8A program, they looked at their records, they looked at the questions they answered, and it appeared that more than 75% of their revenues were coming from one source, one large prime contractor. That is potentially a finding of affiliation because you're unduly reliant on that large prime contractor. And in SBA's perception, you're going to do what they want you to do because 75% of your revenues come from them. So the 8A program said, wait a second, we're not going to let you in, but guess what? We're going to send you for a size recertification. Size said, oh, you're affiliated, you're not small, so not only are you not in the 8A program, we're going to uncheck small and we're going to uncheck service disabled. So thank you very much. So just be aware, I'm not trying to scare you, but just be aware of the relationships that exist that could potentially hang you up with respect to affiliation. Unfortunately, what SBA says with respect to affiliation is that they look at the totality of the circumstances. So there is no bright red line that says, you know, one joint venture and common management equals equals affiliation, or common facilities and common ownership equals affiliation. What they do is they look at the totality of the circumstances, and there can be overt relationships and negative control. Negative control means, let's say you have a partner, you're 8A, you're the economically disadvantaged, socially disadvantaged individual, and you own 51%. Your minority owner owns 49%. However, they put $2.5 million in, you put nothing. SBA is going to look at that and say, wait a second, is that an arm's length transaction? Did they buy equity for that? Where's your equity? Is there a loan? Is it an arm's length market rate loan? How did you characterize that? Because how that's characterized potentially can lead to negative control. Why? Because SBA is going to say, you're not going to do anything unless the individual that put $2.5 million okays it. I don't care what your operating agreement says. I don't care what you tell me. There's negative control. So you want to be aware of those types of situations. And by the way, the rule on income from one source, that's been softened a bit in the sense that if you're a newly organized entity, SBA understands that you may have limited number of customers. And so that rule has been softened a little bit. And we've had clients that have been rejected. We've gone back, we've demonstrated that, look, we've been bidding on a whole bunch of work. We have a pipeline, we have a backlog. It's coming, but it takes time for small businesses to get traction and to grow. As I'm thinking about it, the SBA 8A program requires by reg that you're in business for 2 years prior to certification, right? There is a waiver for that. One, tribes, ANCs, NHOs don't have to be in business for 2 years. Two, you can have started your business today and request a waiver from the SBA. You have to write a paper to demonstrate to the SBA that you have the potential for success even though you haven't been in business for 2 years. Generally, that's someone that recently retired from the federal government, potentially has a book of business that they bring to the table, or someone that recently left KPMG or Deloitte, has the relationships, has the staff, and can demonstrate that they can get up and running relatively quickly. But that's at the discretion of the SBA. The rule technically says that you have to be in business for 2 years. For tribally owned, Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian, you can create entities from scratch, right? So you can establish an LLC, you do have to tell the SBA as a tribe that, or as an Alaska Native Corporation Village or a Native Hawaiian organization, that you will provide support and capability and capacity for the entity to be successful. And you have to demonstrate that you have the ability to do that, but you don't have to have been in business for 2 years. Any questions about that or affiliation? Yes, ma'am. Okay.
As a tribal entity. This was when I was very young in this business. And we got a contract with one of our new businesses. We got a contract with Siemens Corporation for $4 million. Therefore, 75% of our income was coming from Siemens, so they affiliated us, and we didn't get approved by SBA for 8A in that company.
Yeah.
So they will do it.
Yeah, that's a great case example, correct. And, you know, again, they've sort of softened that, but that is an ideal example. And when we talk about affiliation, one thing I should point out is that tribal entities will never be found to be affiliated with each other because they're exempt from affiliation, right? Because as you guys know, tribes not only have access to unlimited sole source, but they can establish, you know, 8A, as Mel was talking about earlier, they can establish 8A number 1, 8A number 2, 8A number 3. They can have shared services centralized like HRIT, you know, finance, accounting, to create efficiencies. And by definition, SBA will not affiliate those sister companies for size purposes, right? So they can participate in the 8A program. Now, they can outgrow their NAICS code, and they may graduate. And we've had clients that, you know, as Mel was pointing out, one of their companies has $100 million in backlog. So you can definitely outgrow your NAICS code, but you can establish a second or a third or a fourth. There are issues to consider as a tribe, right? NAICS code issues. So if you're tribally owned entities, you can't have the same NAICS code in two companies without a 2-year break, right? So if you were in 54159, I forget, IT services, once you graduate that entity, you can't have the same NAICS code for another 2 years. But there's a whole strategy on, you know, can we pick a close NAICS code? How do we transition contracts? The idea is, and the way that the SBA thinks about this, is they don't want a particular contract or even a particular like sector of an industry totally dominated by one large, you know, sort of dominant tribal entity. So that's why the NAICS code restrictions. Any questions? Yes, up here. Oh, I think it's...
So we can, what, 2? Okay, 2 questions.
You will give us support in terms of making that transition, is that correct?
I'm sorry,
You said there is a way, there are workarounds for that? My question is, will you give us the support as we make this transition?
From your NAICS codes? Right. Yeah, so look, so as far as either individually owned companies or tribally owned companies. Tribes is easier because you can have multiple 8As, you can pick a NAICS code that's relatively close, and you can transition contracts to those new entities. For individually owned companies, as you grow and size out, there's a couple of things. There's a couple of strategies that you should be aware of. One is as an 8A, right? You can't go into your BOS or to your district office and say, oh look, I outsized my NAICS code, I want to pick this NAICS code, which is shipbuilding. And they're going to be like, that's not what you do, right? So that doesn't work. However, there is a strategy to say in your business plan, because once you're in the 8A program, you have an annual review and an annual report due every year. You have a business plan you have to submit to your BOS and to your district office every year. So the strategy is, look, I know I'm hitting the ceiling on my NAICS code. I'm going to develop a strategy to expand business in this other sector, in this other NAICS code. You start planting that in your business plan, like a couple of years earlier, and you start pursuing some contracts so you can demonstrate some work in that other NAICS code that's larger. And as you begin to get work under there, you can request the SBA to reassign your NAICS code, right? But you can't just walk in and say, sorry, I outsized, I want a new NAICS code. You have to plan that out. Is there a question? Yeah.
Yes. Mentor protege agreements are also exempt from affiliation, aren't they?
Correct, correct. Yes. So I was going to talk about the MPAs as well. So yes, if you're going to partner up, so we talked about joint ventures, right? You're going to do a whole bunch of joint ventures. Let's say you do joint ventures with, definitely if you did a joint venture with a large company, those are affiliated because the large company is large other than small. But if you had a mentor protege program approved, any work that you do with your mentor is exempt from affiliation. So the mentor can provide assistance. The mentor can provide even an equity injection up to 40%. The mentor can provide support, BD, all sorts of support, and you can even create a joint venture under that and pursue set-aside opportunities, and all of that is exempted from affiliation because you have an approved mentor-protege agreement. And I'll talk a little bit more about the MPA and sort of the benefits and challenges around that too. But real quick, real quick, this is important because it's the basis of ownership and control, and it's important because on the private sector, sometimes we don't recognize what the SBA looks at, right? SBA is going to look at ownership. So if you're 8A, disadvantaged individual, socially and economically disadvantaged, has to own at least 51% ownership. So that's easy. STVO, same, 51. Women-owned, same, 51. Control. This is where we talked about negative control earlier, right? Your minority partner. What if there is in your operating agreement a unanimous consent provision that says, you can't do X, Y, and Z unless everybody votes yes? Well, SBA is going to look at that and say, you don't really have control of your company. The disadvantaged individual whom the designation is based on does not control this entity. So that's where you'll get hung up. So you want to make sure that when you apply to the 8A program, and this is also true of tribally owned entities, right? Because however the tribe is organized, it has to start with a council, right, as a representation or a representative of the tribe. You could have a holding company, but is the holding company controlled by the tribe? In other words, is the board of that holding company majority tribal members? You can have minority owners. Then you have the 8A applicant. I'm sorry, actually, at the holding company it has to be 100% tribally, but your 8A applicant can be minority owned by an investor. But does the tribe own and control? So is the board made up of majority tribal members? You can assign a day-to-day manager that's not a tribal member. If you do, you have to have a management business development plan saying, hey, this individual is not a tribal member, but over the next 9 years, we're going to develop capacity so that we can transition tribal members into management. So you can initially have non-tribal members, and that individual can manage up to 2 8A entities. for tribal entities. When you're an individually owned 8A, you have to demonstrate that you are working 100% of your work hours dedicated to your 8A. So it can't be a side project when you apply to the 8A program, right? And then you have to own and you have to control. And control are overt things like we talked about, like in your operating agreement, or negative control issues that they might look at, because they will ask, you know, do you have any loans outstanding? Does your minority partner give any loans? What's your balance sheet look like, and where does the cash come from? So they'll look at those things to determine if you have ownership and control. And that's similar with women-owned, service-disabled, and 8A. On the Hub Zone program, it's not about individuals, like we talked about. It has to be majority owned by an individual owner or a holding company like a tribe in the United States. That's why I'm curious about that. And then it's based, like we said, not on the individual, but where your principal office is, and do I have employees that work in a Hub Zone. Any questions on ownership and control? Because that'll sort of catch folks off guard when you fill out the application and you submit all your documentation. Okay, now the mentor protege program is really important. So we're gonna, let me just, because I didn't show this to you guys. I just want to be aware of the thresholds. No. Did I miss it? I missed it. Okay. There are thresholds. So I was looking at this to remind myself. So AGI, 400,000 or less. Average gross income, 400,000 or less, right? And these will be available for you guys. They'll send them out. Net worth, 850,000. That means net worth, you can take out your principal residence, your retirement account, and the value of your business, 850,000. You throw all that back in, 6.5 million. Recent rules say certain IRAs can still be excluded, right? So 400,000 AGI, 800, and these are on the SBA website as well, but you'll get the slides. 850,000 net and 6.5 million total are the thresholds. And the WOS, economically disadvantaged WOSB program is the same. Yes? 3, correct.
What was the question?
The AGI 400,000 is average over the last 3 years. Correct. Thank you. Okay, we talked about the 8A sole source, the unique ability of that. We talked about the requirements around the SDVOSB, WOSB again, ownership.
Do you want me to pull up the social disadvantage slides or no?
No, let me go over the mentor protege and then I'll ask real quick. I know we're running out of time. Okay, so mentor protege is really important, especially in an environment where we just talked about, right? Requirements are getting larger and more complex, right? So you have these government-wide acquisition vehicles, you have these best-in-class vehicles, you have acquisitions that are larger and larger and more complex. So it's becoming more and more difficult for individual small businesses to go out and capture some of these contracts, right? So the SBA had launched years ago the Mentor Protege program, and the Mentor Protege program at the SBA is different than the one that Mel mentioned previously with the Department of Defense, where your mentor actually gets paid to mentor you. With the SBA program, the mentor doesn't get paid, but there is a benefit. So why is this important as a nascent company? Because there are certain things missing when you want to work in the federal government, right? You can think about this as these areas, right? These are some of the areas that SBA looks at. Management and technical assistance, financial capacity, contracting. What are the areas that you identify as a gap? So when we talk to clients and they're considered proteges, is there a question? Oh, yes, sir.
It's related, but how do you get involved with the Mentor Protege program?
Okay, So that's a great question because a lot of folks ask that, and there isn't like a matchmaking. SBA doesn't do matchmaking mentor-protege, right? It develops by, I hate to say this again, but like being at Res, right? Matchmaking, being at National 8A Conference, being at industry days, meeting the large primes, being at events like this, and networking, right? So mentorship, this is what I was getting to, as a protege, as a new entrant, you only get 2 mentors in your entire lifetime as a business, right? So this came out of the 8A program. It used to be only in the 8A program where you could, as a new 8A, partner up with a mentor. The mentor could be large, it could be larger, it could be Boeing, it could be AECOM. Together, you could create a joint venture. That joint venture inherits the past performance and experience of both members, but it inherits the status and size of the protege, right? So, you were an 8A, you were the managing member of the joint venture, your mentor was Lockheed, right? Now you have a joint venture that's 8A certified, but has all your past performance and all the past performance of Lockheed. So now you're really competitive, and guess what? The government's probably going to feel pretty comfortable giving you a sole source up to the $4 million threshold, right? Now here's the thing. Lockheed, so you only get 2 in your entire life. And by the way, it got expanded out of the 8A program to all small. So Hub Zone Service Disabled, just regular small. Any of those categories can participate in the Mentor Protege program. But Lockheed, with all its subsidiaries and its vast organization, can only have 3 proteges at any given point, right? So it's not 3 a lifetime. They can roll in and out, but they can have only 3 at any given point. So they're very selective, right, on who they pick. And you know, when we have a client that comes to us and says, I need to find, you know, a Boeing to be my mentor, you know, maybe, but oftentimes that's not even the best solution, because the best solution is someone like you, but well ahead of you, right? Maybe a graduating 8A that's in your industry that's done incredibly well. They know, because Lockheed is going to assign you, they call them SBLO, Small Business Liaison Officer. That individual, although good, hasn't grown a business, hasn't dealt with payroll, hasn't dealt with hiring and firing and building a small business. So sort of a graduating 8A or a graduating WOSB, and you don't really graduate unless you size out, is probably the better mentor, at least for one of them, since you get 2. Maybe the other one is an AECOM, right, if you can manage it. But it's like a marriage, because you only get 2 in your entire lifetime. It used to be there was no fallbacks, right? Now SBA says if within 18 months you haven't created a joint venture and you haven't quote unquote consummated the marriage, you can have it rescinded or annulled. You can go back and get that one back if you do it within 18 months. But for all intents and purposes, you get 2 in your entire life. So you have to do the gap analysis, right? Do I need financial assistance? Am I in construction and don't have bonding capacity? Do I not have the right networks and government contracting networks? Are my internal procedures and processes not up to par? Like accounting, project implementation, those types of things. Do that analysis to determine what your mentor needs to provide to make you successful. It's a 3 + 3 year program, right? So the MPA lasts for 3. It usually gets automatically renewed for 3 unless there's problems. And you have to report every year to the SBA on success. Now, when you apply, there's a template on the SBA website. Try to stick with the template. If you have a large mentor and they got a bunch of lawyers, they're going to want to switch a couple of the things around, like put in an indemnification clause, and that usually slows the process down. If you can stick with the template, that's the best approach, right? There's 2 areas to really be concerned about. One is the chart, which says what kind of assistance is going to flow from mentor to protege. and one is the preamble, which says, why is this mentor qualified to assist this protege? And in the preamble, it used to be, do they have the same NAICS codes? They've loosened that a bit, so as long as you can make a good argument that your protege, your mentor is similar industry, maybe not exactly the same NAICS code, that's their secondary NAICS code, as long as you can demonstrate that they can be a good mentor. And then on the chart, you can't just go in and say, hey, all we want to do is joint ventures and go after set-aside contracts, because SBA will deny that application. There's got to be benefits flowing from mentor to protege, and these are the areas that you want to focus on. It doesn't mean you have to put every one of these areas in there, right? But it means think about it and see how you outline the benefits flowing from mentor to protege. When we advise a protege, we always say, hey, make it very specific. Who's going to provide what, when, how, in what time frame, how are you going to measure it? Make it very specific. And SBA likes saying that because in their mind, they're looking out for the protege. If we're advising a mentor, we say, hey, you have to report on this every year, and you have to show success, and if you don't show success by year 3, you might not get the 3-year extension, although that rarely happens. So we say, make it a little bit fuzzy so you can show success. So in all reality, I think the true landing spot is somewhere in between. Make it specific enough so you're getting what you need. And by the way, to the point you made earlier, put the things that you want exempted from affiliation in your mentor-protege agreement. Definitely put that as part of contracting, you're going to create a joint venture to go after set-aside contracts. That's one. If they're going to invest 40% equity, put it in there. Now, you can always go back and do an amendment if you change the assistance that's going to be flowing, but you want to try and capture as much of what is actually going to occur to make sure it's exempted from affiliation. And then once you have your MPA, you can create a joint venture, as we talked about earlier. The managing member, in this case the 8A or the women-owned small business or the hub zone, again, has to own and control. So 51% ownership's easy. Control. You can't have provisions in there that says mentor has to approve X, Y, and Z. Unless they approve it, we can't move forward. Now, SBA has loosened that a little bit. In other words, if you're going after a $100 million contract, maybe you need the approval of the mentor. But it can't be day-to-day operations. You can't have unanimous consent provisions on day-to-day operations. So when you have that joint venture agreement, again, think about when you apply to the 8A program or to the women-owned small business program, you have to demonstrate that the protege owns and controls daily operations, and there's very limited, if any, unanimous consent provisions. Now, how does this all come to fruition? Once you have that JV, it becomes its own entity. It is an LLC. It has a SAM profile. The SAM profile inherits the status and size of the protege. So it becomes an 8A. If it's with the tribe, it becomes a tribal 8A. So now imagine a tribal 8A that has Lockheed as its mentor and JV partner. All of a sudden, they can go out and get unlimited sole source because it inherits the past performance and qualifications of both members. So you have an incredible joint venture tool to go after larger and more complex contracting requirements. The joint venture is good for 2 years. There used to be a convoluted 3-2 rule. It always confused me. Joint venture is good for 2 years. You can, and the clock starts when you get your first contract, first federal prime contract. Once your 2 years is up, that doesn't mean you can't accept contracts that are pending. If you had 10 contracts pending, you can take those contracts in. But you can always create joint venture number 2 and joint venture number 3. As long as you have your MPA sort of protecting you as the umbrella, you're not going to be found affiliated. Now, if you did a small to small joint venture, right, so this was an example of doing a mentor protege with Lockheed or someone large and creating the joint ventures, right? That's all exempted. You can do this joint venture. You'll never be found affiliated, so you'll be small. you can do a small to small joint venture without an MPA, right? So let's say you had an 8A company and you had a hub zone company, but there were contracts that you wanted to pursue that were 8A set aside or 8A sole source. So the 8A company will own the 51% of the joint venture. The hub zone can own 49%. You can even flip and do vice versa and go after hub zone contracts. Here's the risk. If a ton of your revenues is coming from this scheme, and I don't want to call it well, it is a scheme, then at some point you may be found affiliated between each other. I think there was a question, I apologize. I just wanted to get through that real quick. Was there a question with that?
Would you briefly highlight the benchmarks for the creation of the template?
Yeah, so the template basically requires a couple of things. One is the preamble, as we were talking about, right? Who is the protege and why is this relationship going to be beneficial to them? So that's sort of the preamble. And then it goes on and leads into why and how can the mentor really support the needs of this protege. And then you really, 5 minutes, and then you get to the chart, which really is, to me, the critical component of it, right? That's really, what are the benefits that are going to flow from mentor to protege, and how are you going to document that and track that over a period of time? And then ultimately, you make some attestations with respect to, do you have any existing mentor-protege relationships? Is there any relationship between mentor and protege prior to this agreement? Because those are not exempted from affiliation. But that's really the basic structure of the MPA. Once you have the MPA approved, you want to create the joint venture agreement. It used to be that joint venture agreements in the 8A program all had to be approved by your business opportunity specialist at the district office. That's changed. Then they said, okay, you know what? Only when there's a sole source opportunity, we want to see the joint venture agreement and all the documentation in order to approve it. Now they say, even when there's a sole source opportunity, here's a checklist. Fill out this checklist, send us the relevant documents, which actually doesn't even include the JVOA, and then we'll go ahead and approve it. So it's become very streamlined. The challenge is, even though it's streamlined, and you may not get front-end review and approval from the SBA, it's subject to protest. So if you get an award and you get protested, and look, we had a client, real quick, we had a client, JV, with a large multi-billion-dollar mentor. They won an opportunity, right? Delivering fuel to the Department of Defense, huge. The joint venture was originally written for 8A contracts. This happened to be a hub zone contract. One of the requirements, when you look at the joint venture regs, one of the requirements is that both members to the joint venture say that no matter what happens, even if this joint venture gets dissolved, each member of the joint venture agrees to successfully complete the contract, okay? Instead of saying the contract, the agreement, because it was geared towards 8A contracts, said, no matter what happens, even if we get dissolved, the two members, parties to the agreement, agree to complete the 8A contract. It was a hub zone award. It got protested. It went to the SBA. They said, well, you said you'd complete the 8A contract, not the hub zone contract, so we're not going to allow this award. So after 2 years, right, after getting the pipeline, bidding, winning the opportunity, that small, inconsistency with the regs eliminated them from being awarded that contract because of a protest. So you're subject to protest. And by the way, the contracting officer can even protest you. So in this case, the contracting officer awarded it and then thought there might be something wrong and protested it to get SBA's approval. So just be aware of those things. I think I'm done. Let's see if there's any questions. You guys, these slides are available. My contact info is on there. Feel free to email me with any questions. I'm happy to answer questions. I know there was a lot, but I'm happy to answer questions as they arise. Any last minute questions?
Thank you. Let's give John a round of applause. And what we do is we take a really fast break to get your food, get settled. But before that, we're going to have Mabel come up. She's part of our team. She'll be speaking later. She's going to do a quick prayer in her language and then bless the food. And then we'll form a line, grab your food, come back in, sit down, and then we'll start the lunch panel session. Our online audience, take a quick 15 or so minute break, and then they'll come back on. Riley has a graphic that he shows.
My first impression of Res was amazing. I got to meet a lot of amazing people. I went to some events. I learned so much. When I sit and listen, I really do try to digest and take it in so that I can properly educate other people. We can come together and talk about important things within our communities, but we can also share Indigenous joy. I usually just stick around. I check out all the vendors and Native Bling. It's so cool to see all the artists here too. I love it.
We just want to welcome you and thank you so much for being here in this amazing space.
Thank you for joining us. Great information to improve Indian country.
Today we're in New York City at the beautiful Hard Rock Hotel owned by the Seminole tribe. There's some lucky attendees that are here today. They're getting the first-hand experience of what a Native Edge Institute is.
It's important to attend events like the Native Edge Institutes because of the resources that are here. Networking is always a big part of any event that we do at the National Center.
We like to pride ourselves in being the #1 connector in Indian country and for Indian country. So we're able to connect these different tribal nations to each other because wherever we're in contact with everyone, we see what someone on the West Coast is doing versus someone on the East Coast isn't aware. So person A has something that person B needs, and we're able to connect those people.
And our goal is to expand globally. I'd really like to see our tribal enterprises and our Indian-owned businesses selling to the world and doing trade with the world.
I've been with the National Center since 1980. We're one of the first Native American government marketing assistance programs to introduce the 8A program to the Native American community. We've pretty much been there since the beginning.
And my tribe's super active with the National Center, calling, asking for consultation. They're looking into working with our export team on exporting rice and doing their agriculture.
For me, the 39 tribes in Oklahoma, we all have tourism groups. It would even be more beneficial to us if we had a museum, and the National Center, especially with the exports, could definitely get us there. They're going to Africa soon. They're doing great things.
We're going to South Africa and we're going to Ghana, and we're going to be meeting with businesses who are looking into importing and exporting. This being the first mission is pretty exciting. We're going to see what opportunities there are and we can bring them back to our clients.
You know, economic development, we think about it as a circular economy. How can we share more of the resources that we have and expand on that and build it?
Our goal is to create more opportunities for investment into tribal communities and Native-led nonprofits. And we do that by advocating and working with tribal leaders and Native-led nonprofits.
Whenever you support a Native business or a tribally owned enterprise, that money doesn't go into the pocket of one person, of like a millionaire or billionaire. it goes into the pockets of the community. These tribes are assisting the local communities, the surrounding towns, the state that they reside in. Even though it's a sovereign nation within the state, they still provide financial assistance to the state by providing those jobs and supporting the local economies.
A system that has made tribes dependent. If we're allowed to be creative and to bring into our culture, elevate tribal ecological knowledge, then the outcomes will look quite different.
A lot of the communities that I went to when I was younger, you go there now and you see the growth, and that growth comes from the economic development that these tribes have done. Being able to provide resources and be an organization that can help move tribes and the businesses into their next level, that's something that I really enjoy.
We have clients that have been clients for years, and they've just pivoted and grown their businesses into other arenas. So I would love to see small business owners just reaching their goals. And if we can be a part of that, sign me up.
The number one thing that I've been blown away by is the belief that everything that we do can have a bigger impact on the community as a whole. We're doing some things here that nobody else in the country is doing.
We're always looking at those opportunities. What kind of businesses can we start, create, that we utilize our current expertise?
We are smack dab in the middle of a really diverse community. We really want to make a lot of good, positive changes for our community. We have to do something that'll change things forever.
We are the diversification effort of the Mille Lacs Band for government contracting. If gaming goes away for whatever reason, we want to be that, to be able to ensure that all the facilities that the tribe has can be maintained, and we build more. And our goal is to ensure that happens for the next 1,000 years.
We work a lot with our Anji Bamadizing program. That is our after-school youth mentorship. Tim Taggart Jr., who's actually a professional boxer, he's over that program, does a fantastic job. He teaches anything from golf, basketball, boxing, all kinds of sports. We just want to make sure that we take care of our people.
That's what kind of sets us apart, is I tried to build that relationship and rapport and actually get results versus try to view them as a number. Being able to help people with their nutrition, their health and wellness, to build something really, really simple and that works with their lifestyle is the best thing I've ever done.
Good morning, my name is Yvette Fielder. Thank you so much for being here at our Native Edge Institute, provided by the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development and funded in part by the SBA.
When you make a profit in a business, you need to do something socially and civically responsible. Instead of waiting for employees to come to us, we go out to poverty areas where there are people who don't have jobs, and then we provide whatever is missing, whether it's education or transportation, or maybe just some enthusiasm and optimism to get them started. We try to build business that way.
We're told as Anishinaabe, we all have gifts that we need to make sure we share. My goal was always to make a life better for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe.
Home ownership is for everybody. I'm a huge advocate for that, and I want everybody to be able to have a home and to feel comfortable in that whole process.
We're floor nurses. We are working in the trenches. We have created the Birth Equity Work Group, an education program to eliminate racism in healthcare. We need to be able to change our approach and our way in order to provide a safe birth for women.
How do we connect with these kids and get them into the programs? One of the things our friend Virgil Hill, who's a world champion boxer, member of the International Boxing Hall of Fame, has been advocating for is an all-native tournament that will be a qualifier for Team USA. We want to build toward the Olympics. We have the facilities here at Mille Lacs to support that, and it wouldn't surprise me if in the next 2 or 3 years we get to that point.
We're a very unique tribe. We still stay agile, fun, cultural, everything we want to be, and we're doing great things in great places.
We live in such a wonderful place. We have all of the opportunities available for you. If you want to go to college, we'll support you. You want to get job training, we'll support you. Whatever you need, we are there to help you. And just tell us what you would like to see and what your dreams are, and we'll help in any way we can.
You're never going to know what you're going to get out of it until you just go. You just got to run with it.
Leave your mark. Do something that's going to be impactful.
That'd be my advice to other folks, is to do good things for other people, and you'll have all you need come back to you.
We have always looked 7 generations ahead. We never look for immediate successes. It's always about sustainability.
A big part of that is teaching our tribal citizens how to do it themselves. Become completely sovereign or independent on providing our own food, producing it locally.
I think incorporating buffalo back into diet is very important. It wasn't just a cultural food that we were so used to eating, but even just looking at the nutritional side of it, it's so much more leaner.
We currently have around 150 buffalo on the property. Right now we are focused on building out the infrastructure at the ranch, which requires the fencing, water.
I think it's so important to be involved with the community because it builds trust. That's another thing that I'm really proud of here at Redco is they take community input very serious and they do something to change it immediately.
There isn't any time to reinvent the wheel. Supporting local small businesses, native owned, is what we have to start doing.
The National Center is critical to tribal businesses, to small businesses.
I see them supporting tribal enterprises and the growth of those within the United States.
Connecting them to government contracting, marketing services.
I think it's a good step forward to making relationships.
I'm actually going to take a lot of this information back to several people back on our reservation that I know are starting to try and open their own business.
Our mission is to spark a prairie fire food movement to indigenize our food system.
I see a lot of progress. I'm excited about the new opportunities to preserve our sovereignty and to work on our common needs.
This is where Native should be on the forefront with their businesses.
Food sovereignty work doesn't have to be what we're doing. I think it's anything around learning how to cook, learning how to hunt, learning how to grow your own food. Going forward, I would love to see people's mind shifts around what is healthy food. It doesn't have to taste gross to be healthy.
I would like for people to remember what their Lakota values are because those values will guide you.
Indian-owned businesses can flourish and support one another and just move down this green path together.
I'm really proud of our partnership with the National Center just because of the fact that there are common values on really elevating and celebrating Indigenous talent.
We're doing more business-to-business relationships within our tribal communities, where there are partnerships that can be forged that are supporting an intertribal trade network.
My dreams when I open my own coffee house is to have native coffee roasters in my coffee house, clear from the East Coast all the way to the West Coast, and the coffee's good.
I use this company platform to give opportunity to our community to build careers, not just jobs, careers. We're just trying to take care of our people that way.
This is an excellent opportunity for someone like me who just hasn't had the exposure or any opportunity. This is great for me.
We're just looking to build relationships with larger companies to gain, bigger contracts and be able to expand.
This is a perfect room for you to be able to see other businesses that have, leveraged some of those resources and opportunities. And this is a great place to make those types of connections and to find resources.
Eventually, we want to do our own roasting So that's one of the things that will hopefully be in the near future, and then opening our own commercial kitchen.
For me, this is power. This is strength. To see that in full display today with all the different nations represented, groups and individuals, it's beautiful.
How can I show up at work as my unapologetically, authentically Indigenous self every single day? How do I bring my Indigenous values to the workplace? How do I serve my community? Those are my questions.
You make an impact in the community, you show up with a strong brand and with strong product, and then you continue to build relationships with other corporations and nonprofits that want to do this same work. And that's where we're going to see our community, especially our youth, truly uplifted.
We want to come and be impactful. So if there's an area where we could be most impactful, then I'm all in, and I want to be part of that opportunity.
My first impression of Res was amazing. I got to meet a lot of amazing people. I went to some events. I learned so much. When I sit and listen, I really do try to digest and take it in so that I can properly educate other people. We can come together and talk about important things within our communities, but we can also share Indigenous joy. I usually just stick around, I check out all the vendors and native bling. It's so cool to see all the artists here too. I love it.
All right, well, welcome back to our online audience. Up next is our lunch panel, and we have Rebecca Nargon, who will be moderating this panel, and she's a great friend of ours from USET. And you can do your other quick introduction and then reintroduce the guys. We've already met Mel, but thank you.
Hello, everyone. Rebecca Nargon, Jehoshaphat Kadosh. My name is Rebecca Nargon. I'm a citizen of the Porch Bandit Creek Indians, and as Yvette mentioned, I am with a intertribal nonprofit organization called United South and Eastern Tribes, or as what we affectionately refer to as USET, and I'm the Economic Development Director. So a bit of just a short introduction to the organization. We are a nonprofit intertribal organization that represents a membership of 33 tribal nations. The Porch Bandit Creek Indians is one of those members, and our membership spans from the northeastern woodlands down to the Everglades of Florida and across the Gulf of Mexico region. And we are charged with enhancing the development of tribal nations, improving the capabilities of tribal governments, and improving the quality of life through technical and supportive programmatic services. I and my team in our Office of Economic Development, we provide technical assistance to tribal nations in 3 buckets of activities, including training and educational opportunities like that you're participating today. Resource brokering, which is similar into where you might have a financial broker who will give advice into where you should invest your money, but we take a look at that from a human capital perspective, and then economic impact studies. The organization was founded in 1969, and then for about 45 years of the organization, with a board of directors with a very traditional Robert's Rules of Order structure and committees, never had a long-term strategic plan. So when our conversation this afternoon, taking a look at leadership here in this last decade, 15 years or so, we've really been taking a look at where has the organization been and where do we want to go and how are we going to measure and be leaders within this space. So I just really wanted to give that insight into our further conversations today, where when we talk about leadership and you feel like, oh, I'm not hitting the mark for right now, there's always tomorrow and the next step, and to implement new leadership activities, methods, impact analysis into where you want to achieve and meet your goals for the future. We actually just came back, myself and other leadership, we had our very first ever leadership retreat in our 55, I just was doing the numbers today, we're now 55 years. And we just had our first ever leadership retreat, which was really exciting. It was a bit of messy conversations, but you have to have those conversations into where you can get some clear vision and get that buy-in for where you want to go. Before we get to the introductions to the rest of the panel, I want to first, from this morning, give thanks to Councilman Stabler for that great welcome. I want to just say thank you again to our host, the Porch Bandit Creek Indians, and the great team that we have here supporting NEI and the National Center while they're here. And really put a bit of a foundation in our conversation today. We realize this is a hefty goal that we have for 45 minutes to talk about leadership. And there's so much that goes into this conversation of leadership. There is a enhance of, everyone has their own personal definition of what does that mean, but then also as business leaders, you know, you might have a different interpretation or definition of what leadership means to you. And traditionally it comes, or not traditionally, but like conventionally, I think it really comes into, you know, what's your title? Do you have a director, CEO? Do you have that alphabet after your name of when you introduce yourself? And just sort of setting the stage, we've already discussed some of those conventional ways of this morning of mentors, either formal mentors or informal mentors. These large firms that you potentially could partner with, the Lockheed Martins, Boeings, purchasing officers that you might have to interact with. They have a leadership responsibility in these future business transactions. The OSDBU offices, the Office of Small Business Business Utilizations, and all the staff members in there. And then what was also mentioned earlier is you might also have to interact with some Hill policymakers, as we have the 8A firm industry sector is so much with regulation. Sometimes that might has to be elevated to even higher leadership of you need to escalate concerns to policymakers. So I just wanted to just reiterate, this is a very nuanced conversation, and we're going to try our best to try and hit as much of the conversation today, but realizing that we might need to have further conversation. So I encourage you to continue to reach out as Yvette gave her welcome remarks today. So proud of each of y'all have taken time today to invest in yourselves and your business. And I would just try to encourage to continue to do that even after today. So with that, we'll get to our panel. I'm going to have each of our esteemed panelists to introduce themselves, but really with, to continue the conversation and first kick it off to Mr. Cody Williamson. Today's businesses are ever evolving. Whether it's in diversification into new markets, the new regulations you have to try and maneuver, and with new technologies coming in to impact those business transactions. With all of that in mind, as you give an introduction of yourself and your history, could you first share with everyone, how do you define leadership?
The best way to say leadership is, for us, is like herding cats. So if you think about it, you got a bunch of strong-willed cats. You're trying to get them to all go to the same place. You got to try to keep them fed, and then you got to try to keep them out of the street so they don't get run over. So, in reality, we have done a lot with a bunch of diversification, bought a lot of businesses. And when you buy those businesses, they already have leaders. So those leaders are entrepreneurs that have gone out of their way to try to develop a business. It's their baby. They think they do everything right, and a lot of times they do a lot of things right. What you try to do, or what we try to do, is make sure that they buy into where we want to go. We talk about markets and other things that are out there. You find your market, you find what you're good at, and then you try to get everybody to be on the same page. And that's really difficult when you have a whole bunch of entrepreneurs who think basically in silos, and they think that their business is the most important business. They believe that they make and some of them make more money than others, so they believe that their business is the bell cow because they make more money. But ultimately, each business has to play their part to try to get you to a greater good. And so really, from a leadership perspective, what you have to do is, again, you want to have a vision, you want to have a goal, you want to have a path to that goal, but you have to get buy-in. So leadership is not dictatorship. Leadership is a democracy where you try to make sure that everybody understands where you're going, that they buy into where you're going, and that you keep them on the right track. Otherwise, you let them go because they probably have forgotten more than you will know about that business. And, you've already met Mal. Mal's been in the aviation business for 40 years. All right, so I've been alive for 50 years, so there's a guarantee that Mal's forgotten more about aviation than I will ever know. So for me to tell him what he needs to do with aviation is just crazy. What you do is you let Mal and all the rest of the folks that are the leaders of their individual companies where you want to go, and ask them how you get there, and then you just kind of, as a leader, take those roadblocks out of the way so that they can get to where they need to go.
Before, Cody, could you, if it's okay, give a bit more about your background and the role that you have here at Porch Creek and how you came to that position?
So I'm a Porch Creek tribal member. I don't hate me for this, but I have a law degree and started with the Porch Creek legal department. Went from there to the gaming side. Went through a iteration of a couple of things. Ran one of our casinos up in Wetumpka for 7 years. Came back as we were expanding and took over the compliance role for a few years. Came over to CIE, which is the economic development arm of the tribe, and have been there for almost 6 years as the CEO. We at CIE, we manage most of the tribe's organizations that are not gaming. So we have manufacturing, we have some convenience stores, we have hotels, we have restaurants. But if it's attached to a casino, we don't do it. So as an example, we have a Starbucks at OWA, which is our amusement park. We oversee that Starbucks. However, the casinos also have Starbucks, and we do not oversee those because they're attached to a casino. So do not ask me about gaming legislation. Don't ask me about gaming. I can't answer that question. It's above my pay grade.
Awesome, thank you. And I know this morning Mal gave his quick introduction, but if you could just refresh everyone. But then also, and actually before I skip to that, I just want to reflect, this is such a full circle moment to me, and really give, we can talk about the traditional sense of leadership, but then also that informal partnership. And Mal has just been a wealth of knowledge and network for myself. Before I came to UCED, I worked in Department of Interior, and I was a lowly staff person. I somehow ended up with purchasing authority and got introduced to this entire world of procurement. It took me a few months to get my the language around a procurement, and then what does that mean, and then OSDBUs and procurement and 8As, and I was like, this is all fascinating. And Mal was just such a great friend for me. We're not only family, but a great friend and a great mentor for me. So I just want to acknowledge that. And now we're here a few years later. I won't even say how long ago that was, because it dates me. But if you could just do a quick reminder, refresh, introduce yourself, and then I want to kick the same question to you of what does leadership mean to you?
Well, like I said earlier, I'm a tribal member. I grew up just a couple miles from here, and in a community where it was just that old uncles and aunts and cousins and cousins and cousins and cousins. And we were a group of people, and before the tribe had the first business, before they had the first acre of land, before they had any businesses and all that, we kind of grew up in that, and it was a good time. You know, when you're poor, you don't know you're poor, really. But to come out of that and to be encouraged to kind of leave the reservation, to go off to school, went off to school to learn how to work on aircraft for 2 years, and did that where I really didn't want to, but I did. And then I lived in Montgomery for about 3 years working on general aviation, again, back home about every weekend and all that, didn't really do. And then I was able to come back, and I worked 12 years at Whiting Field, drove about an hour and a half a day, one way, working on a Navy aircraft. Kind of got me involved in government contracting there, but still involved with the tribe early on the tribal council, before recognition and after recognition. So it got me involved with leadership of the tribe. I signed my name as probably 21 years old on our first note for our first piece of property. And we had powwows to make the payments, 1 year of payment on that property. So I do remember when we really, we had nothing and used the powwow as our first income. But seeing all that transition and growing through all that, it's been great. Coming to work for the tribe a little less than 32 years ago. Our Creek Indian Enterprise, even really before Creek Indian Enterprise development was really established, but see all of that growth and really proud. See our gaming to really bolster and grow out of just a little bingo hall here in Atmore. It's just been a privilege. But for me, leadership, I think you probably, if you have kids, you probably see leadership in little kids. Some little kids can get the other kids to do about anything. Or the leaders, and the others just follow them right along. If they want to go, hey, let's go play in the street. Come on, we'll go. But so it's inherent in us. But I think the true form of leadership as we grow up and as we get adults and get into business, you got to learn other people's strengths and weaknesses, because you can't do it all yourself. You got to learn. We talked about getting into things where you need accounting. Well, I'm definitely not an accounting person, although I've had to look at financials. I've had to do budgets, do all of that stuff, but I just don't prefer doing that. And legal, you got to have good legal, but without good legal representation, you got to find the John Shirakas and the George Williams and all the people that kind of know the regs, and that's their job to know the regs, and they'll tell you for free. And they'll help you along. So if you don't have a legal team, there's people out there that would help you. But accounting, and then for as leaders, talk a little bit here. I think the question maybe is you got to thrust yourself as if you start your business, it's you. Everybody's looking at you. So you got to go market. You might be shy. If you don't want to get out there and start marketing, then you better hire somebody. So I think the biggest part of leadership in getting other people to follow you is kind of talking them, bringing it down to a certain level that they understand, and have enthusiasm. For my little speech this morning, how many would go in business with me? So it's all about enthusiasm. It's all about how you do it. You know, I might not really know what I'm talking about, but as long as I can tell the story, I can do it all.
They ready to go to business. I'm telling you what I'm talking about.
Well, I do. But that's what I'm talking about, is that it's all leadership. And I hope that all of you can learn that. And you're already a leader already. You're already here, so.
Thank you so much for that, from both of y'all's perspectives and both from your storied history. It really resonated with me with today's theme. And when I was preparing for the panel, I've really caught on to the first two words of the theme for today, the Southern charm. But really, in the organization that I work for, we're really trying to re-envision and rebuild through an indigenous native lens. So when I first saw the Southern charm, what first sort of really jumped out to me was one of our core indigenous values that a lot of tribal nations share, and it's been brought up here, but I sometimes even connect it to, in a Southern mentality, is relationships. And I think that's really what we're hearing both from Cody and Mal, is the importance of relationships, and not only of where you currently are as leaderships, but where you want to go, and the importance of establishing those relationships. Because once you establish it, when I call someone my uncle or when I call someone my mentor, what's the next phase that goes into that establishment? It then sets a responsibility. And that's another core indigenous value that we have of, after you identify someone, you are my mentor, there's a responsibility of you as a mentee, as a protege, of what do I need to contribute to this relationship, and what does the responsibility of that mentor has in that relationship. And there's leadership on both sides of that coin. And it doesn't work if one side only is doing something. So I really just wanted to share and sort of resound that out, that and even speaking with some of our other speakers and those that will continue, and the great opportunity that you will hear from George and the Apex and the NEI is there are organizations, there are programs out here that will help you in facilitating these relationships. I think for the next question that we have, can y'all share, and this is sort of for both of y'all, I sent some questions, so we're going to jump around a bit. Can you share some insight into, because both of y'all have started, and I don't want to make any assumptions, but I imagine that there are folks in the audience that are just starting their journey, and then those that are mid-level and want to continue to grow. Can you share some of y'all's insights into leading large teams, and give some insight into some tools or some best practices that those in the audience can take back with them to lead larger teams?
Well, in that, I'd like to give a shout out to all the ladies. You know, they're so much different. You know me, I go to a conference, I go in a meeting, I don't have a notepad, I probably can't take notes. You know, I can't, if I write, I probably can't read my own writing when I get back. But ladies are more administrative. They take good notes, they do all that, and they do things systematically, and they're a lot good. So in the old days where men ruled the world, you're seeing more and more, just right today here, more and more women, more and more ladies that are getting in business and doing all that, and they're got the tools, I think, and the demeanor to do a lot more administrative and things than men do. But in that, you got to be quick on your feet. I go to when I host a conference, or when I have a customer in town that I'm talking around, you got to be quick on your feet. And you got to be thinking 2 and 3 things down the road what you're going to talk about. You gotta be, have that conversation going, talk about things, and then when you meet someone, a contracting officer, a program manager, or whoever it is, in just about a matter of seconds, you gotta survey the scene. You gotta get them out, male, female, what they like. Do they like college football, or do they like camping? What is it? You got to get in their world. You've got to understand who they are, because you got to jump in their world with them, and that's what you got to talk about. And it's about building that relationship. And man, you got to be quick on your feet. A good marketer gets in there. It ain't all about talking; it's about listening too. So how do you know when to talk? How do you know when to shut up and listen? So all of these things is you learn from a period of time, because I've had people come in, and in a little while I said, I don't really think I want to work with them. Have you ever had them people? That's drama. I just don't want to work with them people. Well, the contracting officer's same way. But it's how do you build that good relationship? To talk about football, to talk about books. Couple of things is in here is everybody. Has anybody read Good to Great? I've never read it, but there's a few things I was in leadership panels that one thing stuck with me, and it said, get the right people on your bus. I know you've all heard of that. Get the right people on your bus, because if you get the right people on the bus, you can go anywhere. But you can get a wrong person on your bus. What do you got to do? You better slam on brakes, pull over, and you got to get them off the bus. And then one more note I had here is there's systems out there. Y'all know, I know y'all all heard about ISO, right? International Society of Organization. Well, that's a processes that you got to do for your business. And so whether it's how to track your books, how to go out and market, how do you pinpoint who to market, it's all process driven. When you get the job, how you bring it in, how you organize it, how you put your tools, your quality, all of that in there. And ISO in the aviation world is AS9100. But all of these processes, and the auditor comes in, show me how you do this, show me how you do this, show me how you do this, because it's process driven. In business, form a process. If you don't have the right people on your bus, get them off your bus and get the right people on the bus.
Yeah, what he said.
Yeah, I would say follow that.
Well, I think, there's one other thing about getting people on the bus. You want the right people on the bus, but you also want them in the right seats. So, when you find out, if you get somebody who is really passionate about something, you don't want to put them on something else. Put them on what they're passionate about, because they will take it to the next level. If you try to fight that, it's going to be bad for everybody. Which kind of leads to, how do you build a team, and it's all about trust and communication. You have to communicate both up and down, and you have to be honest with each other, so that you can build that trust. Once you build that trust, again, the fact of them following you and quite frankly you following them, it will make it a whole lot easier than if they don't trust you. Because if they don't trust you in any business or enterprise that you have, they may not overtly be going against you, but if they're not with you, they are going to be against you, and it's going to be bad, particularly, and it's probably worse if they are overtly or covertly against you, because you don't know what's happening, and they're slowly trying to get other people to go the opposite way. So really, trust, honesty, communication, you got to have that. And you got to put the right people in the right seats, because then they will, at that point, again, when you talk about herding cats, once you get them in the right direction and they're doing exactly what they want to do, you can just sit back and watch the magic happen, because that's exactly what's going to happen.
Thank you for that perspective. Yes. To give all forthcoming, I am so appreciative for y'all's insights as I am building a bit of a different subject, but I work for a nonprofit. I'm not building a business, but I'm establishing a new office. And for 5 years, I was staff of one. I was that sole leader that had to answer everything and do everything and trying to figure out things. And just this past year, I've been able to now then escalate in that capacity, and now I'm in a different form of leadership. When I first started, I was part of a leadership group, but I had no one directly reporting to me, so I felt like, that had a different flavor. Now I have staff that I am not only in charge of directing a department, I'm now managing people. And in this first year, the good to great of having a lot of conversations, I had someone who we've exampled and have experiences of people who weren't on the right bus. And we had to have that discussion of, maybe you need to be on the boat. Maybe you need to be on another bus. What can we do to help you achieve those goals? But then also, to Cody's point, okay, we think you're on the right bus, but we don't think you're in the right position, in the right seat. So maybe you shouldn't be a driver. Maybe you should be in, like, next to the window and observing everything. Or maybe you need to be more internal and see how, like, the engine's running. What's your position, your seat, even within the bus? And then really that communication, the trust in the community. And I think the reason why sometimes that is combined is when you have communication, the trust gets built into that. Yes, there's some exercises you can do to specifically address the trust, but if you have those communication processes, methods, then that builds into the trust, and where you can then sit back and say, hey, I have a team and we are hitting all our milestones, we're hitting all our goals, we are pursuing new procurement opportunities, and it is just running like a well-oiled machine. And that gives you the perspective of the director into that future goal planning. So I've really taken a lot in the conversation today. So I want to first say thank you for that. I know that I sort of teed it up. We don't have a lot of time for conversation in this very complex nuance, but something that, Mal, that you mentioned, and I don't want us to leave this conversation today without addressing, is what is your key takeaway that you think individuals in the audience should take away from today, whether that could be a book. I would love to know, I'm a person, sometimes I'm visual. What's your favorite leadership quote that you think individuals should leave today from, to maybe feel inspired or to really reflect on when, that rubber meets the road and, you're in your frustration point?
I don't know about a quote, but the Good to Great book is a really good book. And then there's another one, I can't remember the title, it's like Don't Sweat the Small Things or something like that. But when you start looking at that stuff, I mean, there are going to be a lot of things in those books that if you try to, it's like drinking out of a fire hose. You read the book and you're thinking, oh, I got to do all this stuff. You really don't have to do everything. That comes with it later. What you need to do is make sure that you take away something that will start to build on what you need to do with that communication and trust that you can take away and put into your team and implement it. Because here's the thing, all of you guys are sitting here right now, and I've, every time I go to a seminar, it's the exact same way. It's like, I'm gonna do everything they said, and this is gonna be great, and we're gonna all do this stuff, and we're gonna sing Kumbaya, and everything's gonna be great. And then you leave, and you start putting out fires, and you do your business, and everything that you learned or everything you thought about goes right out the window. And so, and you guys, I guess, I'm assuming are from very different groups. In other words, you're not all from the same group. But we've done it internally where we've been all the same group. We see each other every day, and it just goes out the window. So really the key is the communication and listening. Mal hit it on the head. I couldn't say it any better. There's a lot of things you talk about leadership and different. Mal's like, you got to go, you got to go, you got to go. Mal will tell you when I'm exactly the opposite. Like I'm not very fast at all. I like to think through it. I look at it like a game of chess. Like, I'm programming for 5 years out, not 5 minutes. Mal and his team, they're like going. And sometimes what happens, they come back, we got to do this thing. Well, when do we need to have an answer? Tomorrow. Okay, that's going to be a problem. But let's figure out how we're going to do it. But we do. We communicate, we figure out how to do it. And if we have to get the answer by tomorrow, we have to get the answer tomorrow. But there's been a lot of times where there's been people come to my door that says, I've got the best idea ever. And sometimes they do have the best idea ever. And I said, when do you need it? How much money do you need? I need $10 million. When do you need it? Tomorrow. Okay, the answer is no. And we have had a couple of ideas that we probably missed the boat because we just didn't move that fast. But sometimes, and it really depends on what your leadership style is, but if you move too fast, sometimes you're going to get on a lot of things and you're going to lose a lot of money really fast. But take that one thing away from whatever it is you learned today and pick out the one thing that I can do this tomorrow. I can do this the next day. Start there, and then it will just grow. Because that may be taking 10, 15 minutes out of the day to just answer emails or just meditate or just get your thoughts together or whatever it may be. Do that, and then things will grow, and you'll just remember more and more stuff. You'll go to more and more trainings. And then as you grow your team and as your team trusts, it's not like people are working for you. People are working with you. And that's what you need. You need people working with you, not for you. Because if people work for you, they also work against you. But if you're all working together, then you're all going the same goal. You will all get there, and it'll be a whole lot easier.
Well, like Nick Saban is Alabama, used to be the Alabama football coach. And it said that, things change, things evolve, and you got to evolve with it. So, just a couple years ago, man, I was old school. I think you had to, if I had a person, I would want them right down the hall in a desk with a computer working. Boy, hadn't that changed. I mean, now, God, a huge percentage of people work from home, and it won't work for you if they can't work from home. And
I want to tell a story real quick. So to Mal's point, this story is the greatest thing ever. So we have an amusement park, and we were looking for a ride operator, and the ride operator says, "Can I work from home?" Now, of course, the answer was no, but what I could not believe is that the ride operator said, "Can I work from home?" I said, "Did you read the job description? Like, it is a ride operator, and one of the things that you have to do is check the seat belt. So how are you going to check the seat belt from home?" And they had an answer, but needless to say, they did not get the job.
So let's evolve as the business evolves. A lot of things, relationships don't change, You can talk about different subjects, the war and, or whatever it may be. But relationships probably remain the same more. Maybe the things you talk about may be different. But people, personalities, you still deal with people the same way. And two, I found out too, is after acquiring 3 companies and bringing other people on, man, some of those guys work a lot harder than I do. And man, oh man, they work hard. And it's good. They're up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and man, they shooting emails out and just work hard. And so there's some good people out there that work hard. Hope you find some of them to get on your team, because you need people like that. Me, I'm in at 8. So I'm not a morning guy, but I'm more of a evening guy, I guess, from all those years working 3 to 11 shift. But find good people, get on your bus, and be ready to transition. Do what you've done today. Where you come here, continue that. If you're in the government contractor, go to the National 8A conference. That's a great conference. Last week we went to. Native American, got RES. And then all of these agencies have their own conference where they open the door, bring their contracts people, their small business people, that you can go talk to them. And you learn from all of those people where the opportunities are. So, okay.
Thank you. We're winding down on our time till our next speaker, but I wanted to give this space, especially for those joining us online. Are there any questions or comments that anyone would like to share?
What's the name of that book again? Not the one you can't remember, the one you can.
Oh, Good to Great?
Good to Great.
Good to Great.
When you read it, tell me what it's all about. Tell me what you pick up out of it.
Come on, I know you have a question. Else? What was it like growing up with Mel as your dad?
No comment.
Well, when he said that everybody raised their hand about being in business, I couldn't be in business with him.
Oh, we got one over here.
We're too much alike.
Amen.
Cody, would you please clarify what you meant by the way that you do not do business with, let's see, you were talking about not doing business on where the casinos are versus, would you clarify that and speak?
Yeah, so basically what I meant by that was the casinos, there are two authorities. There's the PCI Gaming Authority, and then there's Creek Indian Enterprises Development Authority. So Creek Indian Enterprises handles all or almost all non-gaming activities of the tribe. So that includes restaurants, hotels, things of that nature. PCI Gaming Authority handles everything that has to do with gaming, even if that means it's not necessarily gaming. So this hotel, we do not manage this hotel. This hotel is managed by the Gaming Authority because it is tied to a casino. So the Starbucks that are related to the casinos, even though we have Starbucks as well, anything that's tied to a gaming entity, PCI Gaming handles, and then we handle the other stuff.
Okay, all right, so then there's a follow-up question. That was a setup question. You did very well with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The follow-up question is, since John Shiroka talked about business innovative activities coming from small businesses, you got a bunch of us here, and I'm the one who's speaking for some of us. There are ideas that I know as an African American relocated in Alabama from Louisville, Kentucky, spent a lot of time overseas. Here's the question. When there are fantastic ideas that can be presented to Native Americans from others, small businesses that are innovative, how do we approach and whom do we approach?
So you would approach me, or you would approach our business development person whose name is Greg Rawls. But you're more than welcome to approach me. I think the information is in the pamphlet or whatever, but if it's not, it's pretty easy to find. You can just go online and you can send stuff to me if I email, stuff like that. But we absolutely do business with everybody. Now, what I will tell you is just so you get past the gatekeepers, when you have a business, set up the appointment, all that kind of stuff, do not come in with, I do not want to put anything into this business. I need $10 million and I need it by Tuesday. Because the answer is going to be no. But what we look for is we expect that people have given it thought, that they're going to have some skin in the game. Sometimes that's intellectual property. Sometimes it's money. Sometimes it's land. We've had people say, hey, we want to build a hotel. We'll put the land in. Other tribes have come to us and said, we want a hotel next to a new casino, but we don't have the money. Can you do that? So those are the kind of things we absolutely look at. One of the best ideas I've ever seen, and we have not been able to invest in it because we just haven't been able to prove it, but the idea was great, was something called the Critter Cop. And the Critter Cop is something that keeps squirrels and snakes from getting electrocuted on power lines. And I thought this was kind of I was like, what is this? But the more we have looked into this, and we've looked into it for a year and a half now, the model has become more proven, and so we are looking more into trying to do something with this company. At first, we could not get through the gates of like Alabama Power and other companies, but then as we talked to them, this is a problem. And again, it came from a lineman that had been working on electrical lines for 30 years. And so they came to us, and we've been, it's, like I said, sometimes we move slow, but we always keep it in the back of our heads, and then when the time is right, or when we think the time is right, we'll move on it.
A lot of things are going underground, especially in the South, because we have so many storms and stuff. So, you might want to think about that because we won't have it up ground, but we might need to do something about the critters underground.
Real quick, if I could add to that, not every tribe is a cookie cutter solution. They're a sovereign nation, so you may be dealing with several procurement people, buyers. If they have Indian Health Service in their community, school districts will be separate, the tribe itself, the enterprise. There's just a number of stops that you might have to stop to as you diversify and grow your business. So just keep in mind that tribes are sovereign nations, and so they have their own tribal system and government, and the procurement might be a very broad group of folks.
I was going to share that exact same comment, and especially with the organization that I work for, it's important not to treat all Indian country as a monolith, that what is exampled here at Porch Banner Creek Indians is not the same for all tribal nations. There are some similarities, and it's something that I would encourage everyone to consider. A lot of the conversation today, we've been talking about procurement with the federal government, but there's procurement with the state government and the process there. You can also look into procurement with tribal governments, and there's a process. Some are more built out than others, but I stand committed that if you want to have any further conversation, because that might be a little more nuanced depending on where you are and what you would like to know, I look forward to, feel free to reach out to us and we can have that conversation. We get the cool. Hey, 1 minute.
We have one question here, and then we got about a minute, and then we can wrap up. Thanks.
Perfect.
This is probably not the right question to ask at this late in the program, but could you tell us what effect COVID had in your decisions as far as diversifying as a tribe with different businesses?
Well, obviously, one of the things we did was we changed, one of our manufacturing companies changed to doing PPE during COVID. So they were making helicopter blades prior to COVID, and then they started making PPE during COVID. But in reality, I think the diversification, although you might look at some things that you want to get some vertical integration in, I don't know that COVID has changed that much of what we look for. We still look for companies that are growing. We still look for companies that will help us diversify, but as well as help with the companies that we currently have, so that we can make the companies that we currently have better.
Our PCI Federal Services, we actually, for a couple months, when COVID hit, what was that, March 16, 2020. Well, April, probably April, May, all of our casinos shut down. It all shut down. We sent probably about 5,000 employees home with pay. And for those couple months, PCI Federal Services beat gaming. So where all of that shut down on a commercial thing, government contracting took off. We signed contracts for the whole month of April through July. We were signing contracts and taking off. So in something like that, the federal government still kept going. And we were signing contracts, we were hiring employees. A lot of those employees were working from home, but we were hiring employees. So for our organization, we took off. Gaming, nothing. So it's give and take.
Just don't make gaming mad.
I think that's a good point of the importance of doing a SWOT analysis and doing your due diligence that Mr. Williamson mentioned before, and whenever you're coming forth with an idea and with a future investor. What we've seen through the entire region through that time, anything dealing with tourism, hospitality, gaming, entertainment, completely shut down. And that was a huge disruptor. But on that Mal just mentioned, on the flip coin, government services, community services had a bit of an uptick. But when there's a government shutdown for 90 days, you know, you have to think about the reverse side of that as well. So I think, but generally what I've seen across, and I can only speak from an Indian country perspective, post-COVID, and we are still evaluating of what the impacts are COVID, not only from an economic standpoint, but I also so appreciated Cody's comment earlier about meditation and what the human impact of recovering from COVID, and what does that mean of you as an individual leading an organization, leading a team. We're still waiting to determine what those impacts are. But from an economic standpoint throughout Indian country, I've seen a larger investment into true, what I refer to as true diversification. Prior to COVID, there was sort of a, still a connected lens of, oh, we have a hotel, we can then have a movie theater, or it was like loosely tied under the veil of diversification. Now there's a true conversation of what is in multiple different industry sectors of what that could see. I also wanted to just share, because I think that there was a question earlier about forecasts and what we're sort of seeing down down the road. I know that there are a bunch of different industry forecasters. Bloomberg keeps track of what the trends are for every fiscal year when it comes to government procurement and contracting. But some of the things that I've just been aware of, and you mentioned it in your comment a bit before, climate mitigation. Especially in this part of the country, you know, storms are going to become more severe, more frequent. So looking into climate mitigation work, and there's some new infrastructure programs that have been announced addressing that, in addition to new renewable energy. When it comes to EVs, so new energy industries, procurement, business services needs I see coming up, just new technologies in general. We really advocate from our organization perspective that when you invest in a Native American business, when you invest in a tribal enterprise, from a government procurement perspective, you are investing in an American company. So there is a growing trend out there to what's considered onshoring, to where offshoring is when you take businesses, operations out of the country and doing them in another foreign location. There's now a new initiative to onshore, to bring those jobs, to bring those manufacturings back to the United States. Not to get into the politics of that, but when trying to make that connection, that when you invest in a small business, when you decide to make that procurement decision, you are supporting the United States economy. And so sometimes that can be you should know that, but sometimes it's important to refresh and to remind your relationships of that. And then the last one I just wanted to share is, and please don't quote me, I tried to do some research right before I came on board, but we are still waiting the reauthorization of the U.S. Farm Bill. and that is the largest domestic investment outside defense spending. And so that's actually where in the past few years, at the last reauthorization, there was new decisions made regarding industrial hemp. And the new technologies and the new industries relating to that. So who knows through that reauthorization what new industries, what new businesses, what new technologies might be opening the doors for you and your companies. But I did just wanted to address that. And I think for the last quick, we have one last question, comment? Oh, next time. Mado. Thank you so much, Mal. Thank you so much, Cody. Thank you, you all. Appreciate you.
My first impression of Res was amazing. I got to meet a lot of amazing people. I went to some events. I learned so much. When I sit and listen, I really do try to digest and take it in so that I can properly educate other people. We can come together and talk about important things within our communities, but we can also share Indigenous joy. I usually just stick around, I check out all the vendors and Native Bling. It's so cool to see all the artists here too. I love it.
National Center, and I am here to introduce our next panel. And it's Unlock Your Export Potential Through Local and National Resources. And our panelist is Kaya Jackson with our export team at the National Center, and Brian Davis, Director of Alabama International Trade Center, University of Alabama. So, who's going first?
Dagoda. I'm Kaya Jackson. I am Apache from the San Carlos Apache tribe in southeastern Arizona. I am the export business development specialist for our Arizona Minority Business Development Agency, operated out of the National Center. Today, I'm excited to be joined with Brian of ITA, Alabama ITA. And we're here to introduce our programs and how they can be assistance to you. Hold on. Okay. Let's see. So, why export? Brian and I were just discussing earlier. Can we get a raise of hands if your businesses are currently exporting? Anyone? Oh, okay. So why export? A lot of the times we get that question, but it opens, it makes your market more diverse. So you can have market diversification. Exporting allows companies to diversify their customer base beyond the U.S. market. It allows for, it reduces dependence on a single market and just helps mitigate risk factors. More profit, so overall more growth, revenue growth, increasing profitability for your company, improve your cash flow, desire for U.S. goods and services. So a lot of the times U.S. is considered a standard across for different industries, and so a lot of a lot of countries look to us for those products or services. And then if you have seasonal slowdowns, it also helps with giving you another outlet to focus in on. But additional reasons to export include competitive advantages, innovation and learning, and then just long-term stability. So our MBDA Export Center, we have a mission to offer our services to MBE companies. So we do so with a variety of different services. We offer technical assistance, export development services, counseling, consulting, plan development, information on financing and insurance, assisting with market research, industry research, and then assistance with matchmaking. How we're able to do some of this is through some of our trainings, like today, the NEIs. We have a monthly webinar called Trade Talks. Our next one is going to be next week, February 21st, and that's going to be on the Corporate Transparency Act. And you can find us coming up next month, March 11th through 14th, our Reservation Economics Summit. We'll be having a couple of sessions dedicated to export, and we'll also be in the business matchmaking with the Buy Native procurement happening on Monday, and then the Indigenous to Indigenous happening on Tuesday. And then, of course, trainings with our strategic partners. So some of our strategic partners include Export-Import Bank, the U.S. Commercial Services, different state programs, and SBA. So, so I'm going to turn it over to Brian. But here's our contact information. We have Joanne Nota. She's our project director, and you have myself and Melissa Cody. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Kia. And I'm Brian Davis. I work at the University of Alabama. I live in Tuscaloosa, and it was awesome to get to drive down here today in beautiful weather. And it is, if you can see outside right now, it's really nice outside. I think 70 plus degrees. I work with a lot of companies around the state. There's a statewide program that helps companies export, and we tie in with the services that Kia just described. So I'm going to spend a few minutes just talking about the services that are available in Alabama for companies that are interested in exporting or companies that are already exporting. It's, as Kia said, the reason why you want to do this for your own company. It creates new sales and it creates jobs. And that's probably the main driving force of why the U.S. government's behind this, and the state government, local government. You're employing people in any ways that these agencies and groups can do to help create more jobs. The happier everybody is. Just a few minutes. There's an organization in Alabama that is an alliance of 3 or 4 other organizations, and rather than going into the details of what all of the 4 or 5 organizations do, I'm going to explain what this one umbrella group does. It's called Export Alabama, and it started about 20 years ago through an initiative of the governor's office to coordinate a lot of the services that are available to help companies export through one kind of umbrella. And it's a coordinated group to collaborate. Each of the organizations involved had a very few number of people working to help companies export. So by collaborating and working together, we have maybe about 10 to 15 people now involved in helping companies export. And it has an annual strategic plan that zeroes in on certain markets around the globe that are of interest to Alabama companies based on what the state companies produce here in Alabama and where those markets lie. It also has a number of programs that it offers every year. And again, just why we're doing this, it creates jobs, the bottom line. And the state in Alabama, companies in Alabama export over $27 billion worth of manufactured goods. And that's up probably 4 or 5% from last year. And we're coming out of the pandemic with the strong performance. The top items exported, you might imagine, or you might not imagine, are automotive and aerospace. And we've got a significant, probably 35% almost 40% of the state's exports are automotive and aerospace. And you might think, well, that's Mercedes and Hyundai and Airbus, but a lot of small companies make their living selling goods and services to those large companies. Even things like food service and maintenance is very dependent upon the success of those companies. So you think about exporting, it's not just the big companies. There are a lot of small companies in the state exporting, and more small companies are getting involved these days to sell their goods and services overseas. So the three main statewide agencies that are prop this up, Export Alabama, it's led by the Alabama Department of Commerce. That's an arm of the state government under the governor's office, and they have a very strong marketing campaign called Made in Alabama. If you hadn't heard about that, it's awesome. Overseas, it works very well to know that the state is promoting goods and services that are from the state, and they have a great slogan, a website for that. And so this Export Alabama is a part of that effort by the state to help promote the goods and services made in Alabama to foreign markets. And again, it's very active. Alabama companies are quite active in selling their goods overseas. The second group is the one that I work for, Alabama International Trade Center at the University of Alabama. Again, it's a statewide program. Its focus primarily is on education and training of companies, helping them learn what they need to do to be successful internationally. And then third is the federal partner, the U.S. Department of Commerce, which is a sister agency to the MBDA. The federal government has an incredible network overseas of offices through the U.S. embassies, and the U.S. Commercial Service, as it's known here in Alabama, has an office in Birmingham, and they also cover the state. And these three entities work together. All of us know each other. We refer companies to each other every day. We're out making visits together to companies. We like to say if you're interested in exporting, there's no wrong door to access these services. It's available. You contact one of us, and we can get you to the other agencies that are involved without you having to be bumped around everywhere. All right, so these are some of the things that are available to Alabama companies. Its focus primarily is on small companies with less than 500 employees, according to the U.S. Small Business Administration's definition. But one of the big things that this group does to help you is to look at where in the world you might be able to sell your products. There's, I don't know how many countries in the world, 185, a lot more, maybe, but where do you want to start? You're going to try to sell something to Ireland or sell something to Iraq? Which one of those may be the best place for your product? Maybe Iraq is a great place if you're maybe selling something to the U.S. military. Maybe Ireland is where to go. Maybe Mexico. Next, we also help your business with compliance. And now, if you're involved in exporting or involved in importing in any way, your paths are going to cross with the U.S. government and with the foreign government. There are a lot of regulations on getting products out of the United States, and then on the flip side, getting products into another country. So these services are available to help your company figure out what regulations may apply to your business and to your product. It's an easy thing to navigate, but you need to know what the do's and don'ts are for your product in the U.S. export compliance side and the foreign compliance side. Next, this group can help you find partners. That's probably one of the single most important things to look at. Finding a partner could be an importer, maybe a distributor, but that's going to be your business eyes and ears on the ground, the foreign country, helping you move products into that market. And those entities also are involved in helping access and navigate through some of the foreign government regulations that you need to comply with, but they help you do that in that country. As Kia said, export financing is important. If you're going to start doing business overseas, you're going to need capital, just like you would if you're trying to expand your domestic market here in the U.S. So having a good relationship with the banker, having a friendly banker, and many of these programs through the Ex-Im Bank that Kia mentioned, and the U.S. Small Business Administration are set up to help those banks have a loan guarantee that can benefit you as you look at exporting. Also, how do you get paid? That's sometimes a big issue in the beginning. It's maybe a anxiety you might have, but it's fairly easy. There's some instruments involved to help your business get paid as it's doing international commerce. The State Office of International Trade takes 2 or 3 trade missions overseas a year. These are group trips where small businesses go. And in the foreign market, the U.S. Commercial Service gets involved in helping those businesses from Alabama meet with potential partners. Most all products that are produced in the U.S. have some type of international trade show overseas where that type of product is promoted within the foreign market. So the state is involved in looking at some of those markets and going to those shows and taking a group of companies that would benefit from having a booth at that show. In September and in November, the state took a group of biotech companies to a really strong scientific exhibition in Copenhagen, where it connected with a lot of similar companies that are doing biotech business. In April and this year, the state's going to take a group of aerospace businesses down to a trade show in Chile that's focused on the aerospace industry in South America. Those are just a couple of examples. Like Kia mentioned, workshops are really important. Learning how to export is not difficult. I've seen a lot of companies that have mastered it, and if they can do it, I know you can do it too. There's a lot of things to learn, but they're certainly not difficult. At the basic level, at the starting level, you learn how to quote a price. Overseas, there's some certain jargon and abbreviations you got to use that are worldwide known. You got to learn how to ship the product, and you obviously got to know how to get paid. But those are the 3 kind of fundamental things. And after that, sometimes it just gets a matter of complying with some regulations that are out there to get your product out of the country. The U.S. government, Small Business Administration, have you ever heard of SBA? SBA, probably about 15 years ago, set up a grant program called STEP, State Trade Export Program, STEP. And it's each state in the country has a STEP grant program that's funded through SBA. It's a lot of words and a lot of acronyms there. But as a small business, you may qualify for a stipend or a small grant to be able to take your first trip overseas on a part of a state-sponsored trade mission or going to a trade show. You need to already have been in business and have some type of export plan where your business is focusing on going overseas. And last, I'll mention that the governor, through this Export Alabama Alliance, gives a series of export awards to small businesses that are actively exporting. Usually it's in May of the year, and this is a good way to recognize companies that you may not think about that are exporting overseas. So this is a way to kind of spread the cheer and good fortunes of others and showcase what they're doing in the global marketplace, and also just to show that it is possible. It is possible. So lastly, just to wrap up here, this is part of the Made in Alabama advertising and promotion campaign, Export Alabama, the state alliance of these export service providers. And we would certainly like to entertain questions from the audience today and be available to meet with you at some point in the future, or just give us a call, give Kia a call, and we can plug you into all these resources that are out there to help you kind of navigate that world. Okay, thank you.
Anybody has any questions? You wanna do these, or does anybody have any questions? Are you good? So I have a question. What are the key regulatory requirements for exporting goods out of the United States?
Okay. So some of the key regulatory items when it comes to exporting you have to think about is like I know Brian talked a little bit about it within his presentation, but some of the international codes, so they're called the ECCNs and your harmonized codes, finding out what those are specifically for your product or service, and then also looking at any licensing regulations that might adhere to your product or service or your audience. 'Cause each one of those, it varies for each one, and then I just think overall, just kind of like doing your due diligence. But you see me.
Yeah, same thing. If you, one of the first things you got to do if you're going to make a shipment, think about a shipment, you've got to do something called a declaration, an export declaration, where you divulge to the government, it's a government form, that you specify what you're selling, the quantity, the details of that, maybe the quality standards, and you also declare who you're sending that to, what company in the foreign market, and in what country, of course. As Kia mentioned, there's these regulations that pinpoint something else that might have to be done besides declaring it. You may need to have the buyer that you're going to ship the good to complete some other documentation that the U.S. government needs to know. Particularly if you're selling something that might be used for some other purpose. You might sell a compressor, but that compressor might be used for some other non-industrial use, like a military use, in which case the U.S. government is going to kind of be interested in that dual use product. But these regulations are set up to kind of control exports. There's a very tiny tax on exports that goes back into helping the ports around the country be maintained by the Corps of Engineers, Army Corps of Engineers. But it's really an export declaration and possible other licenses that you apply for. Absolutely, good point from the audience here. The good may be prohibited from coming into the other country, of course, and that's very important. The other thing that comes into play can be the taxes that foreign government may apply on that good. That may make it really out of non-competitive on a price basis.
So one more question before we end today. What resources are available to help companies identify target market and assess export opportunities? Can I pull that away?
Okay. Well, the resources, so myself, Arizona MBDA Export Center. We have 3 other centers, 2 in Texas, 1 in Miami. Brian's program, ITA, and then the SBA programs, they have several underneath them, like he had mentioned, the STEP program, and then they have a finance-specific program when it comes to international markets, and then Exim Bank, and then U.S. Commercial Services is a really big one.
Also, when companies that export across the U.S., those export declarations are also used by the government to compile statistics. So no matter what product you have, you can look at this database and see how much of that product was shipped out last year, what countries it went to, and that's a good starting point to see other companies in my industry are exporting, and you can see where they're exporting that to and the dollar value over time, over several years. And that's usually a good indicator. If those companies around the U.S. are already exporting something there, then you can do it too. But that's a good resource that's available from the groups that Kia mentioned.
Okay, well, thank you. I know Kaya has a booth just out the door. If anybody has any questions or anything that comes up before the end of our day today. And thank you both. While I'm up here and Yvette is not, I will introduce our next session, and it's the Loan Program to Access to Capital, and our moderator is Yolanda Devine Johnson, and our panelist is Suzanne Darden.
Thank you. Okay, I'm Yo Johnson, and I'm with the Alabama Small Business Development Center Network. Each of you should have a brochure. I would like for you to look at that really quick. I also have this brochure in Spanish. Does anyone prefer that? Okay. Whenever you look at this brochure, on the back side, it has the state of Alabama broken up into 10 regions. I actually work in the coastal region there. And the presenter prior, Mr. Brian Davis, he covers the entire state of Alabama with the Alabama International Trade Center through the Small Business Development Center program. Our program offers technical assistance, one-on-one seminars, webinars, all available through our website, asbdc.org. That's at the bottom of the brochure on every panel. You can register for our no-cost services at that location if you're in the state of Alabama. For those of you that are online, if you are not in the state of Alabama, there is a Small Business Development Center in every state and territory in the United States, and they offer similar programs that I'm about to describe. We have 4 major services. You just learned about the Alabama International Trade Center, and our next program will be from the CAP, Capital Access Program. I personally am on the Starting and Growing team, and then we also have the Alabama Apex Accelerator. So we have 4 services, Starting and Growing, that's me. We also have an Apex Accelerator. We have the Alabama International Trade Center, and now we have 4th is CAP, Capital Access Program Team. Today with us to discuss those programs is Suzanne Darden. Suzanne is the director of the CAP team. She has been a leader with the SBDC CAP program since 2013. In the last 3 years, the SBDC has helped secure over $318 million in capital projects for small businesses throughout the state of Alabama. Suzanne was awarded the 2018 SBDC State Star Award for Outstanding Performance among the nationwide SBDC program, and is our go-to person for Alabama businesses seeking access to capital. Her previous experience has included serving as general manager and CFO for a refrigeration and ice manufacturing business. And ladies and gentlemen, if you don't understand inventory, if you're an ice manufacturer, you better understand inventory in the South. And commercial lending with banks in Georgia and Virginia. She's a graduate of Christopher Newport College, which is a part of the College of William and Mary, and she is from Williamsburg, Virginia. And what she's not going to tell you about herself, this capital access program is like none other in the United States through the SBDC program. This is her vision, and we are at the top. The SBDC in the state of Alabama is at the top in this nation for capital access because of this woman. So please join me in welcoming her to the podium today. Suzanne.
Thank you, Yo. Good afternoon, everybody. Are you going to push the...
Is there one?
Got to figure out how to work this thing here. Okay, as Yo said, we are part of the SBDC network in Alabama. You've heard from Brian.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you.
You've heard from Brian Davis, who's our international trade, and now you'll hear from me, and we are the Capital Access team. Most of you probably remember back in 2007, 2008, that we had a financial crisis in this country. And most of it had to do with the banking system and banks. And after that, the federal government decided in about 2010 that they were going to send some programs and some monies down into the state to really help with the Jobs Act and to help with getting capital access back to our small businesses. No one wanted to lend to anybody from about 2008 to about 2010. So that's why our team came into being at Alabama. They said, we need a specialized team. We need people who have been in banking. We need people who have been in business. We need people who have been in research and in economic development so that we could be out here helping y'all on a daily basis, right? And we've talked about what we do as a nationwide group, and these are the different things we've done over the last 5 years. Jobs created, new business started, and growth capital access. Now, what does that mean? That means that if you sign up for our services on the capital access team, that we're going to help you put together your package to go to lenders in the state, and we'll talk about the different places where you can either borrow money or raise money. And that's what we're going to work with you to do. When you sign up with the Capital Access team or any of our teams, it is confidential between our teams and you. It's not, we don't work for the lender, we don't work for the SBA or USDA, we actually work for the university, and everything is confidential. That's important because we're going to work with you to put together your package specifically for your business so that you have a better chance of going and getting a yes. Right? So I think that's important to know that we don't have a conflict of interest. We're not trying to sell you a product. And one of the things that made me want to do this after the financial crisis is a lot of the lenders became salespeople. They wanted to put you in the product that they had and that they could get approved for you, and maybe it's not the best product for you and your business long term. Okay? Here again is where we are all over the state. The Capital Access team is statewide. I cover everything from Greater Birmingham down to the coast and over to the state lines. So I'm going to be the one that Yo brings in when you're in her territory. After she's met with you, if she sees that you need the Capital Access team, she will bring me in on that. So anytime you're talking with Yo or you're talking with the Capital Access team, you're talking with us both, right? Now, here's what we do. We, again, put together the different packages for your specific business, and these are some of the things we add to it. We know the different programs that are available in the state, and we know how to make sure that you're ready for those programs. During the pandemic, we were the statewide technical assistance people for the SBA programs. And then after that, the IRS programs. What that meant was we were having Zoom webinars before anybody really knew what that was. We were having these Zoom webinars all over the state, virtually, to help you understand about the programs. They were changing, sometimes on an hourly basis, but definitely on a weekly basis. And so we were doing everything we could to keep our clients and anyone that was listening in understanding where we were with these programs. Because of that, we had a lot more exposure in the state. We're a nonprofit organization, so we don't spend a lot of money marketing ourselves, or we don't have a PR firm or anything like that. Most of our clients come from either lenders or who they're not able to help, or from satisfied clients, or for business advisors, so they send us who to work with. So this is what we're doing. We're looking at all the different programs. At any one time, if you came and asked the Capital Access team, this is what I want to do, and this is where the money that I want to borrow or raise, we're looking at probably 40 to 45 different sources of revenue. So every bank that's on every corner, they have a program and they have a certain way they make those decisions. But there are also others besides the traditional banks that a lot of people who've not borrowed commercially before don't really understand. And that's why it's nice to have, we do this day in and day out. There's not anything that you can ask us that's a bad question or anything that we're not going to understand you may not know about. Sometimes when you're talking with lenders, they talk in what we call bankese. So they'll say things and you're going like this and you're thinking, there's no way I understand this, and that's when you can talk to us and we'll explain what that means. Okay? So first, let's talk about the different sources of capital. And this is just an overview. This is available to you. But again, this is just to let you know what some of the things we do. But our work is really done one-on-one, right? So you will have things that you want to know more about, and that's when I want you to sign up with us at no charge. All of our services are at no charge, so that we can really talk specifically about you, your situation, your business, and what's the best fit. Okay? All right, there's 3 different types of funding. Equity funding. That is when someone invests in your company or says, I'll put so much money into your company and I want a certain percentage of your company in return. That's equity financing. You could hear it say investor financing. There's different ways to do it, but it's basically you don't owe them money back necessarily, but you do have them own some of your business. So they may have to make decisions or they may require certain things. Debt financing is what probably most of us are aware of and what we see if we're going to a lender. It's going to be a debt instrument, and that industry, especially since the financial crisis, is highly regulated. A lot of what I'll be talking about today is to let you know that some of the things that the different lenders on different levels have to do is because of the regulations from Washington. So we'll talk about why they don't really have the flexibility, nor do they have the ability to just structure things specifically for you like they did before 2008, right? And then alternative funding. If you're not interested or ready for equity financing investors and you're not bankable yet, then where do we go to get our business started or maybe just to grow? There's some alternative funding that we'll talk about, and that changes depending on the state, depending on where you are, and depending on what's going on in your area. There could be other funding that's available. All right, so let's talk about equity investors. If you decided, I'm not really wanting to take on debt, but I would like to have some investors. Well, first you want to talk to your friends and family, or any monies that you might have put aside to put into your company. The only thing I want to make sure you understand when you're talking to your friends and family, what do they expect back for this infusion of capital into your business? It's real important that this be on a document that both of you sign that's legally binding. There's a lot of misunderstanding that happens when you're talking to friends and family, unfortunately, about what you need. You're excited, you're passionate. Oh yes, I'd like to be a part of it. Until you see in writing what they expect in return, you need to beware, okay? Next is high net worth individuals. In every town, let's say you're going to start something and there's people in that town that, oh, we really need that, and we'd really like to help you get that started. Again, there is money out there to be invested into businesses. It's just what will it cost you, okay? Angel investors, that's a type of group that are really for startups. Most of the time they are used for startups that can be scaled and can be grown. For instance, you're going to start this business and you're going to start it in this town, but within 3 years, you're going to have 100 of these across the United States or 1,000 of these across the United States. Angel investors are really looking for coming in, putting money into a company. I'll use this example. They put in $1,000. They went 10 to 20 times that back in 3 to 5 years. So a high growth, I've got this idea, we're starting here, but it's going to take off in 3 to 5 years. So angel investors in our state, we have a couple of networks, but that's not really where a lot of our money comes from for our businesses. Same thing with venture capital. Maybe you're a little bit further along, you're in a growth stage, or you've gotten 1 to 2 years under your belt and you really need a manufacturing facility now. You've been renting, but you'd like to have a building or you'd like to have more equipment. The venture capital people will come in, again, put money into the company, and usually venture capital and private equity, they want a part of your company in return. In some cases, they want control of your company, and that's up to you to determine. For 51% of your company, which this is really important to say, Anyone who has over 50% of your company is in control. I don't care if it's 50.5. I've had people come to me and say, oh, I'm going to be an owner in the company. I'm going to own 40%. I said, you're not making any decisions. You don't get to say. Because legally, 51 or 50, over 50% of the company, depending how the bylaws are written, they're the ones making the decision. So it's real important to understand when people say they want to invest in your company, what are you giving up for that? One of the areas that most people don't think about, but we've seen a lot of in the state, trade partners. For instance, you want to open a wine store, and you have distributors that bring the wine to you. And they were always saying, if we just had a wine store in this area, we could sell more wine. They may be willing to be a partner with you, a trade partner. They're selling you the product, but they're also benefiting from having the business there. We see that in the grocery industry. You may have a grocer wholesaler who really would like to be in a rural area, but they can't afford to do it, or they don't want to do it by themselves, and they may want to partner with someone like that. So trade partners, depending on your business, is something that you should really consider and think about. All right? Another equity investor, or something that comes down from the U.S. Treasury, and that's new market tax credits and historic tax credits. If you're going into an area that has the ability to have either one of these, whether it's a historic building or you're in a rural area where if you put a business there, new market tax credits can come in. And here in Atmore, you see that more than in other parts of the state sometimes, because you have your new market tax credit entity at United Bank. So you could see more new market tax credits. They'll come in and help with a hospital. They'll come in and help with a larger manufacturer that's going to employ people. So depending on what you're doing and whether or not something would be available, we could take a look at that. And that's one of the things we do. We have a director of research. We have all of the databases at the university available to us. If you're thinking about something, we can talk to you about. You talk to Yo about it, and she calls us and says, or emails us and says, we need information on this type of business. What could be available here? We do analysis all the time of an area. What are your demographics in the area? Or is there extra money for this type of product or service? And so it helps you sort of narrow down what you want to do and whether or not you can be profitable doing it. Right? And then the last one is other public equity, grants, in-kind services, and that a lot of times is local. What do they have available through your local mayor's office, through the city council, through the county offices? There are things that sometimes go on because they have their own revolving loan funds, and they would be willing to work with you, especially if you're going to start something and put your sweat equity in it, and they want it in this community. We get calls a lot of times from the people who run your towns or communities and municipalities about, is there anything available? We have someone who wants to open this tire recycling shop, and we really need something like that here. We have to go 100 miles to do something like that, right? So these are the different types of equity. Again, it comes in exchange for owning part of your company. So then, if an equity situation won't work for you or your business, then we talk about debt investors. And most of y'all know these. This is what you hear about when you think about taking on debt for your business. Again, friends and family can loan you money. You just need to make sure it's written and that the terms and conditions are agreed to by both of you. In most cases, we will tell our clients, do not let one lawyer represent both of you, because they're representing one more than they're representing the other. And if you're the one receiving the money and somebody else is loaning it, they're probably hiring the lawyer. So just make sure that, and we cannot write it up for you. We cannot practice law, but we can certainly take a look at it and see, this looks like a red flag, and just say, you need to go back and talk to your lawyer about that, all right? So friends and family, same with trade partners. Again, it just depends on the terms and conditions. The bank. So every corner has got banks where you do your deposit money, you might do your mortgage there, you may do your auto loan or your truck loan. Those are your traditional banks that we have all over the state. Most of those traditional banks, if they're the large regional or national banks, they're going to want you to be in business already before they will take on any or offer you any debt. Because of that, we look for the next one, which is your credit enhanced bank debt. So what they'll say is, well, we don't loan money to startups, or we don't loan money to companies that are borrowing for growth, which means they cannot pay the money back on their existing business. But if we had a USDA guarantee or an SBA guarantee, or we had some other agency, SSBCI is a new program coming in the next few months, if we had one of those that could help us, we call it a credit enhancement, to the lender in order to say yes to the client where normally they would say no. Again, I know this is a lot of talk, but basically you don't get an SBA loan, you don't get a USDA loan in this market, you get a bank loan and they get the guarantee to help them make that loan to you, all right? The next one is a Council of Governments revolving loan funds. We have 12 Council of Governments in the state of Alabama, usually made up of 4 or 5 counties, 6 counties.
Ours is South Alabama Regional Planning Commission.
Right. And you may know them for some other thing that you go to, but they also usually have a revolving loan fund, and they lend usually money up to 200, sometimes 250,000 as part of the financing from the bank. So the bank will say, we'll loan you 60,000, you have 10,000 to put in, but we still have a gap of $15,000 to get to where you want to go to. These planning commissions have revolving loan funds, and usually their criteria for saying yes is a lot less stringent than the regulated bank is, right? Then, if you've gone down this list and the lenders are not where you need to be, aren't the good fit, or even the Council of Governments, or even any of these SBA or USDA loans, there's another group called CDFIs. Again, this was a group of financial institutions that were put into business by U.S. Treasury years ago to say yes to the clients that the banks, even the banks with SBA guarantees, were saying no to. So what does that mean? The lenders are looking for a certain ratio of your personal debt to income. They're looking at certain ratios of your business income to debt. They're looking at certain collateral ratios. The CDFIs open that up a bit. And this will make more sense when we talk one-to-one, but basically they are put into business in order to work with clients that are not ready for the traditional bank. Their rates are higher. Sometimes their terms are better, but mainly this is what you would start out with many times when you have a startup or you have a risky business that's not growing the way you wanted it to. And they're really just there for maybe 3 to 5 years until you have grown to the point where you can get traditional financing. Another thing, especially down in these areas, I think y'all have what, Baldwin EMC? Okay, the EMCs down here, which are part of the membership in the Power South organization, they have revolving loan funds. And they have USDA programs where they lend programs. So again, these are things that you wouldn't know. You wouldn't even know if you'd already borrowed from a bank. You didn't know all these things. That's why as a CAP team, we're always looking every day. Is there anything new coming into the state? Is there anything new that somebody else could help somebody else? This is what we do daily. So we're saying to you, when you come to us and we're talking, keep in mind, we're not just talking about 3 banks that are in Atmore, or the 2 banks that are down the road in Bay Minette. We're talking about all of these different things that would be available to you. Okay? All right, now we'll talk about alternative. This is when none of the first 2 would work. You're really just got an idea and you need to do a little bit more work on it before you can borrow money. And that is pitch competitions. That's when you go and you pitch your idea and they have some type of an award, money award, maybe $5,000, $10,000. We've had them up to $25,000 or $50,000. There are private sector grant competitions. On our website, we will have the list of the nationwide grants. You fill out all your paperwork, and it's really more like a lottery. It's not, the return on investment or the return on your time is not great, but at least it's there, right? There's certain ones for women, there's certain ones for minorities, veterans, but we don't see a lot of that happening in our state. I mean, somebody might get $5,000, but if you needed $50,000, that's really only going to give you the time to go fill out the other paperwork. And then there's grants. We have a section on our website where you can see what grants are available in the state and in the country. And then incentives. Again, the whole thing is, are you doing something in your area that the local government needs you to do? Your city, your county, your municipality, if they're saying we really need a donut shop, we don't have a donut shop and we really want one, or we're a bakery, or just something that they're saying is really missing from our town and we could really support it, they may have incentives to do that. Okay, so I've talked a lot about the different types of financing and what's available with the different types of financing. I'm going to pivot for a minute and talk to you about how the decision is made by the lender. And I think this is most important because if you've never borrowed for a business commercially, we call it commercial lending, if you've never done that before, then sometimes you think it's the same as buying a home, which it's not, or it may be the same as buying a car or a truck, might be the same as going and getting a personal loan. Sometimes you go to the same facilities, but commercial lending all has to do with the business that you're starting. And if it's a startup, it has, well, even if it's not a startup, since the financial crisis, the lenders are making the decision on what we call a global cash flow analysis, which means your personal assets and income with your business assets and income, or your projections if you're a startup. That's how they make the decision. I wish we were telling this to everybody who is in high school about to go to college, because that credit score and the credit and how they use money from the time they get that first car loan, the first insurance, the first credit card, that follows them into the business world. There is not a thing when you have a small business that is either an LLC or an S Corp. You can't just say, oh, I just want this to be on the business side. I don't want anything in my personal to be affected by it or to be included. But that's not the way it works anymore. It is a global cash flow analysis, and it's really important. And many times when people come to us and their personal credit needs repairing, we have places that we can send you to work with to get that. So we're going to be looking at where you are when you come to us right then and there. What do we need to do to start to get you ready to be able to borrow? All right, so what is the lender looking for? And I say it's not a business plan. You do have to have a business plan, but that's not how the decision is made. And I think that's probably the biggest fallacy. Most people feel like they'll bring me a beautiful business plan, and that's what they want to go to a lender with. And I said, well, they're going to see this. They want to know that you know what you're doing and who your competition is and what you're up against. But they're going to make the decision on your financial numbers, both personal and what you have put in your projections. Okay, so this is what they're looking for: character, the applicant's credit history. That's that personal credit score that I was telling you about. And I'll give you an example here. A bank might be looking for, we're not going to talk to anybody that doesn't have a 680 credit score. Whereas if the SBA's got a guarantee, they'll say, well, we'll go down to a 650 credit score. And then if that doesn't work and you go down to the CDFI level, they'll go down to a 600 credit score. So that's what I mean. Depending on where you are, we look to see what institutions fit with you where you are right then. Not to mean that you don't work on getting it better, but if you need that money and to start your business or to grow your business, we're going to take into account where you are right now. right? Capacity, that's what I'm saying, your debt to income ratio, capital, how much money do you have to put into the project yourself? The least amount that usually they're looking for you to put in is 10% of the project cost. But in some cases, this is another good example, a traditional bank, if you were borrowing, they would want 15 to 25% down. If the SBA's got a guarantee to that bank, they can go down to 10 to 15% down. The CDFI might be fine with 10% or even a little less, depending on what the project is and how good they feel about it. So again, that's going to make a difference on the capital that you have. There is confusion around the cash flow of the business and the collateral. And lenders and the regulated industry, they want it all. So they want the business to be able to pay the cash flow, but they also want you to have hard collateral to back it up. Collateral is real estate, buildings, equipment that has an appraisal to it, and that has a useful life of 10 years or more, inventory, accounts receivable. So if you don't have the collateral value for your business, you have a startup business and you don't own anything else, then they're going to look to see, do you have any personal collateral that can be, a lien could be put on in order to help with the business loan. And that's, again, where it goes back and forth between the business and the personal, right? And then the conditions, the purpose of the loan, the amount involved, and the prevailing interest rates. Unfortunately, right now, we have some of the highest interest rates we've had in 10 years. Because of that, it's more difficult to get qualified for a loan, and you have to keep that in mind. I would say right now we have a number of clients that come to us because they have been working for years for companies where the owners want to retire. So the baby boomers are starting to say, okay, I don't want to work as much anymore. But this person, this person, this person have been working with me and for me for maybe 5, 10, 15 years. And we would like them to be the owner and they would like to be the owner. In some of those cases, I have said to both the seller and the purchaser that seller financing may be the way to go at the beginning to get 2 years under your belt. Because maybe the purchaser has done all this work, but they don't have enough themselves to put down to get a loan to pay off the seller. So they can work towards that. They can work to taking over the books. The seller can work with them to make sure that they understand all about the business, not just the part that they've been doing, but the business side of the business too. So we do see more of that more often now with the seller financing. And so if you have a business or thinking about a business and you know somebody else in your town that has it and maybe they've talked about wanting to retire, that's a really good way to get into the business where the seller is not only financing it, but they're also helping you learn the business, because the more profitable you are, the better it is for them. Okay? All right, and here's again the lender minimum requirements, and you'll have this to take home with you. But basically, they want to know that you have experience. Again, that's why seller financing or buying a business that you've worked in really does give you a leg up on things. This second one is one that really bothers a lot of our entrepreneurs because they didn't realize this, and that is a secondary source of income. If you have a startup business and you're projecting that that startup business will make $1,000 a month and your loan payment is $500 a month, what they're saying is, what if your business doesn't do it? You don't have any history. All you have is projections that you've written down, and they'll all tell you, well, you wouldn't have any projections that didn't look good. So where can that secondary source of income come from? Sometimes it's having someone else that has more of a net worth than you sign on the loan. Doesn't mean that they have to pay it. It just means the bank feels like, or the lender, that if for some reason your business doesn't do what you projected it to do, that they're going to get paid. Okay? And then the equity injection, again, how much money do you have to put in there? And you have to be current on taxes and child support, especially where the SBA, USDA are involved. If they see anything on there that is a problem with child support or taxes, they won't even look at your loan. Collections, that has to be paid off. I have a gentleman right down in this, not Baldwin County, but the area, and he was in dispute with an insurance company and did not want to pay it because he felt like they owed it to him. But it had gone on for years. So I said, well, I'm not saying you should pay it. I'm telling you we cannot put your application in through the lender until it's taken care of. So, all right. And again, here's some, for if you're a startup, this is documentation, and that will be in your presentation to look at. But basically, we on the CAP team will ask you for all the same things that a lender would be asking you for, so that we can look at it and advise where the best fit is. The nice thing about it, this goes into a secure box. It's uploaded into the university with your name on it. It does not go through the internet. And let's say you wanted to speak with 4 different lenders in your area. You only have to do this one time because they all want the same thing. Trust me, they all want the same thing. And so we've done it one time, we take a look at it with you, we talk to you about what we see, where we think the fit. More and more, we have clients that'll come back to us, not because they don't have a lender, but because they want to make sure that lender is structuring their loan the way it best suits them, not the way it suits the lender. So many times, that's what we were doing, is we're reviewing different term sheets for people. All right? And then the last thing here, project expense summary. What are you going to do with the money? I need to borrow $250,000, and this is what I'm going to be doing with this money. Tenant improvements on a place, inventory for it, working capital for the first 3 months, and then startup projections. All right, and then this is a personal financial statement. This is what you fill out. And again, this is so that they can see if you have a spouse and the other person works and they take care of your insurance, they take care of your household expenses. It just shows that you don't have to take money out of the company to pay those, that you have someone else in your household. It could be your parents. It doesn't matter. It's just that you're showing that there's other people that can take care of those things. And the other things we're looking for here is, do you have cash to put down? Do you have equity in your home? You know, these are the things that are looking at on a personal financial statement. All right, and then I think the main thing that we help our clients with and what the lenders look for is when you're doing projections on your business, whether you're in business or not. Let's say you're projecting, with this money I can put in another line or another store and it's going to increase my business. What they want to see is what we call the assumptions behind those numbers. And we work really hard at making sure that assumptions behind those numbers have an industry standard behind it. We will pull the data for your type of business, for your area, and if you say I'm going to have a restaurant and I'm going to have 6 tables, and at lunch I'm going to turn those tables 100 times, I'm going to go, whoop, that's not believable. If you say we have 6 tables and I'm going to turn those tables twice in the 3 hours of lunch, then we can back that up with data. So what we do is take your projections and your assumptions behind those numbers and give some additional third-party verification to them. And that's what the lender's looking for. If you don't have, now if you already have the experience showing that you've already done it and you'll continue to do it, you don't need this. But many of our startups do. Okay? And these are the documents. Again, when you work with us, we will send you a list of the documents needed. All I can say to you is it's important to know this is exactly what the lender looks for. We try to get it together and talk with you about it first before we send you to the lender. All right, and this is what the lender does. They're looking for that global cash flow analysis. They're looking for your debt to credit ratio. They're looking for your debt to income ratio. All of these things are what the lenders do to make decisions. Remember at the beginning I said the business plan is not how they make the decision? No. These ratios are how they make the decision. And when we're working with you, we talk to you about it one-on-one. All right? These are the things that we put together for the lender to show the monies that you've had coming in over the last 3 years. These are where your ratios are. This is where we want you to be. The debt coverage ratio on the bottom line needs to be 1.25 or greater, and in this case they are. That's how they make the decision. Okay. And then at the end of it, when we're done with that, you'll add your resume. We don't write your business plan, but once you put the information in that you want, we'll make sure that it's in the format, and maybe add some of the narrative style that the lender and the SBA or USDA are looking for, and then we make sure your projections are supported by assumptions. So that's what we do. If you're interested in our services, then you register. I think Joe has all that, and then she works with you first, and then if she needs me, she puts us on. All right, thank you, and any questions?
Okay, thank you, Suzanne. Okay, do we have any questions? Okay, all right. Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Our business advisor there, Mr. Mel Washington, participates in that. The question was, in the startup weekend that is in Mobile, do we participate? We do. We have representation there. We certainly do. Yes. Anyone else?
One question that we always get when we're out is how to repair credit.
How to repair credit. We have in the state of Alabama, it's called Operation Hope. Their home office, if you will, is in Selma. This is a free service, and I send people directly to the contact there with the application. And I had a client this past week, and he said, "Oh, if I do that, it's going to take so long." And I'm like, well, number one, your credit didn't happen overnight, and I'm not saying they can do miracles, but I am saying it's free, one. Number two is that if you are on that teetering part of that 600 or that 650, they actually helped a client of mine that was on that teetering to understand what was happening to their particular credit, not just something that I had said in general, but to them specifically, and were able to help them in the next reporting cycle, which is in a month. They were able to get them over that 650 in just a month. Can they do that with everyone? Absolutely not. But you need to understand where your credit, where it's coming from, what has happened, and they are there to help you with that personal credit, just like we're here to help you with your business, okay? So Operation Hope is a great...
They've started some workshops in the area where they are partnering with some of the lenders down in the areas, and they will do workshops at night and on the weekends.
That's right.
And so once you contact them, they'll let you know what's available in your area. Sometimes it's one or two just little things that can make a difference on the way you're handling your personal credit that could make a difference.
Absolutely, and we have a representative for those workshops right in Mobile. That does come, he does come out of Mobile, but his office is there, okay? So that's Operation Hope. Anyone else? Okay, well, it looks like, thank you, Suzanne. Absolutely, thank you, thank you. All right, we're ready to go. As you know, my name is Yo Johnson. I have business cards right here for you to pick up afterwards. I also have a list of business resources. Would you mind helping me get those out? Thank you. Okay, so we're going to be talking about taxes. How much fun is that? Licensing and reporting. And with that, I think the reason they put me at this, I live in Orange Beach, and they knew that if I had to dance on the tables, I was used to doing that, right, to keep y'all awake. But with this, we need to, a lot of times when we start talking about taxes and licensing, it almost seems like all of that was put on us, right? Like I cannot think for myself what it might be. And what I want to do today is for you to try to grasp how this happens, why it happens, and then for you to be able to think through it so that you are prepared for it, okay? So I work for the Small Business Development Center. I am just like Mal McGee. I was raised, I am 6th generation Baldwin County on my mother's side and 4th on my father's. And so I am a Southern girl raised in a Pentecostal church, just like Mal, and all my cousins, they all have white hair like me, right? And so if that whole Southern charm, if that's what you're looking for, baby, we got it, right? So I am Baldwin County. I love Alabama. Nobody loves Alabama more than me. But at the same time, you need to know what the playing ground is, and that's what I'm here to do. We are not here to tell you what to do. As you know, that doesn't fly in this state. Nobody tells us what to do. But at the same time, if you know what the playing ground is, you can make the best decisions for your business, right? And that's what I'm here to do. And so let's get started. That's who I am. My email, we all work for UA, the University of Alabama, and like I said, I have a card for everyone. But if you want to write down that number, that's fine. But if you want to write down my cell number, this is my personal cell number. UA no longer puts that on our card, so here it is, baby. It is 205-613. 205-613-0001. Okay? I had to get a new phone the other week, and the little kid, he wasn't a kid, he was a grown man, I guess, but he said, "Ma'am, you've got 6,400 contacts." And I said, "Yeah." And he went, "That's a lot." And I said, "Look, when you're as old as me, that's less than 100 people a year. And baby, I meet 100 people in a day." So 6,400 contacts, I'll be glad to put you in my phone, okay? All right, so 205-613-0001. The University of Alabama, the Alabama Small Business Development Center, is the largest statewide provider of entrepreneurship programs. We are free. We provide this through one-on-one assistance individually, usually in conversations, right? We also do in-person seminars. I see in the back, tarot. We offer at the Tribe here at Porch, we provide quarterly seminars with tarot, and we will have one in March. You can register with tarot if you're interested in any of those seminars. They are in your newsletter, and they are pushed through the tribal membership. Okay, but we do have those outside the tribe as well. We've already had 2 Small Business Development Center workshops already in coastal Alabama this year, and it was starting a business, and both of those were in Baldwin County. Suzanne told you our impact. We're all about impact and results, right? We want to be, and we are, the premier provider of providing assistance, one business at a time, as we support Alabama's economy. And that's what we're all about, is supporting the economy to increase the quality of life for all of the citizens of the state of Alabama. We have these 10 different centers, and down there it says USA. We no longer have a office at USA. Our actual office is at the portal, okay? And I personally, I work out of my home, and I was doing that before COVID, and I continue to do that. I primarily serve Baldwin, Escambia, Conecuh, and Monroe counties. So I will have starting a business in Conecuh County coming up in April, also in Monroe County in April, and in Escambia County in May. All right, all of those, where would you find that out? At our website, and it's at the bottom of that brochure, asbdc.org, and you click on workshops and webinars. Today we're talking about licensing, taxes, licensing, and reporting for small businesses. And you know and I know it's a lot to remember, and with this man, that's the way we all feel sometimes, right? Just so much going on, so many things to do, and so little time. So let's start with taxes. Number one is the IRS. When I was young and had brown hair, the IRS publications, you needed a Boston lawyer to figure them out. It was confusing, but now the IRS publications, you need to dive into the ones that apply to your business because they are written in day-to-day language so that you and I can understand them. So I would encourage you. You don't have to spend all day on the IRS website, but you need to look at this publication, Publication 334. It's a tax guide for small businesses for individuals who use the Schedule C. For those of you that are new to the business world, Schedule C is for our LLCs, our sole proprietorships. We are the Schedule C is a part of our personal income tax, right? We run our business over here with Schedule C. That bottom line jumps back over to our personal income tax. So this publication 334, you literally go to irs.gov and put in publication 334 and this comes up. See how easy it is when you know what the number is of what you need, right? So there are other publications that are there that you may need, and you can, as my clients do, they're like, I don't know, I'm running this home-based business, and how do I take deductions off on my taxes? Well, it's not for me to tell you, but there are two ways. I suggest here's the publication. I suggest you calculate it both ways. And the way that benefits you the most, that's the one I would use, okay? So it's on an individual basis, but I don't want you to spend half your day looking for that on the IRS website because there is a lot of information there. So I send my clients directly to the publications they are looking for. The ones they're looking for the most are home. How do I deduct my home off of my taxes? Business expenses, mileage, and ladies and gentlemen, those of you that drove here today, this is business mileage, wherever you came from, and we are right there over 60 cents per mile, okay? So it is time for you to take that expense very seriously. Okay, so next, taxes for small businesses. We just talked about the IRS, that's federal government. This is state. The Alabama Department of Revenue has a guide called Starting a New Business. I'm not suggesting that you read this unless you can't sleep at night, but I am suggesting that whenever you get with your family, if it's anything like mine, they all want to tell me how to run my business. Anybody else's family like that? Yes. And they are inherently trying to find something that I have not done, right? And so they come up with these taxes, and I'm just like, I don't think that's a real tax. And then I got my little handy book that I printed this out. It's about 50 pages, but I have one in my possession. And I flipped through, and I'm like, there's no such thing as that, or I found what you were talking about, girlfriend, and it doesn't apply to me, okay? So if you need to know where to go. On that resource list I just sent you, this guide, the link is right there for you to have your own handy-dandy guide to Alabama taxes. Okay, next is for taxes for small businesses. These are not all of them, but these are the most popular ones, right, that we need to discuss. Estimated taxes, business privilege tax. That is the Alabama Department of Revenue. How many of you have had an LLC in the state of Alabama that was formed before January 1 of 24? Raise your hand. Okay, in that case, you have paid or should have paid the business privilege tax. In 22, the minimum was $100. In 23, the minimum was $50. And ladies and gentlemen, hark, there may be pigs flying in the sky when we walk outside because there is no minimum payment anymore for the business privilege tax in the state of Alabama. Okay. And you can vote for me for governor. No, I'm kidding. But yes, sir. But if you didn't pay it, you had to pay it before this exclusion started. So I had to pay like that was for past, okay? Business privilege tax, what you've owed before this year. Okay, so your calculation or the minimum is what you do, okay? So the business privilege tax itself has not left us. It's a calculation or minimum. A lot of us, small businesses, micro businesses, we have been paying the minimum. And the state of Alabama said no more minimum, okay? But the business privilege tax is a real tax, and if you have not been paying that, if you have a formation of a business in this state, that is through ADOR. What does that stand for? Absolutely, our wonderful Alabama Department of Revenue, and there's their phone number, okay? Next one is estimated taxes. This is a good time for you to evaluate that, right? Because right now we're getting ready to pay our taxes for April 15th. Estimated taxes, if I hear one more person say, oh, I'm a small business, I don't do that. I'm sorry, but that has nothing to do with estimated taxes, right? A small business may depends on your NAICS code. Estimated taxes, there are criteria that whenever you go over it, then it's owed. Otherwise, you are fined and you're paying more money, okay? So this estimated taxes, people are like, well, I don't want to do that. Well, do you want to pay the government more money? It's hard for me to compute here, right? You pay it on time, you pay less. You pay late, you pay fines. That's the choices. Okay, so we want to make wise choices, and if we owe those estimated taxes, let's pay them on time so we get the least out of our pockets, all right? So estimated taxes are for everyone. Know the criteria. The next one, property taxes. When you and I see that, so many times we say, oh, my business don't have a real estate, we don't have a building, we lease, so this doesn't pertain to me. Yes, it does. If you have a business, this tax applies to you, okay? Every one of us, every one. Okay, did I say it 3 times? This property tax comes to you as it's called business personal property tax. You are self-taxed. Okay? It's not going to appear in your My Alabama taxes. You're not going to get a notice. I'm not going to yell and scream and say it's time, there's a deadline. It's not going to be on the Channel 10 news tonight that it's time, but that tax is a real tax that you have to tax yourself, and it is for everything you use in your business. All right? So let's say this was my business. I would pay a tax on a podium, a table, a chair, and a cell phone, okay? If I had a vehicle for my business, then I would do that as well. So I need you to know that even my artist clients, one of my artists, she said, Miss Yo, you know my studio, I call it, everything came out of the dumpster. And I believe the chick, you know, because it looks beautiful when she gets through with it, but that girl can dumpster dive. And but I told her it really didn't matter that she got it out of the dumpster. She still had to pay this tax on it, okay? And when I talked to our local person for the Alabama Department of Revenue, said that she even had to pay it on her brushes for painting in her art studio, okay? Yes, sir. And last week, one of my clients in one of my classes said he had been audited. And he said, rightfully so, he called them and said, I did not know about this tax. And then what happened? They audited him. They did. And they came out, and he has a business truck because he works on things. He goes out and works on things. But in his truck was his Zoom. That's what I call them. They are automatic screwdrivers. And he told the guy, said, that is mine personally. That's not the business's, right? So he bought it out of his own money, or his wife gave it to him for Christmas or whatever, nice DeWalt. And the auditor said, it's in your business truck. You owe this tax on that. So I need you to understand this is a self-tax. Once again, nobody notifies you. Okay, it's kind of like a hurricane, insurance on a hurricane. It's at a bad time when we need it, right? If you're ever sued, then the other attorney is going to make sure that you have paid all your taxes, and this taxes that you don't want to hear when you're in arbitration, right? Like, oh, you don't pay your business taxes, and you're like, by George, I do. And then they show up with, have you ever paid your business personal property tax? Okay? So this is, it says on there, local and Alabama Department of Revenue. When we talk local, that's either county or city. You will see that a lot, local. That's county or city. I don't know why they can't put it, but they don't. That's the reason I got it up here, the word local, right? In Orange Beach, everybody wants to be a local on the Alabama Department of Revenue. I'm not so sure we all want to use that word. Okay, next is sales and use tax. In Alabama, the business responsibility, it's not an obligation to pay. It is a responsibility to collect from all of our clients and then turn and remit to the governments. Ladies and gentlemen, you might be late on your income tax with the federal government. They might let you make payments, but there's a tax in the state of Alabama you don't want to be late on, and it's this one right here. It's called a sales tax, where if you do not pay it on time, you have stolen from every one of your clients, and you have stolen from every government at the same time, okay? At the same time. You don't steal from all your clients or customers and all the governments at the same time without what? Getting caught. And it's crazy the fines that are put on this, but you have someone out of the goodness of their heart has given you their tax dollars to turn into the tax man, and you didn't do it, okay? That is not in good faith. That's not Southern hospitality. That is not what we do, right? So, what's the tax that we got to be on time? Sales tax is on time. That's how the state of Alabama, we fund our education, we fund our children, we fund our roads, we fund everything, lots and lots of things off of sales tax. So that one right there, You do not, it is not coming out of your pocket. It is your responsibility to collect, and it is your responsibility to remit. Where do you do that? You do that on the My Alabama Taxes, or what we call the MAT, okay? My Alabama Taxes. Also, that says use tax. So let's say that, that we, in our shop, we bought the inventory. We bought inventory and did not pay sales tax, but now we have used that inventory, some part of it, in our business, okay? I think the latest one that I like is, you know how you go to restaurants and the waiter or waitress says, oh, we tried that today and that's good, and how you've been noticing that's been getting less and less. This is one of those reasons why. If that staff eats food that the sales tax has not been paid on, then the owner of the restaurant has to pay it as use tax. Okay? They have to take whatever those employees ate and they used product that has not been paid sales tax on, then the business has to pay use tax. Okay? So that means I have gotten something and I used it in my business. The business owns use tax. The reason I bring this to your attention is we live really close to Pensacola, Florida. A lot of times we can go over there and buy this table, chairs, and podium, and when we bring it across that state line, they don't charge us what? Sales tax. And we're like, yeah, let's go to Florida and save that money. Ladies and gentlemen, if you bring that back into the state of Alabama in your business, you owe use tax. It is the same price, same cost as sales tax. Yes, sir.
What if merchandise or product is damaged? Would you still have to pay a use tax on the damaged product?
But usually when products are damaged, we send them back, right?
Yolanda, if you could
Yes.
repeat that so that people online could hear?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Just to repeat the question.
Oh, okay. He wanted to know if products, whenever you purchase inventory wholesale without paying sales tax, if it was damaged, how you would handle that with sales tax or use tax. We send damaged product back so it has not been sold, okay? And it hasn't been used. All right, next is rental tax. And if you see, rental tax is state, county, and local. In that case, that means municipality or city. And with that tax, that means that if I am renting something to someone, there is a tax associated with that. The big thing right now in my community, if one weekend I'm not using my boat, there's a guy down the street that rents boats. And you can I can give him my boat and he rents it for the week, and then it comes back on Monday. Somebody comes and cleans it, and then it's ready for me on Tuesday. That business has to pay what? Rental tax. If you are renting something else, there is a rental tax on that. Next is lodging tax. We have the Department of Revenue, county, and local. You know, I live in the tourism area, so we have all three for lodging tax. And let me tell you that Baldwin County is now at 8 million visitors a year, and we are now funding 1/3 of the general fund of the state of Alabama out of that county. So all of you that are coming and staying or live there, thank you, right? But I need you to know that since we all have what? Airbnbs, VRBOs, and up in these rural counties, who is renting? All of our hunters, all of our fishermen, and now since after COVID, all of those big city people that realize that we have clean air without somebody else in their space, right? So the locals, we already have a lodging tax for the state. Now the counties and the local municipalities are like going, hey, we better look at that Airbnb stuff. Yeah, I think you better, because we've got many still coming online in our rural areas. It is very sophisticated in Baldwin County because they're living off that lodging tax, right? But now out in our rural areas, you need to pay attention. I'm renting that room, I'm renting that garage, I'm renting that whatever. You need to pay attention if you're doing that. That's a real business, right? I am providing something and taking money for it. That is called a transaction, and therefore you are in business. And a lady proceeded to tell me the other day that she wasn't in a business. And I was like, what? And she said, I don't have a business license. I said, well, I'm here to tell you, you're just operating illegal, okay? You are in business, and you are operating illegally. And she went, oh, yes, ma'am. 3 minutes? All right. So, lodging tax, contractors' gross receipts, contractors' consumer use. Consumer use is what I consume in self-employment. Tax changes, the business privilege tax, we've already talked about how that has changed. Next, your tax resources are on the list I gave you. IRS has an assistance center. It's in Mobile. You can call and make a conversation appointment. Next, business essential state taxes. Those are webinars. So if you know a tax applies to you, you can watch a webinar on that tax. The state guide for businesses is on your list, and then county and city. State licenses, we're going to talk about licenses. When I was in business school, they got in front of the class and said, how will you be successful? Location, location, location. McDonald's is a location or real estate business, not a hamburger joint. 3 locations. Now, I want you to think that this is, whenever you are thinking about your licenses and your sales tax, it is location, 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 location. 4 location questions to myself. The hint is, what jurisdiction am I in? So I'm in the state, the county, city/local. So please notice 287 towns. Ladies and gentlemen, just because it's a town doesn't mean it doesn't have taxes. All that means is it's smaller than the rest of them, okay? The business license is required per location of the transaction. State of Alabama is administered through the county, okay? You get your license for the state of Alabama through the county. If I'm operating in multiple counties, do I have a business license for multiple counties? Yes, it does. Next, many service businesses do not require a state privileged license. I use that terminology because people get confused with business privilege tax and business privilege license, okay? There is a license. And then I've got this big but, right? But if is a landscape or a service? You know, normally we just say yes. But the hint down here, if he has a shovel in his utility trailer, he still needs a license in the state of Alabama. Okay? You, me, cannot keep up with this. So wherever the jurisdiction of your transaction is, you better go to every single jurisdiction and find out what the license is, because we could not have made this up. Right? Am I going to sit there and go, oh, I think I saw I think you got a shovel. No, we can't make this up. So there's no need. You need to go to every jurisdiction, 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. What jurisdiction am I operating in? I need to go to all 4 and make sure I have all the licenses. Yes, ma'am. E-commerce is the same exact way. Same exact way. E-commerce has now got sales tax, and the sales tax is where the person takes over the product or service. The licenses, you got to have an online business license in the state of Alabama. And if you're operating on Etsy, Etsy's taking care of your sales tax, but you still got to have a home-based business license. Same thing. Online is now the same. All right, the cities, the police jurisdiction. Anybody live in a police jurisdiction? I got to go. I promise. The municipalities are doing away. Some of them are, some of them not. How are you going to keep up with it? You're going to go to them and ask them. And then we have extraterritorial jurisdiction. That means outside that police jurisdiction. How are you going to find out? You're going to go to that city nearest and ask them if you're operating in an extraterritorial jurisdiction. You got the state of Alabama, the county, the city, and the jurisdiction. And if you deliver your product over there, Miss Online, I don't know your name, if you deliver your product, then you now have to pay sales tax on the delivery cost, and you have a nexus in that city and have to have a business license everywhere you deliver. I suggest you get to know the UPS guy. Okay, reporting. Overtime pay has changed. Overtime pay has changed, okay? And then your BOI, every LLC in the United States of America now has to have a BOI report. Listen, that reads kind of like the Bible, that a decree went out from Caesar Augusta. It says, the U.S. Department of Treasury is requiring every LLC in the United States to file this. So, for those of you, like moi, in my 20s decided I needed an LLC that I never did anything with, I still own it and I still have to file this report. Yes, sir? Okay, so it will tell you at fincn.gov, okay? And and I don't know what you do, but there's only this many that don't have to require this report. That's all I'm saying. And that is between you and the U.S. Treasury, right? But I need you to know that the rest of us are right here. I appreciate your time. You can't give it to anybody else, and Godspeed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is George Williams. I'm the program manager of the National Center Apex Accelerator. It's an honor to be here. I've been working with the Porch Bandit Creek Indians for over 23 years now, before this casino even existed. And it's just wonderful to be here to present in this great facility. And it's an honor to see, how far the tribe has progressed all these years we've been working with them. Right now, we're going to learn about how to register your business in SAM. How many people have their businesses registered in SAM here today? That's good. Okay. How many people are in the process of trying to register in SAM for the first time? Okay, well, this is going to be the session that you need to pay attention to. Our speaker today is Mabel Sosi. She's a procurement specialist with us at the National Center Apex Accelerator. She works out of the Navajo Nation. She is obviously a member of the Navajo Nation, and she is one of the few people in the Apex Accelerator Network that speaks fluent Navajo. So we're really honored to have her here. She's one of my best employees, and she is like a real troubleshooter when it comes to SAM, especially on Indian reservations, because as she'll tell you, Indian reservations do not use the United States postal system. They have their own way of identifying where businesses are. So without further ado, Mabel Sosi.
Thank you, George. Really appreciate George's encouragement thus far. We've had such wonderful time learning from each other's, and I have to say that I love my job. It is my pleasure to be here with you all, and thank you all for joining us. And I'd like to commend everybody still paying attention even after lunch. Thank you so much for hanging in there. It's an all-day meeting. I've heard before that after 2 meetings, your brain's a mush. So I don't think that's the case here. I hope not. As George said, I'm a proud member of Navajo Nation. My mother doesn't speak English, not a single word of English, so English is my second language, Navajo being, or Dene. We call ourselves Dene, which translates to the people. We are very much traditional when it comes to going back home. So I just wanted to point that out as well. And I am still learning English myself. So I'd like to do a really quick snapshot of a history of SAM.gov. In the center, it says SAM.gov. Back in probably around 2012, and before then, it used to be CCR. Some of you probably remember it as Central Contractor Registration System, which was a lot smaller scale than what SAM.gov is today. And in 2012, it became System for Award Management, SAM, again, a lot smaller scale than what we have today. And then in 2017, GSA started consolidating these other major systems that you see around the center part where it says, it used to be beta.sam.gov while they were consolidating all these other major systems that used to sit separately back then. And then in 2021, when they completely consolidated all those major systems into one, it went back to SAM.gov, and it's SAM.gov as we see it today with all those major systems completely consolidated. So that's the backstory of that. And then here's our agenda for today. We're going to talk about why SAM, and then the 2 types of registration systems in SAM.gov. And then like everything else in life, right, we have to plan. So to plan, a part of that is preparing. We need to prepare. And I've seen many struggling trying to get through the system, some taking as long as 6 months to complete it. It's because they never really prepared. So we're going to talk about that. On again, the two steps I've consolidated like bazillion steps in SAM.gov into 2 because I only have 30 minutes to cover my presentation here. So I cannot cover every single step. I'll probably have over 100 slides if I do. So here I shrunk it to two major steps, and within those 2 steps, there's a lot of steps, sub-steps. So, and then we're gonna also talk about what you might do after your SAM registration is active. And the SBA DSBS has been brought up earlier today. I would like to bring it up again today, how it's connected and how you could use it as a marketing tool. I think that's why it's very important to cover it one more time after you do the SAM registration. So these two federal acquisition regulations clauses cover why SAM in legal terms, but in layman's terms, it's down to all entities receiving federal funds for either contracting or grant receiving. You shall be registered in SAM.gov before any money can be released to you, or before any other payments are processed to pay you. So contractors that are registered in SAM and that are doing business with the federal agencies, if they let their SAM registration lapse, they won't be paid anymore. IHS has repeatedly told me, if our vendors don't renew their SAM registration, we can't pay them, we just have to hold the payments. And same as with the nonprofit organizations. If they don't renew their SAM registration, they can't do their drawdowns on the projects that they're doing. And then with the two types of registration, one is all awards registration. That's if you want to go into federal contracting with the federal agencies, you will pick that option. And then there's also financial assistance award only, which is primarily for nonprofit organizations, and those that are not going to go into federal contracting. The major difference between the two, the financial assistance awards only, is that doesn't require a CAGE code. Again, I cannot stress enough to prepare. You're gonna, in part of the preparation, just at high level, you're gonna create a login account, and to be sure and put it in a safe place where you have access to it. And then you also have to have the entity structure information. This is where the GSA verifiers and the CAGE code validation staff will really scrub you for these illegal documents. They must be updated. Whatever you put into SAM.gov as your registration, as your profile, as far as legal business name, your legal first and last name goes, has to match your Secretary of State business registration as well. Same with the tax ID numbers. IRS's system has to match with SAM. What you put into SAM has to match with IRS's system as well. They will need your banking information. You need to research your NAICS codes to see what codes belong to the services and product you offer, and then the PSC codes as well, and then how much money you've made in 3 years average, and the number of employees you have, because the system is linked with SBA's database, as it was mentioned earlier today, and the system will determine whether you're a small business or not a small business. Part of the preparation, I wanted to help, the way that I wanted to help you with the preparation is to download this entity checklist here on this. It's on SAM.gov page. I left the link there for you. If you download that, it'll walk you through all the fields that you will see when you start the registration process. So it's very, very helpful. Another checklist to use there. So before you start and while you're preparing, some things you need to know also are the pages in the SAM.gov system. They're time sensitive. So if you don't have all your information and documents gathered and readily available beside you, and you go look for it, the system will time out on you and you have to log in again. And just, you know that there are a lot of terms and conditions you have to agree to, and then you have all these secret, or not secret, security codes that you have to deal with in logging back in. So it's best to prepare with the checklist sheet that you can download and gather all your information on. And if you are prepared enough to have all the information in one place readily available for you to find when the system asks you for it, it can take at least 1 hour from start to end when you submit the registration in one sitting. And the new requirements as of last year or the year before is physical place of business address is required, and the co-location or those buildings that are rental properties that can be leased to companies are allowed, as long as you have a signed lease agreement that you can prove with. Virtual workspaces are no longer allowed, as well as P.O. box addresses for physical place of business addresses. That's where some of the tribal entities suffered a lot, because like George said, we don't have any electronic addressing system, so we have to have it manually produced as a document with the physical address verification title, which GSA requires for you to submit if they can't verify your physical business address. So, and also, SAM.gov registration system, the day you get it activated is the date, I think 1 year from that date is the expiration date. And it has to be renewed every year. And we encourage our clients to start at least 2 months before the expiration date, because it's such a massive system. Anything can happen before your expiration date. If you start a month or 2 weeks before, you might run out of time and your registration will expire. You need at least one NAICS code to finish the registration. You have to have a NAICS code. And then the NAICS codes, you need to research it. Where is your sweet spot? What is that service? That's gonna be your prime NAICS codes. And the rest will, all the other related services will be your secondary NAICS codes. I call this step 1, but like I said, there's a series of reiterations in the system that you have to do to get through the validation of your entity as a unique entity. So you'll have to first, if you're brand new and this is your first time, you create your login. The sign in there with the dotted square circle is on the main SAM.gov page on the upper right corner. If you click on that, it'll take you to login.gov, which is where SAM.gov login credentials are administered. Login.gov takes care of SAM.gov credentials, login credentials. So that's how you get started and create your login. And then you can log back in now that you have your login into SAM.gov. And if you're brand new, and I wanted to also mention that I'm going to focus on covering the all awards registration option because we have limited time. And so if you log in and get back at SAM.gov main homepage, you will look for this green Get Started button. And when you click it, it takes you to this What Do You Want to Do window. And for today's discussions, we will be clicking the Register for All Awards if we were registering for that as a new registrant. And down there, when you see those 3 options, below it is another checklist that you can use. Again, it'll also tell you all the fields and all the steps and guide you through this portion of the registration process. So the first part of the first step still is to request your unique entity ID number. During this time, again, like I mentioned earlier, they're gonna scrub you for your legal business documents. Make sure they are updated. A lot of times businesses will register and they said, I don't know why I didn't pass the validation process. Well, when you go to look into their Secretary of State article of LLC or article of organization, when they're an LLC, it turns out that they still have the very first physical address that they had formed their article of organization, and they're now at a different address. So if things like that don't match, the validation process will just keep getting hung up. So it's very important to have all those business documents and names updated to current information. Also, a lot of times businesses will register in SAM without the LLC as part of their legal name, and that's going to cause issues as well. So we want to make sure that we have all the updated information with your SOS, your IRS, and then in SAM, because they all have to match. So in getting through the validation process, once the government feels like they've scrubbed you enough and you're good to go, you will have a status in sam.gov as pending ID assignment. So then you get started again, and then you'll go into some more fields where you will update the system and you will accept that unique entity ID number that was assigned to you and match it to your company. So while you're getting updated or validated, this is just an example of an email that might come that might have a discrepancy identified as to why they're not validating, they're not completing. So if you're getting emails like this, make sure you are paying attention to how many days you're given to return these emails, because they are time sensitive as well. If you don't return the information they want within 3 days, they will just drop it and the ticket will close. So you want to pay attention to their emails while they're trying to get you validated. And once you go back into sam.gov and you updated it and accepted the ID, you now will show ID assigned, and you'll click on that and it'll start you at the core data now that you're validated as a unique entity. This is what the rest of the registration looks like. The core data right there on the right-hand side, if you click on it on the left side of the menu, options, that's each one of those, the assertions and the representations and certifications. Each of those have expanded menus like that with several sections with each main component there. You have to get through all these pages, and again, you will just keep entering the rest of the information until you get to the very end. And those, the previous screen that I just showed, the core data is you're literally raising your right hand saying, I am the officer and the decision maker. So that's a big part of the start there. And then your legal business name, and once again, reconfirm your all the information that you've been validated with is going to be there. Again, it must match the IRS. And then your assertions is your NAICS codes. It's funny how the federal government sometimes can be so vague. They say terms, and I mean, to me, assertions, I would never connect it with the services we provide, the NAICS codes. So that's what's in the assertions, and that's where SBA size standards is determined with your business. And you also have the electronic data interchange point of contact that you can put in there. And if you want to be considered for disaster relief data, that's where you're going to specify it. And then you have your reps and certs. Again, several pages of federal acquisition regulations. It's a good portion of the FAR Bible, so you're going to have to really look through it and carefully read them. Most of them are yes and no answers, but there are some that you have to answer. And when you are in that reps and certs section, if you hover over a certain FAR clause, if you hover over it with your mouse, it'll show you what it means. So that's very helpful. And if you're an architect and engineering company, you basically have to certify saying that you are in fact a licensed architect and engineering company. And then you have the DFARS as well. This is where your cybersecurity comes into play. And again, the 3 points of contacts, they're required. And earlier we mentioned too that SAM is linked into SBA's DSBS page. and this is where it's at. I recommend that you just click on it, copy the link, and save it, and continue with your SAM registration, because it'll time out on you if you start going into spending time in the SBA page. So some of the things that could go wrong, as I mentioned earlier, these are the verifications. We are requesting the CAGE code to be assigned to us, so they're going to do some more scrubbing of your legal documents, your business information, and everything like that. So they do the same thing, and CAGE code does the same thing. So they'll be emailing you back and forth. Your communication is going to be primarily through email from these email addresses. And when you get to the last section of the registration and you submit it, this is new. This just came about a couple months ago. Before, you would just click submit and it'll be gone, and you'll get an email confirmation saying your registration has been submitted. You'll hear from us in about a couple days or so. But now they've added this to the very end. They send another security code to your email address, and then it is submitted officially. So we went through a lot of texts, and we just glazed over it. And I have a PDF copy of my presentation if anybody's interested in it. And when you have more time, you can read through it. But I just wanted to recap the steps that we flew through. And from step one, see, I said earlier, there's so many steps to it. This is the process that the government takes to validate your entity as unique, and then also verify that you are in fact a legitimate business. So these are the steps that they went through. And then when you submit the registration, about a week, 2 days to a week later, it'll get activated. I just wanted to also point out some resources that you can utilize if you are still hung up somewhere in the process. And it's the GSA's resource numbers and emails, websites. Of course, we can always be one of your resources. Reach out to us, and we're able to help. We're getting back to the SBA DSBS links that is joined with SAM.gov. SBA administers small businesses, so the two systems share the databases, and it is somewhere through the SAM registration. You also mark where you give permission to have your company information show, not your financial information, none of that, but your company name and the public available information will show through SAM, and then through SBA, it's the same way. You connect to SBA's portal by claiming you log in with the same login credential you have through SAM, and you will claim your company in SBA's system. And then you have a profile there. Like John said earlier, buyers go to the DSBS portal to find out how many Native American-owned companies are in Arizona. They'll put those queries in, and that's how they find their companies that they want to meet or contact or to use to do their goals in socioeconomic quotas. So it's very important to go in there and update and make sure your DSBS profile is complete. I do have a step-by-step instruction on how to do the DSBS profile update as well if you're interested. But I gave the website here that tells the instructions as well. Okay, so we continue with now what? You are on SAM.gov. What else can you do after that? You update your capability statement with the SAM data. It'll attract the buyers. You can use SAM.gov's contract opportunities to search for solicitations with services or products that you provide, because all the buyers send their opportunities that are greater than 25,000 into SAM.gov, and they have solicitations there. You also have sources sought, which is the federal government's way of doing their market research to see who's all out there that might qualify for contracting with them. And the award notices as well. So you can do market research as well here, as well as a business development tool, as if you are doing that. This electronic information is available to anyone that's wanting to do business with the federal government. Let's see, if you're new to federal contracting, we highly suggest that you don't just start bidding. SAM.gov is a good way to start researching and studying how the federal marketplace does contracting. So use SAM.gov to do some of your research in getting familiarized with how government contracting is done. And it's best to learn the processes and types if you're gonna have a good success. So, and then add us to your tool belt, where we provide services free of charge.
Thank you,
I
Mabel.
think we do have one question.
Oh, we got one question, Mabel.
One question. Mabel, when you turn in when you update 2 months early, which date will show up? Will it be the new date, or will it be the date that you originally got validation for the UEI?
It won't be the 2 months before you start. It'll be the date, the new expiration date will be the day that SAM.gov tech support approves the registration.
Okay, do we have any more questions on SAM? Okay. Well, let's thank Mabel one more time.
Thank you, Mabel.
Once again, as I said earlier, I'm George Williams, Program Manager, National Center Apex Accelerator. And, some brief background on me, how I came into this job. I was working at Lockheed Martin, and I was actually in the process of getting my job outsourced. It was being sent out to Fort Worth. All of procurement was being consolidated out there. And, I found myself in a position where I was about to lose my job. And then I looked in the Lockheed Martin newspaper, and they said the National Center would be opening an office there, right there at Lockheed where I was working. So I applied for the job, and, they hired me. And like I said, the Cowboys didn't want me, so I joined the tribe, and life's been better ever since. So what we're going to talk about today is the Native Apex Accelerator Program. We're just waiting for Yvette to get it queued up here. And basically, the Native American Apex Accelerators, we're very similar to the state programs. The difference is that we only serve Native American businesses. And when I say Native American businesses, technically, by the letter of the regulation, we only work with businesses that are owned and operated by members of federally recognized tribes. Now, some of you may wonder, well, what is a federally recognized tribe? Well, as an example, here in Alabama, the only federally recognized tribe is the Porch Band of Creek Indians. There are other different types of tribes here. There are state recognized tribes, and there are other native groups that go by a tribal affiliation. But, this program was designed for the benefit of federally recognized American Indians, and that goes back to the trust relationship between the federally recognized tribes and the United States government. So that's why our program exists. Basically, the states and local governments, they have their apex accelerators as state and local governments. And since tribal entities are their own governments, you know, they have apex accelerators for them as well. So, as you'll see, there are like over 94 different apex accelerators in the entire country. Out of all those apex accelerators, only 7 of those are Native American apex accelerators. So, see if I can operate this thing correctly. Just switch the slide for me, Yvette. Okay. You know, as I mentioned, you know, the Apex Accelerator program, it was formerly known as the Procurement Technical Assistance Center program. We did fall under the Defense Logistics Agency, but now we fall under the Department of Defense Office of Small Business Programs. And that made some changes. How many people here are currently enrolled with a PTAC? Oh, not that many. Okay. Okay, how many people here who are not enrolled with an Apex Accelerator, formerly known as PTAC, are out of state, that aren't from the state of Alabama? Okay, all right, let's, Mabel, give this gentleman a card. So what I'm going to do for you, sir, is I am going to find the Apex Accelerator for your business to work with. Okay, so now the rest of you that are located here in the state of Alabama that currently are not working with an Apex Accelerator, everyone received one of these. This is from the Alabama SBDC network. They have the Apex Accelerator falls under their organization. And as Native Apex Accelerators, you know, we all belong to a organization that all Apex Accelerators, whether they're Native Apex Accelerators or not, we belong to this big organization, and we're all brothers and sisters in this, so we all work with one another. You know, I've worked with the Apex Accelerator in Huntsville, Alabama. Mary Jane Fleming, wonderful person. I've co-sponsored many events with her. I work with other Apex Accelerators across the country. It just makes sense for us to team together, because we're all going after the same federal customers, so we join forces on matchmaking events, other things of that nature, you know, to try to help all of our small business benefit from this. So, you know, and, you know, everyone says Apex Accelerator. Okay, what is that? Well, there's no real definition for what Apex Accelerator means, but the mission is to serve as the axis for existing and new businesses to strengthen the defense industrial base by accelerating innovation, fostering ingenuity, and establishing resilient and diverse supply chains. And the vision of this whole thing is a diverse and resilient domestic industrial base that can deliver preeminent solutions to the military and other government users. Now notice the order that is in. It says the military and other government users. Next slide. So these 7 Native Apex Accelerators, you know, like I said, this is pretty much the map that we all cover together. Our services are provided at no cost. No Apex Accelerator, whether it's a native PTAC or a native Apex Accelerator or a state Apex Accelerator, is going to charge you any money. Occasionally, we do have events. You know, our grant does not pay for food and other things at events, so if we charge you anything, it's just to cover those expenses that aren't allowed under our grant with the Department of Defense. So, next slide. So what do? We do certification application assistance. You heard John Shiraka this morning. He talked about all those different SBA programs. You know, we all have heard of the 8A program, you know, the Hub Zone, Service to Disabled Veteran, Woman-Owned Certification, and then, of course, the certification that starts it all off for you, SAM, as Mabel was talking about. So that's what we do. We help small businesses get involved with those certifications. We also help create capability statements, which I'll talk a little bit about later. You know, what we do as Native American Apex accelerators that make us unique, you know, we focus on programs with the federal government that are specific to Native American owned and tribally owned Alaskan Native corporations. You know, like I said, the reason they have these types of programs is because of that unique trust relationship between the United States and the federally recognized tribes. They came about as a result of the treaties that were made. So another thing that we're very good at is uniting businesses with purchasing and decision makers. You know, if you're here and you hear about a matchmaker, and I know that the Alabama Apex Accelerator puts on some really good ones, and we work with them on those. You know, I suggest you try to participate in those. But you know, before you go and participate in a matchmaker, there's some homework that you need to do in advance. I'll allude to that later. We connect primes with subcontractors. All Apexes do that. You know, mention Sam. We can't physically do anything for you. That's not allowed. We can't write your proposal for you. You know, we can't do your SAM registration for you. Although occasionally, in some cases, you know, Apex Accelerator counselors can get online with you and assist you. But, you know, generally speaking, you know, with SAM, you know, some of that stuff, your banking information and stuff is sensitive information. So, you know, keep that in mind when people are working with you on that. Another thing about SAM I want to stress, you know, you can get assistance from the Apex accelerators to help you with SAM completely for free. You know, when your SAM registration starts to expire, your email inbox will be filled with all these notices from all these Beltway bandits. They're trying to get you to let them update your SAM registration. Never do that, because when you do that, you've got someone that's not even a part of your company that's, you know, administering your SAM registration. And if that relationship between you and that company goes awry, guess what? They have control of your SAM. And it is a big, big mess, a lot of trouble to try to get them off your SAM registration. It's possible. Mabel knows how to do it. You know, your state and local Apex accelerators know how to do it, but just don't put yourself in that position. You know, that's something that you should always do internally and always have control of. And, you know, don't put yourself in a position to where if someone leaves the company that you won't have access to your SAM registration. I've got a situation like that right now, and Mabel's going to have to try to help this poor business out of that. You know, one of the things that Apex accelerators do is post-award support. I have a gentleman working for me. His name's Adolfo. He's out in New Mexico at our office there. He is an ex-Army contracting officer. He knows the ins and outs of how to deal with contracting officers. If you can find someone that's been a former contracting officer at your local PTAC, that person is gold. Because, you know, there are a lot of new contracting officers out there, and they don't necessarily know the, you know, the FAR and all the procurement regulations like they should. And a lot of times these new people, they can almost be too conservative in their thinking, and there's things that can be done as a contracting officer to help your small business that they may not be aware of. So if you can find someone that has that ex-contracting officer experience from a federal agency, and you can either hire that person or you find one of those types of people working at an Apex accelerator, by all means take advantage of them. You know, market research. Now, market research is something that, you know, Apex accelerators are very good at. You know, Mabel told you about being able to go into SAM and do market research in there. Now, you can do that, and we as Apex accelerators, we have access to courses that we can give. We give some of them internally. Sometimes we get subject matter experts like John Shiraka to come in. You know, most of your Apex accelerators have access to a system called Govology. We pay for that so you don't have to. They have experts, subject matter experts like John Shiraka and other people that can get into the weeds and really talk about any topic in great detail. And you know, normally these courses could cost you $150, $200 a piece. But if you're a member of an Apex Accelerator or a client of an Apex Accelerator, they can give you access to those courses at no charge. CMMC, how many people have heard that word CMMC? Well, that's not good. Okay. How many folks in here are interested in doing business with the Department of Defense? Well, I was hoping there would be more hands than that, but you know, the Department of Defense is really stressing the CMMC certification, and that's the Cybersecurity Model Certification. Now, they really haven't started doing that certification per se, but it won't be long before they'll be sending representatives out to look at how your computer systems are set up, how your computer protocols are set up. And you may be thinking to yourself, well, I'm not interested in working with the DoD. Well, you know what? At some point in time, you know, these types of cybersecurity measures are going to come to all federal agencies, and they'll even come to the private sector as well. So you might as well not stick your head in the sand, you know, pull your head out of the sand. You know, you need to be aware of this. You know, even if you're not thinking about doing business with the DoD, there's different levels of cybersecurity. You know, that's something you need to look at and you need to work towards. Right now, it's called the NIST 800-171. It's a self-certification at this point, but you know, it's going to become a real certification because they realize that, you know, they just can't count on people to really be completely forthright in where they're at in terms of their cybersecurity. There's a GSA schedule assistance. How many have heard of GSA, General Services Administration? Okay, great. Okay, well, think of GSA as like the Sears catalog. You know, basically, you know, these are contracts that are pre-negotiated by GSA, and governmental entities can buy off these schedules. That not only includes the federal government, it includes states, and even tribes can purchase off GSA schedules. And Mabel used to work for GSA, so I'm very fortunate that I have a SAM expert and a GSA expert on my staff. Okay, so this slide right here, this presentation was geared towards the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Indian Health Service. And, you know, so basically we were saying, well, you know, what can we do for you? If you're not meeting your Indian small business enterprise or your Indian enterprise or small business goals, how can we help? So what we do, and we are the only Apex accelerators that do this, the Native American ones, you know, the Department of Interior hosts monthly meetings with all of us, and we discuss, you know, posted solicitations, you know, sources sought, you know, trying to find Native American businesses and buy Indian regulation, and you know, and just as a public awareness, you know, for any of the Native businesses out here, in May we're going to be having a Buy Native Small Business Industry Day with the Department of Interior and Health and Human Services, and like I said, if you're interested in that, please reach out to me. Come see me after this presentation. I'll give you a card, and everyone's going to be on distribution. You'll probably get an email about it anyway. Okay, so you know, we maintain a listing of Native American businesses. We help. We post bid opportunities and outreach events with our newsletters to our clients. We work with businesses to understand the governmental contracting process. So, you know, we help our businesses understand the rules of Buy Indian. Now, you know, I know this audience doesn't have, it's primarily not Native, but you should be aware of this anyway. You know, the Department of Interior and also Indian Health Services, which is a sub-agency of Health and Human Services, they have what they call the Buy Indian Act. And for contracts that are for the benefit of Native American tribes, Native American businesses get first preference at those. So if you're non-Native, you may be asking yourself, well, why would I care about this? But, you know, there could be that opportunity to partner up, you know, with a Native business if you're not Native to go after some of these opportunities. Let's see, and there we mentioned there on that last slide to talk about sources sought. Now, the thing is, you know, John was talking about sources sought, and that's very important because, You know, when these contracting officers are looking for small businesses, you know, to perform this work, you know, if no one will respond to a source's sought and say they're willing to bid on this, they're not going to set it aside for small business. And that's especially important with the Buy Indian Act because, you know, Native American businesses, they probably make up the smallest overall population of businesses out of everyone in the country. So if they don't respond to this, then more than likely they're not going to set it aside by Indian, and it will just go full and open, which is good news to you non-native businesses, but not to the native businesses. So, you know, when you're meeting with a buyer, you need a strategy. You need to make it about value, return on investment, you know the history of contract awards and ask questions. You got to be perseverant, you know, timing is everything. And you got to be able to demonstrate, you know, what you do well. Next slide. So I'm going to show you who the other Native American Apex accelerators are. So this is us, you know, we're the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, Apex Accelerator. We cover 100% of the Eastern, Southwest, and Navajo BIA regions. Next one. And, you know, this is my staff. My office is in Marietta, Georgia at Lockheed Martin. And my office manager, Kathleen Weeks, works with me there. You heard from Mabel. Mabel's out there in Window Rock, Arizona. We have one right out there on the reservation. In Albuquerque, New Mexico, that's where we have Adolfo. He's that really experienced contracting officer I was telling you about. We got Stan out in Centennial, Colorado. In Liverpool, New York, we have Chris Pierce. She's one of the most experienced Apex Accelerator counselors in the country. She's been working with this since the 80s. So I won't give an exact date because she'll kill me if I do. And then in Marksville, Louisiana, we've got Chris Johnson. He's our newest procurement specialist. So in California, and this Apex Accelerator, it's the American Indian Chamber Education Fund Apex Accelerator. It covers 100% of the Pacific, Western, and Northwest BIA service areas. Next slide. And that's run by Vanessa Gleach, and there's her staff. And we have the Native American Development Corporation Apex Accelerator. This Apex Accelerator covers 100% of the Great Plains, Rocky Mountain BIA regions. And there's their staff. And then we have the Nebraska Indian Community College Apex Accelerator. And Mike Channel runs that program, and there's his staff. That covers back one slide, please. Yeah, it covers the Santee Sioux Nation and the Omaha Nation. These reservations are in Nebraska. Okay, and then we have the Ponca Economic Development Corporation Apex Accelerator. That Apex Accelerator, it covers the 100% of the Midwest BIA service area, and that's 4 states. That's Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And there's their staff, and their offices are located in Lincoln, Nebraska. And then we have the Tribal Government Institute Apex Accelerator. It covers the Eastern Oklahoma and Southwest Plains BIA regions. And there's their staff. And then last, we have the Northwest Native Apex Accelerator. It covers the Northwest region, Northwest BIA service area. It serves Oregon, Washington, and Idaho. So, and we are almost out of time. So I'm going to try to sum this up real quick. You know, one of the things that was mentioned in this description of this session, we talked about capability statements. And you know, how many people have a capability statement for their business? That's good. Okay, wonderful. Well, you know, there's, you know, one of your first impressions is going to be your capability statement. And actually, one of the first capability statements that you're going to have is actually that profile in the small dynamic business search.
So, you know, you need to work with your local Apex Accelerator and have them help you fill that out. How many people know what NAICS codes are? Okay, good. We got okay. Those are North American Industrial Classification System codes. Now, you know, there is a website run by the U.S. Census. It's the preferred website I like to use when I'm trying to find what my NAICS codes are. So a capability statement, it would be described as a concise one-page document of your business competencies. And you think of it as your business's resume. You know, the purpose is to provide specific information that will convince potential customers to do business with you. And if you write it correctly, it will separate you from the competition. You know, and it was mentioned earlier that when you're dealing with a contracting officer, you have 6 seconds to make an impression. You know, in 6 seconds, they're going to decide whether or not they want to do business with you. You know, so, you know, if your capability statement is not written well and you don't present yourself well, you know, you're going to shoot yourself in the foot before you even get started. So, you know, a capability statement, it's your primary marketing tool, first impression of your business. It's the awareness of your brand or product. It's a live working document. You know, what you need to do, you'll use this. You'll use it at trade shows. You'll use it at organic outreach, virtual events, team engagement, site visits. You know, you'll use it everywhere you're presenting your company. And I guess the best way to think about it, you know, we talk about the 6 seconds to get their attention. You know, there's something that we call in the industry called the elevator speech. Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, well, you know, you really need to get down and be able, in a very brief moment of time, be able to pitch your company to somebody. And it's something that, you know, when you work with your Apex Accelerator, you know, they can coach you on that. And you can get in the mirror and you can practice. Believe it or not, you've got to be ready for that moment when it comes, because it may not come again. You know, like I said, there's more. I don't have enough time to give you complete information on this, but like I was saying, your capability statement, it really is your first impression of your company. And I strongly suggest that, you know, if you should work with your local Apex Accelerator to have them review your capability statement. And there are workshops on capability statements, and they're well worth taking. You know, like I said, all Apex Accelerators, they have access to these classes I call Govology. And Govology has some great classes on it. You know, like I said, if you reach out to your Apex Accelerator program, and for some reason you can't find any assistance with the capabilities statements, you know, you can reach out to me. I'll go ahead and I'll give you my email address. It's George, George, at NCAIED.org. And my phone number is 480-280-6098. You know, feel free to call me. Like I said, I can refer you to, you know, I can tell you which PTAC you need to be working with if you're not aware, and I can also send you emails and guide you to the resources that, you know, Mabel talked about, I talked about, and you know, we're here to help everybody, not just native businesses. So thank you for your time, and you know, have a great evening.
Thank you, George. So, oh, I forgot the basket. I wanted to tell everybody online, thank you for hanging in there. We still had some people that were hanging into the bitter end, so everybody can wave at them goodbye, and we will close out. Please remember to fill out your survey, even those online. The slides will be sent to you, and also the link, so you can rewatch today's recording if you wish. So, bye, everybody.